This year, I sat down with 9 different Notion experts to learn all about their secrets. From Notion's co-founder himself, all the way to Notion consultants who have built businesses with more than $1 million in annual revenue. So if you ever wondered how the teams at Notion actually use Notion, or why you shouldn't maybe start a Notion template business, these conversations have all the answers. And to make it easier to get these answers, here are all 9 conversations back to back. 381 minutes. That's more than 6 hours. A lot of time for sure. But once you're done, you'll have a very unique look behind the scenes of some of the most successful people in the Notion universe. And a few hints as to what we can expect from Notion in the future. So, without further ado, let's dive into the first one. My recent interview with the Notion co-founder Akshay Kothari. My first question would be, you run operations at a company with hundreds of employees and more than 100 million users now. So we're really curious to hear, what does a typical day in your life look like?
Well, no day is typical. I feel like it's a bit of especially in an early stage startup, I feel like it's like never a dull day.
Yeah.
And you're always trying to figure out what parts of the operations is sort of like lagging and how you can sort of like accelerate it. So my role in Notion has evolved a lot. I sort of started in the world of support and spent a lot of time there because, before we had sales and marketing, that was our go-to-market engine, was essentially like good product, good service, and I was really sort of helping scale the service part. I think over time, we've now built out a lot of different functions, and we've also hired some incredible leaders who run that. And these days, over the last 9 months or so, I've been working on product. So our product teams, design, research, and partnerships teams report to me. And there is a rhythm, there is a cadence to the week. We typically have our executive meetings on Monday and Thursdays. We call them staff meetings. So we try to just think about the most important topics then. We do our sort of weekly business reviews on Wednesdays. That's our way of just looking at numbers and seeing how things are going. And then the rest of the week is really sprinkled with a lot of product and design reviews. We have a interesting simple framework inside our Notion, how we use Notion, which is roughly there's about 30 big initiatives inside a company, and the person who's leading it writes a weekly update. And so a lot of the work that actually happens, a lot of the product work that happens is pretty asynchronous. I can actually read all of those updates in about an hour and a half and get up to speed with what's going on. And then for some projects where it feels like we should probably meet live, that's when we will set up a meeting.
That's really cool to hear. I think at some point I would love to see how Notion does project management inside Notion. But for now, since we can't pull it up, I would love to hear in a recent interview that you've done with Ivan and Simon, right, the other 2 co-founders of Notion, obsession played a large role. And so, what would you say you're currently obsessed with at Notion?
Currently, I'm obsessed with simplifying the product. I think Notion has so much power and so much performance built in. In many ways, you can build any kind of thing. But for after I think a lot about who is our 100 million and first member who's joining today, right? What is the experience for them, and how do we make it so that they join Notion in level 1, and we give them a pathway to get to level 10, right? And whatever those levels might be. I think if we can somehow crack that, so it's almost like can we crack it so that a teenager in high school can find Notion simple to use and come in, and then we slowly have them grow in the types of things they can build with Notion over the course of the next year or so, right? If we can somehow crack that, I think we will truly sort of democratize all the building you can do with Notion. And today I think we make it slightly hard. It's almost some people say they watch long YouTube videos to learn how to use Notion. which is great. I think we sort of appreciate all the things people have built with it, but I think we gotta like simplify it. It's actually not unlike a video game. Like, you know, there's that beautiful video of like, you know, Mario's level 1, where they really try to design it where there's no instructions. It's almost like you press a few buttons and you realize how you progress in Super Mario level 1. That's how Notion should feel. It should feel like you should be able to write notes and do a few different things seamlessly. But then, like, as you dig deeper, there should all this power should slowly unlock.
Yeah, well, I love this idea of having Notion like an old school video game where you can do these things without like, you know, lengthy 1-hour tutorials that they tell you click here, click there. That would be super cool.
That would be the dream.
Yeah, that would be amazing. That brings me like to the next part. If you say, you know, like we want to like have this feeling of, okay, you just open it up and the basic explanation and people can start exploring it. You know, if you meet someone on the street tomorrow that doesn't know Notion and you want to pitch it to them, what would be your, you know, simplest, easiest explanation to help them understand kind of what they should do on level 1 today? But also like, you know, hinting that it's more than, you know, just a note-taking tool. How would you approach that?
I think there's a difference between consumers and businesses. And there's, you know, essentially like whether you're using it alone or whether you're using it as a team. I think on the individual level, I really think of it as, you know, actually for both of them, you can think of it as a second brain, which is a concept I really like, which is, you know, I think on the individual side, you know, this is a place where you can take notes, you can jot whatever you want, you can, you know, clip things from the web, put it there, and now you have this repository that you can always query and find the information you need. For businesses, I think it's similar in being like this collaborative knowledge hub. You know, that's the foundation of Notion, is really that all the people in your company can be putting content in the same hub, and they can collaborate with each other for that. And so at the core foundation, I would say knowledge is what people come to Notion for. Notes for the individuals, wiki for the companies. On top of that, I think people build all sorts of interesting workflows. This is where the concept of our databases come into play. And we've built the database as a general purpose framework, right? So some people use it as their personal CRM. Some people use it as their team's project management. So that's probably a second layer. And then the third layer is in many ways like automation and what AI can do today. And the idea is that, you know, if you're doing like the same thing every day or every week, we should allow you to essentially like automate some of that. You may not automate the whole thing, but maybe it gets you 80% there. And that would be, you know, a huge improvement in productivity. Yeah, that's true. Like if you can like, you know, remove these redundant blocks or these repetitive things. And I love what you said about database, because I think actually that is probably Notion's, in my opinion, biggest contribution to the whole world of productivity tools is democratizing databases, you know, for the user who's not an engineer, who doesn't know computer science and has like, you know, worked with sheets and spreadsheets, but not like with this concept of a database. And I think Dare does a really good job of this playful introduction to, you know, you don't need to understand the basics of a database schema to soon grasp, this is really cool. I can do so many things with that. But so these are the 3 levels currently, right? But I mean, at some points, right, it's still not fully there in terms of automations or so. So if you know, get a magic wand today and AI or whatever magic fairy would allow you to change one thing about Notion, either the product or the company, what would you pick there to, you know, change from today to tomorrow? Well, the one you said really resonates with me. You know, we talk to a lot of people, and we actually do internally what we call a love survey every 6 months with our customers. And we find out why people sort of obsess. Why are people, as we were discussing, like, you know, why do people show up on a Thursday evening and geek out about Notion? And then why do sometimes people find Notion hard to use? And sort of like read some of the comments. Actually, the interesting common thing for both of them is databases. It's almost like if you have cracked that concept, you feel like, wow, it's like all this power unlocked in the ways that you can almost like organize your world, life and work. And for people who haven't cracked that, they find Notion a bit hard. They find it a bit hard to set up, hard to use. And so I think going back to the simplicity part, I think the thing that I think could truly unlock, and actually AI could be materially useful here, is imagine, you know, being able to come to Notion and say, I'm an investor and I need, to have a setup for all my portfolio companies, and I need to have a setup for all my meeting notes, and I need to have all these entrepreneurs that I'm meeting, and I want all these things to be fully connected. And imagine if we can just design that for you. Right? We can sort of get you to 80% of that setup. That would save so much time for these people in terms of having to create each of these databases, connecting them. I think it's still a bit hard. And so that's the thing that I'm excited about for the future is, when you think about AI, like initially, I think people were playing with it, and, essentially people built a lot of AI features, right? As time's gone by in the last year and a half, I think more and more companies, including Notion, have realized it's like back to the basics. Like we're still solving the same problems, but now we have this beautiful new technology that can really enable it, right? Q&A, for example, is a great example of that. Like we couldn't have given you the answer before. We could have tried, but it would have been very, very hard. Whereas today, you can now ask, you don't have to find pages. You can literally ask a question and get an answer, which is incredible. It's truly a second brain now.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it's so transformative because, particularly when it comes to knowledge management, right, as one of the foundations, everyone would agree, right? If you ask 100 people in a room, like, is it good to document information so I can find it ready? Everyone is yes, but no one does it because it sucks to having, to take time out of your day to write it down in the first place. And then usually no one references the documentation afterwards, right? You still get the same question because it's hard to find. It's really hard to build organizational systems where it's like, yes, I can find that part of information when I need to, right? Like libraries have these super complex systems for that. But with AI, you eliminate the second part of the problem already, right? Like soon, probably also the first one where it just watches you do things in documents, but just being able to, pull up that knowledge is really magical. I love that.
I think the second point to me is has been a huge unlock for both individuals and for companies. There's a funny incident that happens every once in a while where, so we use, of course, internally we use Q&A a lot. And there's a time earlier this year where I would get a lot of questions. It's like, when is this feature launching? Why is this project moving slower? Do we know how, we're working with this customer? And so once in a while, Ivan would ask me this question. And what I would do is I would take exactly his question. I would put it in Q&A, get the answer, mostly is always right. I would take a screenshot and send it to him. At some point, he got the hint and, he stops asking me these questions because all that information exists in Notion.
Yeah, it's the next generations. Have you tried Googling this? Have you tried Q&A-ing it?
Yeah, there's a site where you can essentially put it and it goes to Google, finds the answer. We'll pull the version of that in Notion.
Amazing. I love that. Speaking a bit of the future, right? Like, let's say we meet again in 3 years for an interview and we sit down and we have another conversation about Notion. How would you say Notion in 3 years will be materially different from the Notion that we know today?
The biggest thing that I would like to work on is just sort of invest in areas so that it becomes more ubiquitous, and ubiquitous primarily in the next generation of builders. So we think a lot about students. We think a lot about startups. I think those are two big segments. And we really want to create products, not just Notion product now. If we have calendar, we have a few more products that we are building. We're going to get to a point where, essentially all this new next generation is sort of running their work and life on Notion. And I think we're hoping that some of these products are deeply integrated with each other too. And so there's a few things we hope in 3 years to get right. One is we'll have all these different tools that help people do their work. We will deeply integrate them, something that is truly missing in some of the existing tools that are out there. And then hopefully find this balance between simplicity and power. Every person coming in should be able to simply use the product and find value with it. And then we slowly take them in this journey to sort of make it more powerful. The other thing I would say that I'm really excited about, and we have some exciting new things we're going to launch in the conference next month, is that we have all these incredible ideas around how to support builders, how to become a true ecosystem where we are just one of the many builders that exists, but there's a whole community of builders, and we want to make it so that we support them in their journey as well. I can't tell you too much more, but I think hopefully we're announcing that in a month, and then we'll invest a lot in that space over the years to come.
Oh, I'm really, really excited for that and all the other updates to come. So yeah, thank you so much for your time. This was super interesting. So I hope we have a round 2 at some point. And yeah,
of course. Thank you for investing in Notion as well.
Anytime. Amazing. Can you maybe tell me what's the 2-minute Sara Loretta life pitch?
Yeah, I just turned 30 6 months ago, but I feel like I've lived 12 lives in the last 12, 13 years. So I've had a lot of ups and downs in my career, but I also think that everything has come full circle in very weird ways. So I started my career, couldn't afford college. I was a runaway at 15. I have a parent incarcerated, and I'm pretty open about that, of just I didn't have an easy foot to start on in the race we call life. And so at 18, I did a national program called AmeriCorps, and that brought me to Texas to teach science. I taught STEM and robotics and got really involved in Title I schools and education. And then basically I was kept on the team in a different capacity. This organization was 20 years old and was fully operating out of filing cabinets. I mean, we're talking 11 filing cabinets shoved to the brim with paper data. And so I came on as kind of a data assistant, moved into compliance, and built my first database using Microsoft Access and SQL, taught myself how to do it because I was like, what? Wow. We owed, oh my God, when I started, we owed almost $100,000 to the city because our reporting was so bad. And I was like, I can't do this. I am finding a solution. And so I did data and compliance for a long time. And then, like most nonprofits, we lose funding, and fairly often. And I was the youngest person on staff by about 7 years. And so our executive director one day looked at me and goes, "You're young, you understand social media, run our website and do all of our content." And I'm like, I don't know what this means, but thank you. And so, then I immediately had to teach myself how to write press releases, and I had to learn WordPress, and because that's where our site was. And, I got into video because we had a lot of incredible people going through our programs. We had this woman who, her name's Lalisha. I'll never forget her till the day I die. She had a set of twins and another child, and was pregnant with a set of twins when she went through our plumbing class, and was homeless and just battle after battle. And she is the reason why I started a local campaign called Hard Hatted Women. And so then that got picked up by PBS and all the construction companies. And so I was doing all of this content about women working in construction. And so, for me, impact is really important. And I still try in my job now, right, in my business, to work with people who care and who want to give back and who, just want to do good in the world. And so at that point, I was doing so much outside marketing and media and things that I was like, you know what, I think I'm going to freelance. And within 6 months, landed 40 clients, didn't have a website, I didn't even have a business card. I didn't have a professional email. It just was, Austin is such a small community, especially in the nonprofit space, that it spreads like wildfire. If you are respectable, if you're friendly, if you do good work, that's all you need, right? And I kept saying yes to all of these projects, and I was like, okay, I guess this is it for me. And because I had so much work, I didn't really need my day job anymore. And so quit within 6 months, and I've been freelancing full time for 6 years now. So it'll be, I think it was 6 years last month. So it's wild. But yeah. And then I moved in, I owned a media company, a design agency, whatever you want to call it, because I did so many things. But I kept getting clients who could not tell me anything about their business, but wanted to pay me 10 grand for a website and a logo. And it's why? If you can't tell me how you operate, what, imagery is not going to make you money. And I will take that to my grave to the day I die. And so I started tapping back into the solutions that I was creating for this nonprofit and like looking at data and looking at operations and business development. And I realized like, oh, I didn't realize I could freelance and do the stuff that I was doing in my day job, which sounds so ridiculous now because I feel like I could have saved myself like 4 years of headache. But yeah, I like shut down, rebranded, and around the time Notion had come to me and was like, hey, we have this consulting program and we would love for you to go through it. And it was free. And I was like, what do I have to lose? Like, okay. And so I went through it and I'm what, the 10th certified consultant in the world, I think, or 10th in the US, 40th in the world. Like the numbers just happen to like very blissfully align. Yeah. And so, you know, I do that now. I don't know. When I look at my pitch, it's like, yeah, I've done a lot. I wrote for a couple hip hop outlets and I did the Disney college program in between and like worked at these summer camps and did all these things. But then at the end of the day, like data's always been consistent for me in whatever I've done. And it just like makes sense of where I'm at now to where I started 12 years ago. At little 18 years old, moving cross country by myself. So
that's crazy. Well, what a ride! And so now,
what a ride!
Yeah, 12 years later, you know, if you were to go to your high school reunion or something like that, and you know, run into someone, they ask, you know, like, what do you do now? Like, how would you explain, you know, like your day job as a, you know, like Notion or like digital tools consultant?
Sure. Yeah. You know, it's funny. Somebody asked me that the other day. I was at some event and somebody was like, just like real quick, how do you explain what you do? And I'm like, ugh. And I came up with, you know, I'm a big Potterhead. I love Harry Potter. And so I think about the Phoenix, if you've ever watched Order of the Phoenix or read it, it's my favorite book. And so I think about myself as a Phoenix for businesses, right? I go in, your business is the Phoenix, we burn it down, and then through the ashes, we pick up the pieces that actually are important and we streamline and we optimize and we build your business correctly like it should have been done the first time. So that's kind of how I like to say what I do, because I think a lot of people, you know, SEO wise, Notion is very sexy. It's easy to sell. Oh, I'm a Notion consultant, but only maybe 40% of my projects are Notion at this point. Like I really don't do Notion, right? So I like get in sales calls and I'm like, yeah, I can look at your org chart. Yeah, I can like write job roles. I can do Slack Enterprise. I can do all these things. And, you know, and it just like blows people's minds because they're like, wait, but I found you because of Notion. It's like, yeah, because that's just an easy lead gen for me, but I don't do it.
Yeah, fair. I know what you mean. Like a lot of times people come and like they're like, you know, like we need help with Notion. And you know, look at the whole thing. And it's like, I don't think you need help with Notion. I think, you know, you could probably like increase things a lot, even by using pen and paper if you have, you know, yeah, if you pick some other points here. But yeah, I think, I mean, the 10th Notion consultant is a really cool thing though. That's absolutely insane. So you were there from the, you know, very, very, very early days. How did you, you know, find Notion in the first place? Maybe that would.
Oh my gosh. So I fully was a Trello user. I did all of undergrad on Trello. I did my thesis on Trello. Like I was a Trello user. But when I started freelancing, it became abundantly clear that Trello is not a true project management tool. And my friends at Atlassian are going to be very mad at me for saying that. But it just, what really frustrated me about Trello is that you couldn't connect information. And so I was in this place where I was consistently missing information or forgetting that information existed because of the way you have to silo click into every single piece of Trello. And so literally one weekend, I was just so fed up. I was like, I am failing because of this tool that I'm using. And so I literally went on Google and I typed in project management tools and Notion showed up as a Google ad back then. It just like was the top thing on Google. And I was like, oh, what's Notion? And, you know, you click it. I'm like, looking through their website. I'm like, ooh, this is shiny. This is cool. Like, and I'm also neurodivergent. And so for me, a big thing that really stuck out was the fact that I could build it entirely how I needed it, not what, I consider box software, which is, these engineers have built it, they're telling you how to use it, and there's no flexibility. And so I think after I found it on that Google search, I think I sat for like 2 hours. I built out a couple little client workspaces, and I was off to the races after that. I don't think I ever looked back. And that was early 2019, I think. So it's been a while. So yeah.
Well, so SEO does work. That's what we can take away from that, right? Like SEO or like Google Ads, sometimes
SEO and Google works.
Yeah. That investment from Notion probably had like a very high multiplication effect across the board.
Yes.
Amazing.
And I think it, outside of my website and, Google, I think that was the first software I ever paid for too. I was like, oh my God, it's $8 a month. I remember being like, that's so expensive, which is so ridiculous. But like, I remember that was my first like true tool that I ever was like, cool, free plan doesn't work for me. So that's how I was committed, because I paid for it.
It's a slippery slope though, no? Right? Like I also remember like back in the days, like a $1, $2 for an app. No way. And then like once you start getting into the habit of paying for good tools that make your life so much easier, like, well, $50 a month, yeah, okay, fine. Like, this saves me so much more of a headache. But it's a realization.
Well, and now it's a slippery slope, because it's like I get free Notion. I have a free enterprise account being a consultant. I'm also the first global Paperform expert, and my affiliate is so good. I haven't paid for Paperform in like a year and a half. So for me, I'm on this like mission to just get certified in every tool, so I don't have to pay for them.
Nice.
Like, I feel like that's a fair trade, right? Like.
I think so too. I think it's like the sort of the maybe the consultant version of like the YouTube tech review person, right? That's what I initially wanted to become, someone, because I just want more cool free tech to review. I don't think it's gonna happen, but like maybe I can like do the.
I think you could still get there. I think you could take anything that Marcus doesn't review on his channels, and you'll be fine.
True. Like I just put like some Notion stickers on it, and then like niche my way over there.
Right.
Amazing. So like consultant, right? Notion, Paperform. Like I definitely want to talk about it later. But first, I would be really curious to hear, how much do you work in a typical week as like a solo freelance business?
Yeah. So I now have a team, which is new to us. I brought in Sebastian, I think in late February, he joined the team. Yeah, I think it was like mid-February. So I had put a call out because I had been ramping up, which is not usually normal around the holidays. Usually freelancing, for those listening, if you freelance, I'm sure you've experienced this, it's like Thanksgiving and then like nothing until, February, right? Like you really have to work hard to secure those 3 months of work. And I didn't experience that this year. And it wasn't off-putting, but I was like, okay, like when's my downtime going to be? But I had so much ramped up. In January, I landed like 17 clients in a 10-day window. Wow. And I was like, okay, like I need help here. And so I put out a call on my newsletter list, and he was the only person that responded, interested in working with me. And so we hopped on a call, and I was like, you know what? Like, you're willing to roll up your sleeves, get dirty, learn what you got to do. Like, you could very easily tell in our first conversation that there was no ego, that he wasn't like, I want to be paid $1 million an hour because Notion, right? And which was nice, because I had conversations with people last summer, and I was just like, you're asking for a lot of money with a lot of not experience. And so, he was like just really willing to go full throttle. And so I was like, you know what, let's do a couple test projects, see how they go. And he has knocked it out of the park for 3 months now. I mean, he has been my saving grace. So kind of how our team dynamic looks is I do all of our client management, all of our client communication, strategy, all that good stuff. And then Sebastian comes in and does a lot of the implementation. So right now we have a client we're doing a lot of work in Tally forms with. We're setting up like contracts and questionnaires and all these things. And so I do the strategy. I'm like, hey, this is what we need. here's the parameters. He goes in and builds it all. And it's just been wonderful. So it's us two. And then I hired a VA who's very, very part-time, and she solely manages my schedule. So to go back to your original question, Alexa's pure role is to keep me sane and to say, hey, you need to take lunch. Like you've like worked too much, like go take a break.
Yeah.
And she really helps me like balance my time. Taking a break. Oh my God. Alexa's like gone. Alexa, cancel. Sorry. My assistant.
Risky name nowadays, yeah.
Oh my God, I hate it. So, you know, her and I sit every Friday and we say, hey, like, what's our priority? What do we need to do? What are the internal projects we want to get done? Because I think especially when client projects ramp up, it's really easy to let go of internal work and what you need to do to grow the business. So, you know, I mentioned earlier, we're going through a rebrand. And so, you know, I don't trust anyone to design anything that I do. I have a design background. I did that for several years, but also I'm very particular. And so instead of outsourcing that, I'm like, okay, I want to scratch the creative bug. I want to scratch the itch, right? And so I'm going to do our website. I'm going to do some things. And so she's making it a point to say, okay, you want to get this launched by June 1. Here are all the things that we need to do. But on average, and it's funny because she started using Harvest to like audit my time. And I think last week I worked like 29 hours. So, but I also was at a conference. So I think that's a little skewed. But really, you know, I work 9 to noon. I take a daily siesta every day for an hour and a half. I'm very specific about that. It's my time to read or scroll TikTok, eat lunch, like without the guilt. And then I work for, you know, 4 or 5 hours in the afternoon. So I'm not, but you know, I will say this year I've done very well. I refuse to work past 7 p.m. I don't take my computer into the living room. I don't work in my office till all hours of the day and night. And I've been really, really solid on maintaining that this year. So, you know, if I could just get away from working on like Saturdays and Sundays, I would be really happy. That's my goal for the second half of the year.
Well, wait, no, fingers crossed for that. I think it's super cool in particular that you have like a really good rhythm locked in, because I think that's like very dangerous once you work for yourself and you figure out, well, pretty much every extra effort somehow translates into, you know, something, or could potentially, that's a risk, well, like could potentially translate into something positive for me or the business. Then it's another slippery slope. Well,
yeah. And I mean, I think for me too, you know, and I've really made people upset with this statement. It is what it is. Like, they're not paying my bills, so I don't really care at this point. But at the end of the day, like, my business is just a job. I'm not like, I was at a conference last week and I said this to somebody. I was like, I'm not going to be upset if like I decide tomorrow to stop freelancing. Like, it's not my entire being. And that was a big shift I had to make. It was like 4 years in, and all I did was live and breathe and think about my business and stress over clients and just like trying to do too much. And I got to a point where I was like, I'm not making more money. I'm not this like crazy salaried employee in my business where I have to kill myself over it. And so I made a pretty harsh decision where I was like, I'm going to only work these hours and I want to go do other things, especially once COVID was really over and like shutdown ended. I was like, okay, like I can go outside. I don't need to sit here and work until midnight every single night, because that's what's going to prove that I'm worth it and valuable. And, you know, I picked hobbies back up. I have 200 houseplants. Like, I love to cook. So for me, like, it's not my entire personality. I don't want it to be my entire personality. And so my time I am very strict with. And it's like, you know what? If I don't get something done, who's going to yell at me? Nobody. As long as I meet my client deadlines, the rest doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I don't get a newsletter out tomorrow, or, you know what I mean? Like, no one is paying as much attention to you as you pay to yourself. And so it doesn't matter. I don't know. Maybe it's not meant for me. Maybe freelancing was just something I'm doing and I'm meant to do something else, but I'll just say, like, I'm so not emotionally attached to my business, and it's just a job at the end of the day. And that's how I treat it. I think and I know we're going to get to like, revenue and stuff, but I think that's why it's easy to grow and it's easy to pivot and improve, because I'm not sitting here being like, oh, woe is me. Like I did so bad, blah, blah. No one's here to help me. I'm not making money. You know what I mean? Like you just got to do what you got to do and take your breaks. And that's it. I don't know.
Yeah. I think that's really, really cool to
I'm like, people are probably so offended hearing me right now.
I mean, but it is true. I mean, there's certain phases in life, right, where you need to work a lot to get things off the ground, and sometimes 40 hours a week just don't cut it. But then again, if you have traction, then you just need downtime, right, to do your best work. You can't go 80 hours a week permanently. And the other thing is, just having mind space, it makes for a much better quality of life. But I think even from a business perspective, right, even if you look at it purely, transactional, it's that downtime probably, helps you be more creative, more present when you didn't actually work. It's just, definitely not the point, right, you were trying to make. It was probably the very opposite, but it ironically, sometimes often, I would say, translates them into even more success. And I mean, you were just 100%. Mentioning it, right, the revenue. So maybe let's quickly talk about that. I think last year you mentioned something that you made and at that point mostly alone, right? Nearly $250,000 in revenue, which I think for a solo freelance business is insane, right? That's some crazy number. So first, congratulations. And maybe you could tell us a little bit more about how that came along.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I had done every year I've seen growth in my business. So I want to, it wasn't this crazy number that came out of nowhere. I was like, oh my God, this is it. Right. I've done consistently 100 to 150 grand pretty much every year that I freelance. I think my first year I did 75K, maybe, don't quote me, 60 to 75K. And then second year, I was at 100K easy. And I think it's because one, I think we had a question we were going to talk about too of, just how do you scale in that way, being the solopreneur versus that price? And I'm not scaling my services at all. I'm actually pulling a lot back and streamlining so much and just raising my rates. I mean so I kind of have this baseline, a lot of people are like, charge your worth. I don't know what that means. I literally to this day don't know what that means. That is not tangible. It's not black and white to me. That is like me talking to the stars and manifesting. It's not real in my brain. And because I can't, it's not tangible to me. And so what I've always done when I first started freelancing is I've always charged my bills. So my basic payment or my basic rate was literally my rent. And then it was okay, well, if I want to pay rent and just have one client, then the rate needs to double. So that way, all of my bills are paid. And then I always tack on $1,000 for every year of experience. So basically doubling that, right? So if we look at my base rate now, I've been freelancing for 6 years. But then I also take into account that I did business development and data compliance for almost a decade before I migrated my business back into that. And so 10 years of experience, I basically charge $8,500 minimum, right? And just because it's easier to land clients that are under 10K, right? If you put a 5-figure on it, it gets a little trickier. I also do long-term contracts. And so those act more as salary. They're higher ticket. January, I landed a $35,000 client, right? I did 50 grand in January, flat out. And that's not including payment plans. That was cash in hand. And it's because I'm not afraid to charge what my rates are. I also think it helps that I live in an expensive city. And so, I charge based on life choices. But breaking down revenue for those who are at the edge of their seat, curious, it is a combination of client work. And I also should say, as I talked about 8,500, but then I was like, oh, I had a 35K client. I have, and for those who follow me, I do productized model, but it's not public anymore. It was the worst experience of my life, and you could not pay me $1 million to do it ever again. But I have productized rates based on team size. So 8,500 is my minimum, and that is for small teams. Then I have a mid-sized team rate, and then I have an enterprise rate. And those are how I price what I do. And so, all of those combined, client work is about 60% of what I do. I get paid to speak and host sessions. I have template sales. I had a couple of brand deals last year, so I did, some money on those, and then affiliates. I weirdly do very well with affiliate income. And then the last piece of this, which is kind of client work, but I'm also like, I want to tread lightly because I don't think that this is an easy replicable model for people. And so take this with a grain of salt. I have started licensing out my software accounts to clients. So and I guess you could like call it retainer, but it's more like I have a client who needed one premium Zap. I'm not going to make her pay $25 a month for one Zap. So instead, I put it in my account at a discounted rate. And then I handle when there's trigger issues, when, workflows break, whatever. And so that's kind of like a maintenance package that we offer to some clients. And then I'm also a reseller of some software. So I get income from that too. But yeah, that's like my breakdown. But client work is still such a large percentage, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. I kind of had a breakdown over Christmas and was like, I'm done doing content. I'm done doing all these things and stretching myself so thin. And so in this rebrand, Systms is solely going to be an agency. We're not having all of this fluff and all of these extra ways to get involved. You either want to do client work with us on an agency model, or you can follow me on my own YouTube channel, whatever. If I ever decide to do a newsletter again, that's all going to be separate. And I decided to do that because I think it's easier to sell one thing instead of having multiple audiences and multiple offers and, all of these templates. Like y'all can quote me. I don't care. I hate templates. I am so over them. I don't care to sell them ever again in my life. I have a few still kind of floating out there, but it's never going to make you $1 million. Like Notion templates, unless you hit some kind of magic stone like Thomas Frank did, like it's not everyone is going to have that success. And I realized very early on, I didn't want that success. If I do templates, they need to fuel the larger thing, not just be this cute little thing that I sell and call it a day, And so this year, our revenue will solely be client work. And then everything else is just purely my own revenue. So, yeah.
So many good things there that I want to talk about it more. Particularly the template part, because the math is very tough on the template business. But maybe let's go one step back and with the pricing. Kind of that's super interesting. Particularly with the productized service. Also, I want to talk about that more as well. But first,
sure.
When you currently price and you say so you don't have a productized service anymore, how what is it that do you sell like hourly packages? Do you say like some sort of request model like the design agencies? Do you have very specific deliverables? Like how do you what is the other side of the equation? What stands on the other side of the $8,500?
Yeah. So I think Twitter is wrong in saying productized service. That was a big eye opener for me. So Brett from Design Joy popularized this whole productized model, right? I took his course. I was like, oh my God, I've already been doing this. Like, couldn't tell you the last time I sent a proposal. I'm charging one flat rate. That is productized. Brett and everyone else is selling a subscription service. And so I want to be very clear that people are not using the right language. And had I easily known the difference before or after taking Brett's course, I would have done it very differently last year. You're not selling a product, you're selling a subscription, period. Like That's it. I also think that there's this horrible narrative that and I just put out a video about this because I went viral on Twitter for saying that, like, I'm okay taking a 15-minute client call. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. And what I've kind of come to realize is everyone that's doing a subscription model hate their clients. And I will flat out take that to the grave. I don't care. If you are selling this, you are literally selling pay me top dollar, never talk to me, and expect me to give you like bare minimum. And that's not what service-based work is. So that's the first caveat that I want to say. I, however, did launch a productized service. I followed Brett's model. I did the product hunt thing and, put my prices on my website that I think when I launched, it was like basically $4,000 a month, right? For fractional COO work. I instantly knew how much of a mistake that was. I landed, I think, 4 clients in a 10-day window for that offer. And no one seemed to understand that, like, it was ad hoc. And so I was still doing the amount of work I was doing on a one-on-one rated basis. And so then I shifted it a bit and I said, okay, it's monthly as a payment plan, but you have to commit to 90 days, right? So it was like month 1, we're going back to doing strategy. Month 2, we're going to implement. Month 3 is going to be support and questions and training. And it was a dumpster fire. It was a straight dumpster fire because clients who see that rate expect a very high level of work for that amount of money. And you're literally on a ticking time clock, right? They pay you on the 1st, you have literally 30 days to do whatever it is that they need while also balancing all of these other clients. And, it just got to be the other piece of this, I'm going to say, is you have zero control over who your clients are in this subscription model, especially if you have it posted on your site where people can literally just book you and pay you and not even touch. I landed a 10K client. So they booked into my quarterly retainer without scheduling a sales call with me. And it was the hardest project I've ever done in my life because I had no context. The CEO found me on a YouTube video, paid me flat out. I never spoke to the man again. I got shifted to 4 different people on a team of 300 to manage this bill. It was a shit show. And so I quickly realized I need control of who is coming in. If I am going to give you my time, we need to have some preface. So I still am productized, but they are internal rates that I have full control over. You have to do a sales call with me. You've got to go through the regular process. But I have been so good at figuring out what is streamlined, what is automated, what is templatized versus my actual in real time commitment to come up with the rates that I have. And so it's flat rate. Like I said, I have flat rates based on the team size that you work on. If you are enterprise, I have a flat starting and then I customize after that. And that's just based on a few enterprise clients I've worked with over the last couple months is we start small and we grow over time. And then in that, it's a flat time period. So like my small teams are usually 60 days. I charge a flat rate there. Mid-sized teams are usually a 6-month contract. And then enterprise are anywhere from 6 to, I think my last one is like a 9-month commitment. And so it's all internal. So that way I can shift my rates. And also too, you're going to get a sales call where someone, like I had a company who they really truly only needed Notion. And I was like, well, let's optimize here and do this here. And once we got into it, they were like, no, but seriously, like we really don't need this other stuff. And it wasn't that they were in denial. It was literally like, oh, their stuff's good. We just need to like tweak here and there. And so I just like took money off at the end because I was like, you don't need to pay for stuff I'm not doing. Right. So that's like just, I think, basic human good business is like, why am I going to take $5,000 from you every single month and not do the work? Like the Catholic guilt in me, I could never. And so that's how I'm productized. But yeah, I I will never allow people to ever pay me without ever talking to me again, ever.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's
Just like,
cool.
don't do it, guys. Don't do it.
Please don't pay me. Yeah, let's have a chat first. No,
Yeah.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense because, I mean, right, particularly this kind of business way, it's like you mostly, help people. Like that's like usually like, how do people fit into the systems? How do they use it? Like figuring out their quirks and the way they work. That's like half the fun. So it's very important who sits on the other side of the equation. But so that means like you have like confirmed deliverables, right? So that just so that they understand that part, right? You say like, okay, you will get A, B, C, D. This is the range.
No.
This is the time that it takes.
No, not at all. So I have 3 buckets that I specialize in. So we focus on systems, so your processes, your SOPs, how you actually work, the culture of your team. So a lot of clients I work with either started in COVID, have never met their team in person. They have never met their team members in person. It would shock you. It would really shock you how people don't know each other. Or you have people who, started during COVID, they were thrust into remote work and they think that Slack is culture. It's not. Like instant messaging is not team culture. And so we spend a lot of time in that area too of what are the expectations internally, externally? How are we, communicating with clients? How are we communicating with ourselves? And then the last piece of that is what is the tech that we use to actually fulfill all of that, right? So is it Notion? Is it Slack? Is it cal.com? Is it, I don't know, Figma, whatever, right? Whatever tools. And so my deliverables are you get I call it a system sprint. It's very similar to a Google Sprint, if you've ever read that book. And so I mirror mine off of that. I meet with every department. I meet with key players. I actually sit and will have a one-on-one discussion with up to 4 past clients that my client has had. I get feedback because another thing that would shock you, the majority of clients don't have an offboarding process. They don't have a referral process. They're kind of like afraid of their clients, and it's why. And so I come in and I have conversations with past clients to say, hey, like, what could we have done better? What are we doing well? Because I have no skin in the game. I'm not biased. I'm like, okay, if you tell me they suck, I'm going to make it better, right? And so I do all of that. I do a full company audit. I look at all of their job roles, all of that. So that actually piece alone takes about a month for me to do for all the conversations, looking at processes, looking at tech. And then I compile, okay, how much of this do we need to burn down? I had a client who they did not know that their QuickBooks account was owned by an employee who was fired 5 years previously. So we even go as meta as like, what are the logins? Where are we handling password management, right? Like we're looking at all of these areas. And so I compile all of that. So that's like the first deliverable they get, but it's just as broad as that. It's like, hey, client A may have very different issues than client B. And I have zero patience to write a custom proposal on those specific issues. Just know, like, I don't charge extra if something is like, oh, we had a conversation about this and it wasn't in the initial scope. Like, so now I'm going to charge, like, I have enough buffer in all of my rates that like, you should never be fearful of having a conversation with me. And then the second piece, the second deliverable is the implementation. And that's where people can either jump ship or stay on and we do the implementation. So through that audit, people get a pretty finite playbook that they could do internally if they want, if they don't have the budget to build with me. And that's totally fine. So those are the only 2 deliverables is here's the strategy and the audit, and then here is implementation. But implementation is quoted separately as an SOW, but it's more just like a nice, pretty checklist of like, hey, here's like a cleaned up version of what we're going to do instead of you looking at like this massive Miro doc. And even then, I have a buffer there that's like, oh, you want 2 extra forms in Tally? Like, I'm not stressed about it. Just give me the content. Like, you have to write it, right? But like, I'll build it. I don't care. So that's how we price and work.
That very, very fascinating. I love this because one thing that I realized like early when you try to have like firm deliverables, which is on the one hand good, right? Because then both sides know what to expect. But in particular, I mean, I do like, I think a lot more like just Notion, just like Notion plus no code, and less the systems part around that. And there you usually are in this like awkward situation where like the client hires you because they don't know like how it's done, right? So when you then try to explain, okay, so this is like what you'll get, they look at it and are like, is this what we need? We don't know. And then you're like in this awkward balance of like trying to help them figure out what they should put in there, and like making sure at the same time, that they actually understand everything. Very interesting.
Yeah, Notion builds are weird because, when I do just a Notion build, we have like kind of a flat rate for Notion too. And we break it down into kind of 3 parts. So strategy, what do you need? What do you think that you need in Notion? Let's just be clear. What departments are you operating? What are you doing? So the strategy piece, then the build, which is wild because I just looked at this number. I think I've built about 150 Notion workspaces. And I have so many internal templates and things. Like I don't know the last time I like custom built a Notion account, because everyone wants a CRM, everyone wants a content management tool, you know what I mean? Like we have so much foundational work, but that's kind of that second. And then the third is data migration, which we learned the hard way. We quote entirely separate. It does not come like pre-built. We have full jurisdiction to say like, sure, we'll do it, or no, we're quoting you separate. And then the last piece of that is training. And we have kind of an internal Notion course that we put everybody through that in that has their own hands-on build tool. So I don't do personal dashboards. I would rather chew glass than build a dashboard for somebody. Like I don't use them. So I'm not going to build them for people. But so in that, they get an exercise of like, here's how to build a personal dashboard with like linked tasks and this and that. Like if you want it, here's to learn Notion. But then we do live team training. So we'll do a live call that we ask everybody, like, you play with this first. They get like a pre-recorded training of their workspace. Watch that, play with it, bring your questions to this live call. That gets recorded and we'll like do some hand holding. And that's it. That's all we do for Notion. But I also don't go crazy with my builds. Like we use the same universal icons for everybody. I'm not picking stupid emojis for every single use case in Notion. Like that's not my job. That's not my job, period. You can pay me more if you really want me to brand this. Like I pick a color that matches their brand. And, like some clients, like if they have public facing pages, like I'll design, cover pages and, whatever. But I'm not like, okay, I need a mail emoji here and I need a heart emoji there. Like, I don't do it.
Yeah.
I don't do it. The aesthetic thing is not my job. But, so, and the other thing we're starting to get into, which I think is really fascinating, is I've been getting a lot of inquiries for me to build stuff that people want to sell. And that's been a very tricky slope of what do we charge for this, because these creators that want this thing and, to sell it alongside whatever they're doing don't want to do royalty. They also don't want to pay you top dollar up front when they know they're going to make tens of thousands of dollars on this product. And so that's been really tricky to sit and be like, do I want to be in this space of ghost building for creators? And I think the answer is no. I'm doing one right now. And I said yes because we have a lot of mutuals and, I really respect what this person's, done so far, but it wasn't a royalty deal. And I know that they're very easily going to make the money back that they paid me for it. And it really hurts my heart a lot. So what can you do? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is for that. But it's becoming increasing that people are reaching out and asking.
Oh, yeah.
So, and then it comes down to, well, what's true IP, right? Because according to Notion Legal, nothing is your IP. The blocks you use, nothing. You cannot trademark a Notion template, right? Like, sure, you can put like, oh, don't steal my stuff. But specifically, I had a conversation with them and I was told how you compile the blocks you do not own, but the text and images or whatever else you add, that is only your IP. So even if, that we come back to this like plagiarism conversation, it's like, how do you really prove what's being plagiarized versus like someone just throwing a database together with sample data? Is that being plagiarized? I don't really know, so I don't know. It's a slippery slope and I don't want to play that game anymore. That the plagiarism thing and ghost creation is not a game I want to be in anymore. So.
Yeah, I mean, you have like pretty strong opinions, right, about like the template thing also as a whole. And so how do you feel then maybe about the creator side of it, right? So if like someone, is watching this and it's like, well, I want to make, $250,000 a month. This sounds amazing. Like, tell me what I have to do. How do I become, like a Notion creator or like a, like systems consultant? What would you tell them?
Yeah. So to kind of go back to how I got started, I didn't really talk about it at the beginning, but I found Notion on Google, and I then, used Notion for a little while, and then I made a YouTube video, and I was the first designer to really like say I'm using Notion to run my design business. And this was before eSlow. Like we're like really talking before like Notion creation was like really a thing, and it was like everybody's doing it. And so I had built out my whole operating system, and I was in this community for female designers. Basically, it was on Slack, and I had become the go-to like Notion person, and I had was kind of helping people through it. And I was like, you know what, like, okay, clearly something's here. And during the same time, I had already put that video out, and I had a woman reach out to me, a designer from Ireland, and she emailed me like 7 times and was like, please build my Notion account. And I was like, girl, I make logos. Like, I don't know about, like, I didn't know what to charge then. I was like, what do you charge for like an operating system? And like I had no frame of reference for this. And so I finally was like, you know what? If she's asking for this, I'm now this kind of like go-to person in this community. What if I just remove all of my client data and duplicate everything that, like, literally that's how I built my stuff. I was like, okay, I'm just going to like kind of delete the stuff that people don't need to see. And I bundled that as Notion for designers. Now, I say all of this because I think that it was a lightning in a bottle kind of scenario, right? No designers were really using Notion yet. If they were, there was literally nothing for them in the template gallery. No one had really talked. I was kind of the baseline for a lot of people. And so I have an appreciation because that's where I started. I started as a template creator but one template. It was one system. I sold Notion for designers for, I think, $67. And at the height, when I turned it off a year and a half, 2 years later, I was selling it for, I think, $147. So it really wasn't like a huge jump, but I made $108,000 on it, give or take. But I want to be clear here. You say, wow, but this is how though, is I sold, a couple thousand copies, whatever. But what I did in my funnel is knowing how easily overwhelming Notion can be for new users, right? Because at that point, it was like, oh, I have to be on Notion. It was kind of like shiny object syndrome, right? So what I did in the sales funnel is that, you deliver the template, you give a little juice, right? And then like, I think it was like 5 days later, 3 or 5 days later, I sent an email that was like, hey, if this is too much for you, I'm happy to customize these templates. I'll migrate all your client data in here. I'll, put your branding on it. And I charged $1,500 for that. And I would like knock it out in 24 hours. And it was the easiest money I ever made. And so, yes, like I made $100,000 on Notion for designers, but probably 60% of the sales ended up being client upgrades. And so I say all of that to say, sure, make a template. Sell a template, but think about the long game. How can you support your audience more than just with a $17 template that you only look at once a year to upgrade based on new Notion features, right? How can you really get in there? And I think this is also where a lot of the kind of growth hackers have put this momentum, this false narrative in front of people, is like, just create. It's like, what do we need another finance template for? What do you need this thing? Why are you selling this, right? Is it to growth hack, or is it to actually support the audience and the niche that you want to be in, right? I have a finance template. I make fun of the finance template. I have a finance tracker, but I made it purposeful. I did a live stream where I was like, I didn't realize how much money I spent last year on expenses because everything was automated. My debit card was connected to my accounting. I never looked at anything. And so I did this live stream and I was like, you know what? I'm going to take the automation down. I'm going to manually manage my money. Say that 3 times fast. And so I built this tracker in Notion. I still use it today. I track all my invoices, my expenses every day. I type in something from PayPal or, whatever. And so I have that purpose there, right? But I think in terms of just creating to create, like, I would really think, how is it going to push you forward? Do you want to do consulting? You don't have to do consulting. Do you want to, just show off something fun and be more of a lifestyle person? But I think the one thing a lot of people get wrong is they create and launch without ever using it first. And so, I think if you want to be a creator, create it for yourself, validate it, and then decide, okay, is this something that the world needs? Or is this just something fun for myself? And I can show it off in a video. And if it gets traction, sure, put a price tag on it, But I think at the end of the day, I would love to see rates go up for people who are genuinely creating really good content. Like, I think about like Jay Klaus. I'm in his community and he just launched Creator HQ. He did like 60,000, I think, the weekend he launched. And he got a lot of pushback because his system was more expensive than Thomas Frank's. And the community I'm in, he's very open about numbers and things. And he said that was part of it, was like people literally were like, why is this more expensive? Thomas Frank is the guy. Like, why are you charging more? And I wish that people who are doing the good work could charge top dollar and not get pushback on it. Like, I don't understand why it's Notion creation or templates or whatever, digital products. That's what we should say, right? Because you can even get an ebook for like $2. It's like, why would you only charge $5 for like all the work you put into this? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. So I would like, if people are trying to get into creatorship, to raise rates, raise the bar, and like really create good stuff, not just to say, ooh, I'm a Notion creator, right? Like, you don't have to be in the gallery. I'm not even in the gallery. I don't post anything in the Notion template gallery because I'm like, the prices don't align, So anywho, I will get off my soapbox, but I feel very strongly about creatorship in this space. So
no, that makes a lot of sense. And I agree, right? At some point, there's two things happening. On the one hand, you have like this race to the bottom, like with like very replaceable templates where it's like, it's like all the same at some point. And then it's also like hard to charge something else because like, I mean, if it's pretty much all does the same, like why pay more for that? But I think like the more interesting part, I think, for Notion templates, I think the ones that will have success over the next like 1 or 2 years are probably the ones that stop seeing that as like, this is a Notion template. This is, like a template first. It's like some functionality. And it's more like, well, this is just a different way to, provide a lot of value to certain people. And then you need to like also niche down, right? It's a lot more than about like unique knowledge. It's a lot more about like, okay, like Jay Klaus, a great example. He knows a lot about how creators operate. So like, I don't think anyone can, build a Notion system that has that much knowledge baked into it of like how it is. And it just happens to be Notion, right? Like it's easier than if you use your PDF worksheet. So I think it's more like seeing Notion as a more modern wrapper of like info products or these sort of things, rather than, well, okay, it's Notion first. Now, what do I put into it, right? If that makes any sense.
Yeah. And I tell my clients all the time, right? Like I told you, I'm building that Notion template for somebody. They have a documentary and a book. And so this is going to be kind of an extra, right? And what we did before we even started, I said, ask your audience, how many people use Notion? Are they willing to use Notion, right? Because I don't want to do all this work and then like it doesn't sell because your 45,000 email list don't use Notion because it's not their demographic. And so even that too, like anything that I create 2 versions. I create a Notion version and I create a Google Docs version. And if you download anything from me, you get both versions. Because for me, like, I don't want to force somebody onto a tool and have to have them learn another tool just to get information from me. And so that's, I think, another piece is like anything you create, where can you mirror it? Because one, that's like extra income, right? You could sell the other one too. Like you have a ClickUp version, a Notion, whatever, right? But also meeting your audience where they're at. And just because you want to do something doesn't mean that it is the best option for your audience. And sometimes you have to kind of swallow that and be okay with that, or walk away from your audience and never complain about it, which I don't think very many people will ever do. Right. So I think it all comes down to, you know, being really mindful about where you spend your time and who wants to learn from you to do that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And speaking of mindful, I want to be mindful of your time, and we are approaching the full hour. So if we could have like maybe one last question, I would love to hear, because we were just talking about it, like the, you know, your sort of favorite tools. So like, how does, you know, your tech stack look at the moment? Because I think you have like a few unique things besides the usual Notion, Slack, and X.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I literally live in Slack now, to be totally honest with you. So I'm working on a video on this. Of just like, I was only ever in Slack for communities, and I hated Slack. I hated it. I was like, I'm never going to use this with my clients, right? And so for a long time, I operated solely out of Notion, where we had this really great build where people, you know, had like a mailbox in their client portal, and it was just like a Notion database, but people could email exchange, basically, would start threads, whatever. And then I started getting clients where I was like, they don't need a client portal. I also don't want to manage a client portal. And so then I went back to email. And then I went back to Notion a little bit, and then I was back in email, and I flip-flopped a lot last year because I just wasn't happy with any tool. Like no tool has been the perfect solution for me. And I had to like figure out how I wanted to piecemeal. So then when I brought Sebastian in on my team, I was like, you know what, we're going to try out Slack. We're just going to see, you know, but keep in mind, like, we may change, you know, just to let you know, like we have to figure out what our momentum and our workflow looks like together. And I was really, really open with him about that he was a part of making that solution. And he wasn't just someone being told, you know, just suck it up and use it, right? I wanted him to have that autonomy. And so we came up with a really great system in Slack. I tweeted it not too long ago, but we solely operate using emojis. And so like we have a thread, a channel where every day, you know, I'm popping in projects or whatever. We have importance emoji. We have, yes, I saw it, I'm working on an emoji. We have, I'm done emoji, feedback emoji, and then like close it out. And I honestly couldn't tell you the last time I logged into Notion to like do anything for us in there besides like my invoicing and stuff. Like we don't do project management at all in Notion anymore. And it's so nice. It's so much cleaner. It's simpler. There's no noise. There's one click. You get to where you need. But outside of Slack, we utilize Gmail, obviously, cal.com. I am on Paperform, but I have been experimenting with Tally. I would love to become a Tally expert, shout out, but they have their program closed. But I build a lot for clients on Tally. So I've been trying to do our stuff like mirror in Tally just so I keep up to date with how Tally's working. I'm trying to think what else we use. I think that's it. Honestly, cal.com, well, let's go through. Cal.com, Slack, Paperform, Calendar. Oh, we should talk about invoicing. I do all my invoicing and payments in Stripe. And then I use FreshBooks still for accounting, which I keep flip-flopping. Do I want to go to Wave? Do I not? I don't know. I'm not stuck on anything. But that's literally it. Stripe, cal.com, Paperform, a little bit of Notion, and yeah, it's simple, man. I am in a place in my business where the least is better, the dumber the system, the better. I'm not trying to sit here and like build, the Roman Empire. I'm not trying to build roads. I'm just trying to get the work done. And it seems to really be working for us, to really reduce the noise, not overcomplicate it. Even like I get clients who are like, well, what does your Notion account look like? Or how do you do this? And I'm like, I get imposter syndrome sometimes because I'm like, they're going to think that I don't know what I'm doing because we just have such a simple system. But once I got over that and started selling that, like, hey, we're simplifying your stuff. I think that was a huge change in conversion for us, that people were afraid of like, oh my God, if I hire an ops person, they're going to do all these things and all this stuff, when really it's like, no, we need to make this as simple as possible. And so you can do the work that you really signed up to do. So yeah. I don't even have like a tweet scheduler. Like I don't have like any tools
manually and tweet so crazy.
I tweet live, man. But yeah, that's it.
Well, it's a really cool tech stack. I love Tally. Like I think like this is like my absolute favorite tool also to talk about. So if anyone listens and hasn't tried out Tally, just do it. I think it's an amazing team. They built such a cool product. The value that they deliver on the free plan is absolutely insane. I'm very happy that they make money, but like with what the free plan does, I have no idea how. So definitely everyone check that one out. But amazing.
Yeah,
so
what
much.
they've built is so great. And especially for teams that don't have a big tech stack budget, Tally's been a lifesaver. I mean, there's a few things where I'm like, I wish you could do this. But like I had a conversation with a client this morning where I was like, okay, do you want your pretty Show It form still on your Show It website? And you have to manually enter in your form because Show It doesn't have an API. They also like their form entry, it's not a real form. It's like it's the most complicated thing. I said, okay, so like we could label this in your Gmail account and then you can manually enter these. Or we can put a slightly ugly form on your site and it's just done. And my client was like, please just pick the ugly one. I don't want more work. And I'm like, okay. So that's, functionality over fashion sometimes works in our favor. And Tally is one of those things where functionality is incredible with what they've built. So
I agree. They're amazing. Well, thank you so much for your time. I had so much fun. I could go on for another 2 hours, but I think maybe
I could too. We'll do a follow-up.
Oh yes, please. But in the meantime, where should people go to find you and follow you if they want to, hear more about you and the way you do business?
Yeah. I am the Sara Loretta on every platform. I'm really fortunate that my name is not popular. And then for agency stuff, we're just systems.club. That's our domain. Systems is spelled without an E. And that's it.
Amazing. Well, I'll put links to everything down below in the show notes, also to your YouTube channel and everywhere else where people wanna find you. And again, thank you so much for coming on and having a chat with me today.
Well, thanks for having me. Bye, guys. We'll talk to you later.
So, what would you say is your 2-minute elevator life pitch?
Yeah, sure thing. So I have the business and the personal side of that life pitch. So from the personal side, living in Dublin with my wife, our dog and our 5-month-old baby. So that takes up pretty much all of my spare time. That's not Notion at the moment, just keeping a little one alive. In terms of professional, similar to yourself, I had like an unusual route into technology, not the most kind of straightforward path. I'm actually qualified as an environmental scientist. I had grand ambitions of making the world a better place, and came out of university at the very beginning of the financial crash in the mid 2000s, and it didn't turn out there weren't a lot of companies willing to pay for people who wanted to help save the world. Unfortunately, it's not the way it was back then. I think it's gotten a lot better now. But to invite part of my degree, I learned to program in a language called OR, which is a statistical package. And I was at the time living in London, and there was a niche in consultancy for that particular skill. So I ended up working in the IBM ecosystem, doing implementation for 4 years in London. It was an amazing time to be in London. It was around the time of the 2012 Olympics. It was very great atmosphere around the place. And it was a really interesting time to be working with IBM products, because it was really at that point where enterprises were transitioning from on-prem to cloud. And really starting to take it serious. Like cloud had been around for quite a long time, like Salesforce and NetSuite, but really like the large enterprise was starting to take it very seriously. So that was really interesting to me. And then I had the opportunity to join Oracle a couple of years later, and they were really going all in on cloud at the time. Larry Ellison, the founder and now CTO of Oracle, was like really pushing cloud. And based on what I was seeing, that was just really, really exciting. And I had that was where I was introduced to solution engineering, which I'll get onto in a minute. And that was just like the most wonderful place to work and learn. I was surrounded by incredible solution engineers, incredible people. I spent almost 4 years there, and the opportunity came up to be the first solution engineer in Dublin at Slack. And Slack I felt like one of those technologies where the groundswell was behind it. And I was proven quite luckily right. It was one of those transformative technologies. I had the most incredible time there. Got to build a team. I got to work with so many amazing customers. Really, really fortunate. And then I had the opportunity, just over a year ago, I celebrated my year anniversary at Notion at the beginning of June, to come to this.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So it's absolutely flown. But I had the opportunity to come here, and I'm sure I'll get on to why Notion in a while, but it was just, it had that same feeling. It was that balance between the head and the heart that I had at Slack. Notion had that same feeling. So I know I've gone over a little bit over 2 minutes there, but hopefully that's a view on the personal and the professional.
Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I would love us to talk a bit more about Slack. Today, I think we're mostly focused about Notion, but maybe it's one other day I'll get some insights, show you how to set up Slack the perfect way. But I'm a little bit rusty now, but I'm sure there's one or two things that we can share. Yeah, probably a lot more than I know about it. But you mentioned solutions engineering. And before I actually looked, like when I first met you and you mentioned you're a solutions engineer, afterwards I looked up what it actually means, because I had no idea what a solution engineer does. So maybe you could just quickly explain, what is that job profile? What does it entail?
A solution engineer, I like to say, is the best job that no one's ever heard of. So I get the really, it's an incredible job. You get to work. Essentially, you sit in between three kind of pillars. You sit between the product team, the sales team, and the customer. So if you imagine a triangle, we're right in the middle. And we get to essentially work with all of those groups of people to best utilize the product that we work with. And that involves lots of things. So it will be big, deep customer workshops where we're figuring out use cases and, going old school, getting Post-its on a whiteboard and journey mapping together, and then building that out in Notion, or any product really. It's demonstrations, it's presenting at events. It's also less glamorous stuff like, going and working with our product team on, the nuance of an integration. So, Notion, we have tons of integrations with lots of different platforms. How our customers want to use them. It can be slightly different. We're very fortunate in that we're talking to those customers all the time. So we might want to go and make some enhancements on particular things. And we would work with our product team there. And then we also work with our sales team, because we are working with customers all the time. So I always like to think of a customer buying Notion has to make 4 decisions. So they have to make a commercial decision. The thing that they have the money, they're willing to pay for the product that it is. There has to be a value decision in that obviously it needs to, do something that they really, really need, or it's not doing right now, or they can't do right now. They have to make a legal decision in that they have to sign a contract, and they have to make a security decision. They want the data to flow in a certain way. The solution engineer really helps with everything except for the legal. We help with the value. If we do a good job with the value, that helps with the commercial. We help with the security. We tend to be subject matter experts in, how I would say what I would call customer trust. We tend to touch a lot of different parts of sales processes, existing customers, product enhancements, and I said events. So that's why I say it's the best job that nobody's ever heard of, because you get to do so much. You get to use different parts of your brain. You get to be creative. It's a very exciting field within software to work.
It sounds like a super cool mix of A, skills, and B, activities, right? Like this combination role. So I'm glad I learned about solutions engineering. I'll definitely keep an eye on these roles. And but that all relies, right? Like that was like the general way of what you do, and now you do that specifically for Notion. And just the same way, some people have never heard of solutions engineering. A lot of people also still haven't heard of Notion, right? So if you come home to a family dinner, like a bigger gathering, and someone asks you, what do you do? And you say like, well, okay, I'm a solutions engineer at Notion. They're like, well, Notion? what is that? Like, how would you usually try to explain what Notion is all about?
Yeah, that conversation happens so frequently. So I feel like if I'm at a family do, and I'm talking to like my younger cousins in their 20s and teens, they all know Notion, and they all think like, oh, it's so cool, you work there. And I talk to like any auntie or uncle, and they like, why don't you work with IBM anymore? Like, so
that was a proper company.
I know that company. It's really interesting and really funny. What I tend to do is I like if I'm explaining it to somebody who doesn't know Notion, who is in some way IT literate, what I'll do is I'll get them to take out their phone, and I'll just kind of say like, so like you have your Notes app, and they take out their Notes app, and then I'll say, but you also probably have like a to-do app as well, right? And you that type of like something that you might be using to like a third app you're probably using for meal planning, and then you'll have something that you have your calendar. Well, Notion actually takes all of those things and condenses it into one place. So not only do you not have to think where something is, but you also get the advantage of they're all connected. So the going shopping item on your to-do list or in your calendar is directly connected to that meal plan that you have. So all the ingredients are there. That kind of connectivity just reduces stress in life, and that's a good thing. And if you can imagine that in your personal life, it's the exact same for your work life. You probably have 5 or 6 applications that you use regularly to store knowledge or to utilize knowledge, or to interact between knowledge and time. And Notion is the kind of place where all of that should sit, and it just makes your life far less stressful. That's tends to be my like method for explaining what Notion is to family members or people you might meet in a bar or whatever. I'm curious, like Matthias, how do you do it?
It's a good question. I'm struggling with it, right? That's why I ask everyone what is your secret? I tend to go with the when it's like more from a business perspective, that it's sort of this like all in the central hub for your activities, right? Notion doesn't necessarily have to do everything that you need to do on a daily basis, but it can be that starting point for all activities, right? So it's sort of becomes this command center is a loaded word, but like it's the central point. So whenever you start anything, you start from here, right? So no matter whether you're looking for a document, whether you're trying to do some work, whether you're looking up something, right? Like you have one single starting point, and that removes so many decisions. It's like it's a tool that helps remove other decisions, because you don't need to think about it could be there, it could be here, 10 different windows. Now it's like it reduces this multitasking on in your digital work life. That's like currently what I try to do, but I feel like it's still not quite there. I like the value proposition that you have in yours, right? Like with the stress, I feel like that is very, very tangible and
I think mine is different from yours in that I'm maybe focused on a user rather than a business. Certainly when I'm talking to businesses, I take a very similar tack to you. So I would think about a business, no matter what the entity is in a business. And you might remember this from when we met in Berlin, talking about like the different spheres of influence within a business, the individual, the team, or even like the department or business wide. Those entities all have different types of knowledge that they store, and that can take the form of very structured knowledge like project management, tasks, OKRs, even your own personal calendar. That is structured knowledge.
Yeah.
But then there's also unstructured knowledge, meeting notes, brainstorming sessions, all these kind of things. Notion is a great place for both of those to interact and for the unstructured to become structured, or for the structured to benefit from the unstructured. I feel like it's such a tactile product, pitching it is hard. Showing people and getting them in it, they see it so clearly then. I remember the first time seeing relational databases work.
Yeah.
And, that just sounds intimidating, doesn't it? Relational databases. It's oh, I don't like, somebody's thinking like databases, that's Oracle stuff. Like, that's scary.
Yeah.
I don't want to go near that. But like relational databases will transform any business if you put them in there. Every team would improve by having a company-wide central database and then being able to create relations for their own personal teams. Like, so powerful. So when I saw that, when I tried to explain that, it's really difficult. When I show it, people love it.
Yeah, I agree. And I think actually that's like Notion's biggest contribution to the whole productivity or, a workplace suite, both on for the personal use cases and for the business use cases, is like this democratization of database, right? Like making databases accessible to non-engineers. Before I did, like a few small like web development code, I had no idea what SQL is, right? These sort of things. But if you play around with the Notion database long enough, you start to develop like sort of like an intuitive understanding. It makes it sometimes a bit harder because as a non-technical user, you look at it and it looks like a spreadsheet and it does some weird things that, like figuring out what the difference between spreadsheet databases can be a bit tough. But again, you learn by trying and using it, and then later when you learn the fundamentals of what actually is behind it, and you're like, this makes a lot of sense, and it's like so accessible and so approachable through this interface. So I think that's actually like probably the biggest contribution that Notion has had, the biggest impact on the whole space.
Yeah, I actually, before we move on, I owe you a big thank you because there's something that you said. I think it was in Berlin when we were presenting at the same event. Where you were discussing the difference between databases and spreadsheets. And you just conceptually were just had a database up on the screen behind you, and you said the difference is spreadsheets work across and down, databases work across. And it's just such an easy phrase for people to actually go, okay, so now I'm actually thinking about something that's actually 3D. There's depth here rather than a flat spreadsheet. And that just really helped me when I'm articulating to customers to just get them to take that first step. So I owe you a big thank you for that.
I'm glad to hear that. Like I remember that. Yeah, there was I think like a post-lunch session where I talked for like 30 minutes on formula. So like my apologies to everyone in the room there who had to sit through that like right after a good lunch. But it was a really fun event.
I loved it. I love formulas, so I loved it.
Yeah, me too. But speaking of formulas and databases is I think a perfect segue to the next question, because it's about like what do you see people most commonly struggle with when it comes to Notion? Like databases and formulas are certainly like two maybe like easy feature things, but maybe you have like more of a like meta answer to that, like in the sense of what do you see?
Yeah, so there are definitely some technical things that I see people struggle with. Let me give you two answers. So one is maybe a little bit meta, and the other is what tends to happen with a company starting out with Notion is that one person uses Notion in their personal life, and they're using a tool that's not quite good enough, or maybe they're using 3 tools when they could be using one. And that person says, I use this thing in my personal life. I think it will be perfect here. Can we try it as a team? And that team start using it, and they probably have really good structure because that person who brought it in owns it, is passionate about it, wants to make it successful. And then the project that team is working on grows, and another team come in, and another team come in, and all of a sudden, the structure starts to fall apart because nobody is responsible for it. And that, I would say, is the number one thing that I see people struggle with is the their Notion workspace does not have a plan. They don't have team space structures. They don't have that centralized database and the relations built out that I was talking about. And that leads to the benefit of Notion actually getting eroded a little bit. So that's, where my team and some of the other teams here in the Dublin office and globally come in, where we try and like build those structures, build those best practices from day one, build amazing team space hierarchies and workspace designs. Because if you do that, just the value you get, it doesn't just go up a little, it shoots up. The other one that's maybe a little bit more meta is change. When you go, so when I came here first, Slack had been bought by Salesforce maybe 18 months. No, we'd been bought maybe 2.5 years, but had been a Salesforce company for about 18 months. And Salesforce is a huge company, 80,000 people, all very, very good at what they do, but it's also quite a competitive place. And the idea that you would put your meeting notes in a public space for all to see, in these big companies is quite a change. And a lot of us have worked in those big companies. So we get that. We have that kind of way of thinking built into us. This is for me, this is for my team. And all of a sudden moving to Notion, where apart from like maybe a one-to-one with your manager about your career or maybe some HR conversations, like everything's open. That is a huge mental shift to make, but the value that it unlocks is huge, because I can use Notion Q&A to ask a question, and I'm not just searching my notes, I'm searching everyone's notes. So I am so much better at work because of that. And like, that sounds obvious, but getting people to go, I am shifting from private first to public first, with my note taking, with my team's notes, with our team meetings, with our tasks, our projects. That requires a big shift. That is change management. That's the kind of stuff that traditionally like McKinsey or BCG get paid millions and millions for. And we're trying to do that with Notion and bring that change. That's the kind of thing that I think a lot of people struggle with, is when you all of a sudden have to really truly benefit from this product to its full potential, require that shift in work and the way you think about privacy at work. That's really interesting, having those conversations. And I suppose I look after all of Europe, and it's really interesting to see regional dynamics at play as well. So like in the Nordics, for example, that's a very normal thing, and they're very comfortable with that. Whereas maybe in Southern Europe, that's less of a cultural norm, and it requires a little bit more coaching and stuff. So it's really interesting actually just to even see within our kind of European region the different kind of cultural dynamics at play.
So many good points in there. Like I see a lot of the same patterns, both like the growth perspective, right? Like I think it's one of Notion's strength that it like sort of like spreads very organically in companies, but you really notice the saying, like what brought you here won't get you there with these things. Correct. Like what things that work well for an individual, because you can just like cover the cracks, and you're still like one human on the other end who knows a lot of things. You can the system is fairly forgiving, and also if you have like a small team with 2-3 people that work with the product, and everyone can just maybe in the same room or like talks to each other on a regular basis, still fine. But the second, right, you crank things up and you add like 5, 15 or 50 people into the mix, they're very, very different challenges. And you notice it only when it then becomes a bit more chaotic, and things start getting lost again, and all of a sudden you feel again like, okay, this is now in a similar position as I was like 1 year ago, when I had like a combination of G Drive, Google Docs, like I have documents everywhere, I don't really know where to find it, and it's because you don't have the foundation in place, right, to help you later down the line. But I'd like to also like maybe go a bit further into the change management perspective, because I think that's such an underrated discussion around Notion, in particular like Notion and B2B. Like my job title says like Notion consultant, blah, blah, blah. Actually, like I think like at least 50% of the job is helping teams change and adapt to that new tool. So I would be really, really curious to hear if you say, like it's a big part of the conversations you have, like what are your, some angles or like some ways that you've seen work well with teams to help them adopt to more transparency, and then B, also in general, right? Like when it comes to adopting a new tool with a somewhat steep learning curve, in particular in the beginning.
Yeah. So to answer part A, I think that there are. I don't think carrot and stick works in this situation. I think it has to be all carrot. People need to see what's in this. If you're asking somebody to change the way they work, they need to see benefit in it. Otherwise, they will revert back to their previous way of working. So what we tend to do is try and find 2 or 3 like solid use cases that a customer has. And what we'll do is we'll go over to their office, or we'll jump on a virtual meeting room for a couple of hours. We'll speak to tons of people. We'll ask them what they do every day. It's when we're having these conversations, we do not mention Notion. It actually helps more if they don't know anything about Notion. And they talk us through what they do every day. What are the bottlenecks? What works well? Who are their direct reports? Who are their stakeholders? What are their timelines like, etc. And by being able to piece that together, we can almost, if you do that with 10 people, you can build a pretty good knowledge map of a company. Then it's our job to go away, build that out in Notion, present it back to the customer, and all of a sudden, that enterprise is now seeing, a transformation in how they work, and a tangible benefit, because the bottlenecks that they spoke about, or the deadlines that they were missing, they're no longer at risk of being missed, or the bottlenecks have been smoothed out. I find this approach works really well, because it's listening to the customer, it's trusting that they know their business better than anybody else, and it's trying to help. What I find doesn't work is trying to come in with a very strict, this is Notion, this is how you're going to use it, off you go, because you're showing no trust, you're showing no empathy, you're saying that you know their business better than they do, and all of a sudden they're going to, try it for a week, and then it's going to fall away and it's going to become shelfware. And that doesn't work for us. We sell on a license per year model. We want to make sure the most important thing for us is that people find huge value from it, and they want to bring more people in. That's how we continue to grow. So that would be the answer for like the part A of the question. I'm sorry, I've forgotten what part B was.
Part B, good question. Let's revert back to, so like, part A was that part with the implementation. I think part B was about the like the steep learning curve, right? Like Notion as from more the technical side, whether you have any, maybe from some success stories with other companies, or like things that you've seen work well in order to board on the group that is not the Notion champion, right? That is not the person who in their free time builds like, for hours in the system and knows everything in and out.
Completely. So I had a very interesting experience in this when I first started at Notion. We were working with a large European TV company. And we went on site to do a workshop. And I was brand new in the job, trying to flex a little bit, trying to show my value. And I was sitting beside somebody who had been in this company for 30 years. And they, I was just kind of showing them 1 or 2 things on Notion. And I just kind of started a new line and indented with the tab key. And they said, "Oh, stop. Show me that again. How did you do that?" And I was like, "Oh, it's just the tab." And they're like, "But that's like 10 spaces in one." And I was like, yeah. And it just dawned on me that for some people that we're working with, the journey isn't just Notion. It's, in general, this new language that, everybody younger than them in the company speaks. And that was really important for me, just to understand, right, there are layers to this, and this is not just bringing one person on board. This is our one type of persona on board. So what we would tend to try and do is build a hierarchy of users. So at the top, you want the sponsor, the person who's brought this in, who is responsible for this and has tied it to something strategic for an organization. Below that, we want a kind of smaller group that we would call like our admins. These are going to be people responsible for administering Notion, whether that's connecting it into things like a single sign-on provider, or making sure that we have like really strong rules around guests, or good team space management, etc. And they're kind of like the people who will be getting a lot of face time with the Notion team. And then next we have the most critical layer, and that is the champion network. And they are like, they're the trainers who are going to train everybody else. So they are let's say we had a 400 person Notion implementation. They're the 20 to 30 people that we are going to incentivize and reward with lots of like Notion training, Notion enablement, really going in deep on their use cases, with the idea that these will be really influential people, and they'll bring them back to the business, and they will train the trainer. They will be they'll be the ones who will actually show everybody in the company how to get Notion. So that step is often really quick in implementations, but it shouldn't be. That needs to be something that we take time on, that we pick the right people. If you get like the person in your if you got that person in your team who's going to like build beautiful databases, and I don't say that as a joke, I really mean build beautiful databases, and take care about like how our team spaces look, and understand formulas and buttons and all these types of things. If you get those right type of people and you motivate them correctly, your implementation is going to be incredibly successful. If you just pick 30 people off a list, it's not going to work as well for you. You might get lucky, but most of the time it won't work. So I think, and then after that, then you have your main users. And there should be a methodology for those main users to be able to like become champions, but also for them to be able to provide feedback in a really clear way. And there should be opportunities for like one-to-many type enablements and things like that. But yeah, I think that when you get that hierarchy working well, and you have regular meeting cadences with that hierarchy, your opportunity for a really successful Notion implementation that helps the customer, that achieves the strategic goal of that sponsor at the top, is going to be so much higher.
Yeah, I agree. And it's like, it touches on another part that I think like people sometimes tend to forget when they get very excited in the beginning about Notion and just want to roll it out quickly to the company, is that it's not like a set it and forget it thing, right? Like no tool is like, you neither tools nor methodologies, right? You can't just like, throw them into the company and then expect them to like sort of self-organize. There's a reason why companies have IT teams, right? That whose whole responsibility is to just keep like the back end running. And Notion needs to be treated in the same way, with maybe the special part that is like much closer to operations than a lot of the other IT solutions. So it's like usually you have this like hybrid role of a person, right, who needs to on the one hand do the technical stuff and like administer and like set up things, but also then needs to know exactly, okay, this is how the operations work. And then that, in particular in bigger companies, right, that someone will have to have that as a role assigned to them. Maybe not full-time, depends on the size of the company, right? If you're a smaller team, you can get away with someone doing that part-time. But with like 400 people, you need one or maybe like two people, right? Like whose sole job is to just administer that, or else you'll have this like one-time boon, and then like over time, right, like all systems move towards chaos and you need to constantly try to fight back there. So I think that's a very important point for everyone, right? Like when they're planning their adoption, thinking about, okay, like, do I do that? Not just with Notion, right, but with pretty much any tool out there.
Yeah, completely. I remember when in that role I was talking about earlier, when I was working in the IBM ecosystem, the owner of the company that I was working for, in one of my first interactions with him, he said something that I have sworn by ever since, and I think it's completely true. He said, software is easy and people are hard. Software does what you tell it to do. People don't. And that's where I think like I see it happening. Like that is a well-known, well-established truth. Yet I see so many implementations where all the time is spent on the software and we rush the people part. The people part is so important. Human beings are beautiful, complicated, nuanced things. And people do not like change, and we need to make sure that change is easy for them and there's benefit to it, and that's where it works well. I completely think you and I are very aligned, and you probably are living that same experience as a consultant all the time.
Yes, yes. The change management is the hard part, right? Like there are a lot of there's so many people who can just build Notion, right? Like it's a technical skill, but like it's not that hard to learn. The big challenge is then like taking those technical skills, understanding what the other person needs, building that, and then helping them adopt that. And also if they don't want to adopt that, I like being able to change the plan and the system so that it works for the person. Because if you build a system and the person doesn't use it, it's probably not the person's fault, not necessarily, right? It's probably your fault with either the system or the implementation along the way.
Completely.
Speaking of like all these people using Notions, do you when you encounter so many different types of people using Notion or bringing Notion into the companies, I'm just curious, are there any like archetypes or like typical people that you will encounter along the way where like and I'm asking like also like from this perspective what you just mentioned, right? So if like someone who wants to roll out Notion to their company is like, okay, but like how do I find these champions, right? Like are there any tips and tricks to discover them? Like they share some common themes?
The tips and tricks to discover them, if you can figure that out, please let me know. But definitely some common themes, right? They are people who are curious, and that is regardless of level. I'm currently working with people who are in entry-level analyst roles, right up to CTOs of some of Europe's biggest companies. And the commonality across all of them is that they are curious. When I started at Notion, project management was a new world to me. So I did a course in project management to learn. And in the very first class, the lecturer kind of put up this challenging slide where he said that you cannot improve something without changing it. And I find that the people who gravitate to Notion, who want to bring in Notion, are people who live with that kind of philosophy. That they see the only way to get better is by being curious, by changing, by experimentation. They're the ones who bring in Notion. Trying to find them is the hard part. But what we tend to see is those people will bring it in, and they're usually builders. And in the successful implementations, they're also influential. And I don't mean influential being that they have a very lofty title. It could be that they're just really good at their job. And we've all been surrounded by somebody who's really good at their job, and you're like, how do you do it? Can I buy you a coffee and figure out like what it is that makes you, and they should, and that's influence, right? Or it's the high performer, it's the person who's maybe been there for a while and kind of has a bit of nous and all that kind of stuff. So influence is kind of packaged up in different ways. But if you can kind of capture somebody who is curious, is a builder, and is influential, that's Goldilocks. That's absolutely perfect. And then we can work with them to try and have them realize that goal. Improvement. And that comes about through change. So a bit of a long-winded answer, but if I wish there was like a LinkedIn filter for that, so you just find that individual. Unfortunately, it doesn't exist. And then obviously, like there are certain types of roles that tend to gravitate towards Notion. You mentioned that it can be. I find Notion is funny because it can be as technical as you want it to be, and quite technical people tend to gravitate towards Notion. So we see a lot of people, like for instance, developers using Notion. Either individually or as teams. But also I think roles that tend to work with a lot of documentation and roles that tend to work very cross-functionally find Notion. So I find like marketing teams, so people who work in like marketing agencies, where they might be working with, it's so easy to share documentation in Notion across the walls of your company. And that's something that's super powerful for a marketing agency. They work incredibly cross-functionally. They have strict deadlines. They have tons and tons of documentation, lots of different approval workflows, and it's almost different for every client. Notion was like it's as if Notion was designed for them. We tend to find that it's often technical roles, but not restricted to technical roles. People who it's almost people who have the people that software has forgotten and need to build their own tool. And
Yeah, and the kind of people that like like that get annoyed by things if they don't work smoothly. That's like that's at least like also like how I got into it. It's just like I'm a very impatient person, and if I have to do like 10 clicks where I think like 1 click should be enough, it's like come on, like I open up a tool and it looks like like a Windows 98 interface, which is very common in my background of like legal software. It's like can't work with that. Sorry, need something that does a better job and is much smoother. So I think that in the combination of the Venn diagram that you shared, that's like probably where you find most of the
absolutely
adopters. Yeah, speaking of like the marketing ones and like these different use cases, what would you say like in your day-to-day life, right? When you go to customers and you build solutions for them, what are kind of the most typical workflows that you develop for customers, and where you would also say, okay, like these are like very easy wins if you as a company want to go and adopt Notion?
Yeah, I think it goes back to what I was saying in the beginning around your structured data and your unstructured data. And if you think of a lot of companies right now, they'll probably have a legacy tool that they use for something. They mightn't have a legacy tool. It might be Excel, but they probably have something that they use for project management. And those projects hopefully are tied to company goals. And then they have their day-to-day work. So, you have all the meetings that you have every day that are either individual with the team, and you have these blocks of work where you've carved out time to get things done. And that's all over the place. So as an employee, I often don't feel connection to our company goals, even though the thing that I'm working on is related to a task, that's related to a project, that's related to an objective of our company. I often don't see my work valued in any way. Putting in a system in Notion, and it's really easy to do. It can be overcomplicated, but really the 60-70% lift at the beginning to just do this step of having an individual's work connected to team tasks, connected to department projects, connected to company objectives is the most transformative thing that you can do in Notion for a company. After that, there's all the amazing things that you can do to improve your individual productivity and your team's productivity and your company's productivity. But if you build that foundation right, and that's where I spend so much time, because so many companies do not have that structure in place. That will be the thing that I would say, like, there are like obviously like cool like specific use cases that we do. Like we're working at the moment with a music label and building out how they're interacting between the artists' album releases and concerts and the people who work for the music label. That's really cool and it's really fun, and you get to test Notion in different ways. Yeah, but I suppose the unglamorous side of it is like a lot of it is companies that aren't structured. I don't have an optimum structure. I'm putting that optimum structure in place because I can tell you as an individual, the feeling, if you feel like you are part of something and you're impacting your company in a huge way, what you're working on directly impacts the objective of your company. You're going to work a lot harder. You're going to take a lot more pride in your work. It's truly transformative for you as an individual. And Notion offers that in a way that I don't know any other software can or does.
That's true. Like it can create a lot of visibility and meaning, and it's a very simple change, right? Like all these elements exist already in the company, probably, hopefully. If not, then that's the first part to start. But a lot of times, right, like you have this planning element in your company, and you have this execution layer, and they just don't talk to each other, right? Like they happen separately. It's different people who do A and who do B, and then like both people talk to each other and are like, like, why did you do this plan? Why did you not do this task? And everyone's like, well, I didn't know, right? I didn't see. And it's like these little tweaks, right? Like you get so much more traction on all the things, and you make sure really that like all this like collective energy, right? You have good people in your company. So the goal of Notion and any of this system is, right, it's just like get out of the way and make sure that like every person can do the work that they actually should do every day, and not have to be bogged down with like admin tasks, like copy paste. Like like my favorite new sayings, like life's too short to copy paste, right? No one should have to copy paste information from one thing to another, or like update things in 3 places because the tools don't talk to each other. And just having this like smooth line from like the top to the bottom. It's like it's so easy, but like it's simple. It's not easy.
Yes, exactly. It's simple. It's not easy. I love that. Yeah, Francesca in my team, who I think you've met before as well, she talks all the time that everybody is a project manager, and that makes your life filled with admin, your working life. Notion makes that easier. It allows you to actually just focus on being productive and not focus on, like you say, copy paste. So I love how you phrase that.
Yeah. Well, it's there's a lot of fun things that you can do in Notion to make your life easier there for sure.
Yes.
But let's also maybe go back to one thing that we talked about in the beginning, and that is like this typical scenario, right, where people they start with something in Notion, and it feels good in the moment, and then later down the line, while like a few months later, with like a few more teams in the loop, they realize, oh shoot, this isn't serving us anymore. What would you say to people who might be afraid of starting Notion now, right? Like maybe a smaller company that is not like an enterprise client, or like that doesn't have a huge budget for an implementation, and is like worried that if they get it wrong now, right, it might hurt them later down the line. Do you have anything there where you would say,
firstly, that's like a very normal and very real concern to have, and I'd almost be I would be surprised if customers didn't have that concern, because if they did, I would almost say they're being naive, because you're bringing something in to change the way you do things, and the reason you would do it is very obvious. There is huge benefit, but there is also the risk that this doesn't work, that the person who brought it in looks a bit silly, and that you spend all this money, and that is whether you're buying Notion or you're buying Salesforce, or you're buying a new facility, or moving to a new office. All of these things are the same for a company, right? And I think the most important thing that you can do in that situation is due diligence, right? So speak to us, understand what that process looks like, understand the professionals that we have in our team that make that job really easy for you. Speak to our other customers, speak to the amazing Notion community, like consultants like yourself, people who are spending every single day de-risking this process for companies. I go back to what I said in a little bit earlier around the only way that you can get improvement is by change. You cannot improve by doing the same thing the same way. You maybe can drive efficiency, but you're not going to improve anything. So if a company fundamentally needs to change, then yes, like you have to do it. What I would say is, it is very good that you are thinking about the risks, and we want to work with you to be risk averse, and we want to do it in the safest way possible that works for your business. And that can go from the macro rollout right down to the minutiae of like, when are we going to do imports? When are we going to do enablements? How many departments are we going to roll out first? Like, obviously, we would love for you to roll out wall to wall, but we know that doesn't make sense sometimes. So we'll start with these departments because they're working on this project, and we want to make sure that's super successful. So yeah, we have tons of different ways of making sure that that process is done correctly. But I would never be concerned if a company is showing concern. I think that's a really healthy thing. And I'm sure you see it all the time. I don't know if your role or my role exists if companies don't have concern, because they'll just do it themselves and they get it wrong or they don't. But hey, it's companies that take things seriously that mean that, our ecosystem exists, and that we get to work together and work with them.
Yeah, that's true. And then it always depends a bit on the individual situation, right? Like in some companies you have like a lot more leeway, right? Like to experiment and to get things wrong and to try over again, right? And it's like you can tinker yourself, right? Like you keep things in-house, particularly if you're like, like an early stage startup or so, you probably don't have like the resource, but you have also like the freedom, right? To get things wrong, like adapt quickly. And in other situations, right, like might be better to get outside help by like just shorten the adoption curve and the time it takes you to figure these things out, because other people have made a lot of mistakes for you, so you can learn from them and get it right a bit quicker. And then the other thing is always, right, like what I also sometimes try to illustrate is, if you're at this point, right, where you're looking for a solution, then clearly not everything is running perfect in your company, right? If you're super happy with how your processes are and like everyone is just like coming to work like, oh, this is a dream, chances are you're not looking to, change things up much. So like like not doing something, not trying to fix it. It's like it's the devil, but it's also like there is just accumulating costs, right? Like the chaos in your system, it just gets larger, right? Like the amount of documents that you lose and like legacy tools will just like keep growing. So it's always a balance of like the unknown risks and the risks that you learn to live with every day.
Yeah, completely agree.
Yeah. Speaking of the, like some things that don't run so smoothly, I would love to know, like Notion internally using Notion. Are there, any workflows or any challenges, that you already experienced in your time at Notion, where like a workflow wasn't like optimal, and then you used Notion to solve something like that? Is there, maybe a story that you can share there with us?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So, not to give away too many internal secrets, but maybe to kind of tell a little story. So when I started, I was the first solution engineer in Dublin. We already had Marshall and Massey, who were working in New York and Tokyo, respectively. And I built out a team. So I've got an amazing team here now, Brendan and Francesca, and we're expanding that team at the moment. And I set us a little goal a couple of months ago. So I wanted us to be the best team in Notion EMEA at using Notion. Seems like a pretty normal thing for a team in our position to want. But what we decided to do was like look at our processes and how we worked as the three of us, how we worked with our cross-functional stakeholders, and kind of, how do we optimize everything that we're doing in Notion? Like, we're doing a lot right now in Slack. We're doing a lot right now in Google Drive. And that is because of our biases from where we've worked before. And we have this amazing tool and we're not challenging ourselves to use it for everything. So that was probably, that was like a little kind of light bulb moment for us as a team. And we decided to just kind of go and completely rip up our team space and rebuild it, and start using our own, in some cases, champagne, and in some cases, dog food. And when it's like trying to find out, like, because we need to stand over this to our customers and we need to be able to like advocate for these things. And I find if you have a personal use case that you're passionate about, you are so much more convincing, because you actually truly believe it and you truly care. So we looked at, right, well, we work, as I say, with salespeople all the time. How do salespeople request us? What are the bottlenecks that we have when salespeople request us? So we previously had Slack channels, and they would post about the customer or prospect that they wanted us to work with. And it would usually involve us going back and asking like 5 or 6 questions. And we use a CRM in here, so we would probably check Salesforce as well. And it was kind of clunky in that they had a request, and by the time we accepted or declined the request, it might be 2 days of back and forth. So I said, all right, let's design a workflow in Notion. So we are capturing all the information that we need to capture. We're doing it in a really programmatic way. And then we're building a workflow or an automation in that database so that it's going to notify us in Slack. We can have an internal private conversation, just the 3 of us, about how we want to work with that. And then get back to accepting it with another button inside the database that then sends a message back to the sales rep. What we've done is we've been able to take something that was a pain, take something that was sitting in multiple products, put it in a single place. Mean that we can have a private conversation as a team, make the best decision for the customer and for the salesperson, and get back to them as quickly as possible. So we're able to get back to people quicker. There's less stress, there's less products, less mistakes. When you introduce more products, you introduce more complexity, you introduce mistakes, less mistakes. And we don't want to make mistakes for our customers. So that just little thing that we do now has just smoothed everything out for us. And we do that with lots of things. And that was a big step for us, was just even philosophically thinking, we're going to be the best at using Notion in our company, and challenging ourselves to use it in a really interesting and fun and useful way. I won't speak for any other teams that might be doing things better or worse than us. I will shout out in particular, though, Anya, who's our head of international marketing. Her team use Notion in a really, really cool way. And I don't know if we're neck and neck yet, but they were the ones that when we started this project, we were trying to catch up with.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Audio is amazing. I need to talk to her and ask her, okay, like what are her secrets of setting
She would
up
be,
that for?
yeah, she would be an
Yeah.
incredible guest.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'll add it to the list. I already had like asked her once whether she would be interested. So hopefully. But yeah, I think what I also like what I really loved about your story right now is that I think it illustrates a very very underrated point with Notion adoption, and that's the like know your process part. And it's like something very simple, but like if you ask someone like like how do you actually work? Like how does your work look like? They or like if you're first asking like, well, do you know how your work looks like? Well, everyone would answer, yes, of course, but I do it every single day. But if you then challenge yourself to think to like, okay, what is actually every single step that has to happen for me to, deliver my product to my customer? And like, it doesn't matter like where you work in a company, right? You will always have at least an internal customer, an internal product that you're responsible for and that you have to deliver. And if you really think about like all the single steps, all the single decisions that have to happen, and take the time to write them out and realize, oh, well, here's a bottleneck that is unnecessary. And this is actually the one key step that is the most relevant. So maybe when I build out my Notion system, this is what I might want to focus on first, rather than, setting all the icons and colors, which is very fun and rewarding. But if it's, the 80-20 of like this impacts your work every single day versus this is a nice to have, then maybe there's a good part. And like just knowing again, right, like what your process is this like huge unlock, which will make everything in your work, and in particular when building Notion, so much easier.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. A beautiful Notion page that doesn't help is useless. And I would much rather something simple that is impactful. I have them right here on my desk, like sticky notes. I'm a huge fan of the humble sticky note. I think this is something that project managers are very good at. That I'm a skill that I'm learning.
I have only the yellow ones.
Yeah.
Same.
But what I'll always do if I have something like if I have a goal, just get a Sharpie or a pen and a sticky note and just start putting. How do I get here? What are all the steps that I need to do? And think of them as steps, not tools. Too often, like I was saying in the beginning, people will think of, okay, so I need to do this in Jira, and I need to do this in GitHub, and I need to do this in Slack, and this in email. And you're actually not thinking about the steps now, you're thinking about tools.
Yeah.
Think about the steps. I need to create a project. I need to have a kickoff meeting. I need to do X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden now, I have a complete map of what I need to do, who are my stakeholders, when do I need to involve them. I have a really clear flow chart, and the humble sticky note can kind of unlock that for you. And that's only then can you start building. So that for me is just such a crucial thing. And regardless of if it's you wanting to change how you use Notion personally, or the largest enterprises in the world changing how they want to use Notion, or any tool for that matter, it's the best place to start.
Oh yes, I agree. Like it's a small habit change, or like like it looks like only a small part, but if you rush that and then skip over it, you'll regret it later down the line.
Completely.
So your team wanted to be the best at using Notion internally. I'd be curious, what does Notion do to help, train their new joiners on how to use Notion, right? Is there like a program in place? Is it like, you need to pass a certain exam before you get hired? How does that work?
So for my team in particular, the bar is high because your job is to talk to customers, to talk to our product team about Notion. So we hold a really high bar, both pre to hiring someone. Like we expect you to be able to showcase some cool stuff in Notion to us in the interview process. But then also we will take you by the hand once you start and enable you. One of the first things I think, and like we were saying earlier, Notion is so tactile. I don't think that you can truly learn. Some people can. I learn differently. I'm a very tactile learner. I think the best way to learn Notion is building and getting in. So what we do is we set tasks for people. And the first thing that you do when you get here is you build, and this kind of stems from before, it feels like forever ago, before we had home in Notion. And you had to build your own personal OS to kind of navigate like all your tasks, all the pages that you use, all your notes, all that kind of stuff. And people can get really creative and complex. The worst thing that you can do is just download a template for that, because you skip the learning, and you skip figuring out how things work. So that is the most important step, is in the first week, build. Because if you don't build, if you just borrow, you'll never understand the thing. The thing that I always tell every new hire is that you only ever get one chance to be new. I would much rather somebody take 6 weeks to ramp up well than 4 weeks to ramp up poorly, because they're going to be here for a long time. They're going to be talking to lots and lots of people, and they need to know what they're talking about. So yes, we do like lots of like kind of smaller enablements and different things, and we have like one-on-ones and all that kind of stuff. But the most important stage is building early. You should never be afraid of Notion. And I think actually that's probably the thing that I would love to add is like, in everyone's first week, they're going to do something on a very public page that they probably shouldn't do. They'll add a block in, or they'll change a property or something like that. And the important thing to know as well is like that we always is like, you're new, that's okay. We can restore a page to a certain point. Like we can delete it. It's like nothing is permanent in Notion. And I think that's just getting that out of the way. That there's no, because the last thing you want is people to be fearful of a tool or using a tool in a certain way. Yes, there are rules. There are things that we should all do in here, but you should feel the psychological safety to use this tool to its maximum. And I think that's like almost like a rite of passage that you have to go through. You have to mess up something. You have to add like something to the global projects database or something like that that isn't meant to be there. That's totally fine. Somebody's going to go in and they're going to fix it, and they're going to let you know that it's totally okay, and here's what you should do next time. That's, I think, the collective responsibility in onboarding is so important. Just to let everybody know, like, you know, this is what you did. It's probably not the right thing to do. That's totally okay. Here's what you should do next time, and having a positive attitude about that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I love that. I love the build not borrow part in particular.
Huge.
I think that is so important. Like I have like a hate-love relationships with Notion templates. I think they're like a super good thing to have, but I think like most people just use them wrong, right? Like you need to use them as inspiration. You need to use them to look at it, see like, okay, this is like what other people do, and then you can go in and like try to decipher, okay, and this is how it works, and then you can do it yourself. But expecting, like with this box of Lego, that if someone else builds you like this Lego piece, in particular if it's a complex Lego piece, that it somehow randomly fits how you want to work, rather unlikely, and you lose so much opportunity on figuring something out.
Completely. I think if you ask yourself, like, what is the goal of you learning Notion? It's you want to understand the dynamics of how things work. If you just like, hey, I need this thing for a meal plan, I don't need to know how it works. Our community have built amazing templates for exactly that. If you're like, I want to be able to talk to people about this thing, then you need to get to the level that our amazing community are at building templates. You need to like understand how that stuff works. And I think that's probably the difference in you have the people who want to use this and the people who want to understand it. And if you come into Notion to work, you want to understand it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Now we're coming up to the hour, so maybe to be respectful of your time, right, and to wrap things up, even though I could like keep going for another 2-3 hours to just talk about this. Maybe just one last question, and that would be sort of like if you could ask everyone or encourage everyone that uses Notion to follow one specific best practice, or do one specific thing, what would that one be?
There's lots that I would love to say here, but if I could just encourage every team to do one thing, is at the top of so regardless of what your team does, at the top of your team space, build some buttons. And those buttons should be your most used things. So if you want to create a new project or create new meeting notes or add a task to a project or whatever it is, build buttons that are connected into your databases down below, because what that will do is it's going to create the right behaviors and the right paths for people. So instead of somebody just creating a new page when they want to start a new project, or creating a page in private when they want to have some meeting notes or some minutes for a team, what you're actually doing is creating them, hopefully with a really clean template that's means that you're working at the same methodology for the entire business and capturing things in the right way. But now they're also all being stored in the right place. And that is going to, in a way that you can't imagine yet, supercharge your team. That is my one piece of advice is buttons are the most powerful and underused. I know you might argue formulas, but I'm going to make the argument for buttons. Buttons are the most underused and most powerful thing in Notion. Pick your team databases for notes, for projects, for tasks. Create 3 buttons for them at the top of your team page, quick links, and it will make everyone in your team's life easier, and you're all going to get to benefit from the collective brain of that team. So if you could do that today, you'll have a more powerful team tomorrow.
Yeah, amazing. I agree, and I would also say like it's I would use buttons before formulas. I think they are the bigger lift. Like the formulas are really nice. They are really fun. They can do some really really cool stuff. But that's like in the 80-20. That's the 20, right? Like that will get your Notion workspace to the next level, to like that end zone. But there's so many quick wins and low hanging fruits on the way there. And yeah, particularly when it comes to designing UI that encourages smart choices and the right user behavior, right? Without, again, like reducing clicks, big fan of that, not having to look at a lot of different places. Amazing. Yeah. Well, perfect. Thank you so much for this. This was an absolutely amazing conversation. Learned so much. That was super, super cool to get some insights into, what a solution engineer does at Notion and how Notion thinks about, solving these problems for customers. So yeah, thank you so much for coming on today.
My pleasure, Matthias. It's so fortunate that we get to work with people like you at Notion, and I'm very grateful to get to spend an hour in your company today.
Yeah, well, hopefully soon again. And until then, have a good time.
Thank you.
Shir, can you maybe tell us, what does a typical day in the life of an AI engineer at Notion look like?
Yeah. So building AI products is very similar to building other products, and also very different. The life cycle of an AI feature, given that the technology is so new and we don't know what it can and cannot do, looks a little bit different, where we prototype a bunch of stuff first just to figure out, can AI even do this? And then once we get through that phase, then we'll go back, design, think about the product, think about the user experience, which is maybe the opposite of a lot of other projects, where you first design it, think through what the user experience is going to be, and then build it. We like build it first, figure out what it can do, and then design it afterwards, which is kind of fun.
Yeah, that sounds really cool to like taking out the whole development process and put it on its head.
Yeah, it's a little more fun too.
Do you have any, ever any like of these weird moments where it's like, oh well, we didn't expect this at all to work like this, or any big frustrations?
So many. Well, we've learned. The only thing you guys have seen is what we have shipped. We've actually built probably dozens of different features that just did not work, that we never shipped. But one, actually the origins of Q&A, we started by integrating it into the regular search experience. But then we discovered that the new technology is actually better at answering questions than it is at like doing a keyword search. And so when we integrated it into keyword search, it was like so-so, but it wasn't life-changing. But then when you started asking questions, all of a sudden, boom, it worked. And so it was like an example of something a little bit surprising.
I fully agree, like this like question answer moment, right? Because it solves one of the biggest problems of knowledge management, where people create all that cool documentation, right? And then it's saved in some cloud storage, and like SharePoint is where good documentation goes to die because no one knows how to find it. And now this is, I think, like really like a light bulb moment when for the first time you ask Notion AI, like, can you
and the technology for it is pretty cool too. You can take basically under the hood. What we're doing is taking a piece of text, translating it into a number, and then taking your question and translating that into a number. And then if those numbers are close together, it means that they're like similar content. And that's just like a very, very powerful feature for like question answering, but also for other applications.
Oh yes, I still remember like in the early days of AI when, everything was completely new and you tried to figure it out for the first time. I mean, I'm not an engineer, so my knowledge is very limited, but like the little things that I don't know is like, okay, string comparisons, the word needs to match the word. So like the computer doesn't understand that hi is the same as hello.
Yes.
And just to imagine how much, like engineering goes into teaching code that hi is hello, that you now can do that. I think that's...
And now you can do it with like a single API call.
Yeah.
But if you think about like old school search systems, like I worked at Google and Google Search before, and you had these like massive systems to figure out if two words are a synonym.
Yeah.
And you don't need that anymore with embeddings and AI.
Yeah. That's really cool. And it's maybe a good transition because you just mentioned you worked before at Google, right? So maybe tell us a little bit more. What made you, join Notion in the first place?
Yeah. So it's actually kind of a funny story. I was at Google and then Waymo, and I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do next. And the only thing I knew was that I wanted to go to a smaller company. And so Notion reached out because I was looking. And I was like, you're too big.
Yeah.
I want to go to like a 10-person startup. Notion was like 200 people at the time.
Yeah.
But at the time I hadn't heard of Notion. So I was like, well, let me just like play with this tool and see what I think. But I'm not going to interview.
Yeah.
Long story short, I created a job tracker inside of Notion.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is amazing. Loved the product so much that I reached back out and I was like, well, okay, maybe I'll interview now. And then I joined. Yeah.
That's really cool. And maybe can you share a little bit with us, like, how were these like first days at Notion? Right? Is that, walk us through the experience of becoming a Notino for the first time?
I think the thing that was most inspiring about joining Notion was just how well documented everything was internally.
Yeah.
So where I came from before, things were documented, but it was mostly like Google Docs, a little bit spread out, and there wasn't a culture around keeping things productive, keeping things organized. And what was really fun to see at Notion is that you are joining a company full of Notion productivity enthusiasts.
Yes.
And so when I first joined, I joined as a manager, and the people that were reporting to me created one-on-one docs for us to keep notes. And I thought it was so cool because it was just not something that engineers at other places do. And so that was really nice.
Yeah, nice. I mean, it's also very meta, right? The cool thing about Notion being like a product that helps facilitate, collaboration.
Absolutely.
And then building that tool means you can use it constantly. So just have like a different, pulse on it compared to something where you're building something, but the users are different people all the time.
Yeah, we dog food our own product every day, which means sometimes it's a little bit more broken than for everyone else. But I think that's a huge flywheel for us, that we build the features that we want.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's really cool. Shir, the Notion AI team, right? You ship improvements incredibly fast. I can't believe that it's just like a little bit more than a year that we first had the first integrations. Yeah. Maybe can you tell us a little bit about how you're able to develop the product and deliver such meaningful improvements so quickly?
Yeah. So I obviously have to say that Notion is a tool that helps us move pretty quickly. Yeah. If you look at kind of our internal Notion setup and look at just our process and meeting structure, it looks very different today than it did even just a month ago or 4 months ago, a year ago. And that's kind of using the flexibility of Notion to change the process so that it never gets in our way. Yeah. So that's one piece of it. Another piece of it is fail as fast as we possibly can. So we build and prototype first. We try and de-risk that whatever we're trying to build works as soon as possible. Yeah. And then that actually saves us a lot of time, because instead of investing months in a project, we invest like a couple days to see if it's viable. Yeah. And then we cancel a lot of projects that we don't think are going to work. And then we also try not to fall into the sunk cost fallacy. So kind of counterintuitively, because we've invested in something doesn't mean we have to see it follow through. And so it might feel like you're wasting a lot of time building things that you're not shipping, but actually you waste more time building something, going all the way to the end, shipping it, and then seeing that it didn't work. And so I think fail fast.
Yeah.
Be really flexible.
Yeah.
Try lots of different things.
Yeah. That's cool. And so I assume you do project management in Notion,
Yeah.
probably. Is there like, a specific philosophy that you follow there, right? Do you do agile, like some sort of, like common methodology? Or like, how can I imagine, right? If I'm an engineer that joins your team tomorrow, how would you brief me on the way you do projects?
So my personal opinion here is that your project management has to match the phase of the project that you're in. There isn't always a one size fits all. Like sometimes when you're maybe at the end of a project cycle, you're about to ship, you need a very structured task management system, prioritization system. But if you're in a really early exploratory phase, creating concrete tasks to track everything and like building like very specific sprints and actually can get in the way.
Yeah.
And so at the very beginning of the project, there's like a single doc, some bullet points.
Yeah.
And maybe some checklist items.
Yeah.
But it's very, very open because you need to be that open at the beginning.
Yeah.
And then towards the end, we have a task database. We've got milestones in the database. We're like checking things off of a list. We have regular stand-ups and bug bashes. But I think it's critical to match the process to the life cycle of the project.
Yeah. That's like fascinating. I fully agree, right? Like making sure that you don't add too much structure too quickly. It's a problem I also see like a lot of time with process or something like that you sit down and you map it all out in a vacuum. And you very rarely, in particular with like, these new explorative things where you don't know how the end result looks like how big are the chances that you're going to map out the project in the beginning, the way it...
And I think especially in AI, like our first versions of Q&A, like I said, were search integrations. And we didn't conceive of building a chat interface at that time, right? And so if we had tried to roadmap it all out, we would have spent probably a couple days or maybe even weeks road mapping out the wrong thing. And so it's a lot. I like the iterative style. If you kind of only build out the train tracks that you need, you know what you're going to need.
Yeah, as far as you can see at the moment, right?
Exactly.
That's really cool. Maybe zooming out from like the maybe it is also Notion AI the answer, but like zooming out right in the whole things that you use AI for in your day-to-day. Do you have any favorite use cases that stand out where you're just like this is so fun and playful?
Yeah. So one of the things, I'm in the middle of our performance reviews right now, where giving everybody on my team feedback.
Yeah.
And so I was able to do this last cycle. We do it every 6 months. What I do is I bring in all of the feedback that I get for each person, the self-assessment that they write, and then I have Notion AI generate the first version for me of like kind of their strengths and weaknesses based on all the feedback. That takes a minute, right? Before AI, it used to take me like 30 minutes or even hours if the like stuff was all over the place. And then once I have that, I can actually use my brain to give much better feedback because I'm not so tired from like aggregating everything. And then last cycle, my direct reports, they told me that it was like the best performance reviews they've ever gotten. And I was like, well, this took me the least amount of time that I've ever. And so I think that kind of when AI can do all the manual work for you, you can use your brain to do the creative work. And I think that's where there's a lot of value.
Yeah. I like that. Yeah. And I think this is like also one of the huge unlocks that you only start to understand once you work with AI. Yeah. Because previously, right, like unstructured data, it was just not something that you couldn't work with technology with it, right? Like there's just no script that you can write, nothing, will help you digest this like free form essay. But now with large language models, you can, just a few clicks, turn it into the structure that you need.
One of my favorite things to do with AI as well is I'll take like a meeting notes doc or even my raw thoughts. And I ask AI to turn it into a table. And you'd be surprised at how good it is at figuring out what structure it should be. Or give me a set of options, pros and cons. It's like great at that. And so formatting, restructuring is also great.
I think that's the secret, right? Like thinking less about like generative AI as, like create something for me, because like by necessity, right, the way the models work, it has to be average, right? Because it predicts based on that. So like it won't come up with something novel, but then using it instead of as an analytical set, right? And like, doing that part of the work, that's such a huge lift.
Yeah. And like taking information and making it bigger or smaller. So like if I have a massive document with lots of different things in it, and I want to generate an announcement to send out about this, that like quick summary that I can send out is great. And so like basically it's like a resizer for text.
I love that. So maybe as someone who has this like front row seat to AI and the black box that it can often be, do you have any tips, for someone who's, trying to get AI to do what they want, but they're sort of frustrated because the outputs don't really match it? And again, it is a black box, so it's hard to know, with your experience. Do you have any tips for that?
So the things AI is particularly good at, synthesizing, so like summarizing, bringing things together, kind of restructuring, so one format into another, search, so like finding, these two pieces of content are good together. And those are like kind of in Notion good Lego blocks. And so as you're thinking about what's a really good use case for AI, anything that revolves around those will probably work quite well out of the box. Anything that you're trying to do that's much more complicated is still possible, but takes a little bit more work. And so I think first putting yourself in the mental model of, okay, is this a thing that AI is naturally going to be really fast at? Or is this a thing that I need to like work with it, massage it? And I think a lot of people get frustrated when they expect it to work, but actually it's in that second category. And so setting your expectations well. And then breaking the problem down. So if you're trying to do something really, really complicated, like, for example, I need to generate a report the other day, synthesizing information from lots of different sources. I didn't ask AI to do it in one go because it was not going to succeed. But I asked it to like, okay, first generate an outline of all the different things. And then for each section of the outline, I'll ask a specific prompt to find the information there. And then once I get the information there, then I'll ask another prompt to like structure it in the way that I want. And so if you can break the problem down into those like components of synthesize, search, restructure, and then just like kind of go iteratively, I think that's the best. For at least for now, until the models get better.
That's true. But I see that as well. Like, for example, we just for like a client where we built something to help them repurpose long form content. And in order to do that, right, like there are 16 prompts that are trained, that are used in the output from the previous model. Because like it's similar like if you manage a person, right? Like if you tell them, well, like do this big job and they've never done it before, like
completely,
they will probably fail at it. But if you think like a manager, think like if this was like the smartest intern that I ever hired, but they have no idea of what they're supposed to do, like how do I walk them through that?
Totally. Same as humans. You break the problem down into pieces. It's much easier to do.
Who knew? Right? Like, who knew? Best practices of work also apply to AI. That's really cool. Maybe one last question before we wrap it up. I'm not sure, but maybe friends or relatives often ask like, oh, I am supposed to write prompts with AI. I'm not really used to that. Like, do you have any tips for them? Like what would you say to them? Like, if you want to get better at writing prompts that get you the precise output that you're looking for?
I'd say if you want precision, be precise. So if you ask something really vague, actually your intern example, if you ask something really vague, AI can go many different directions. So be much more specific. And then break it down. I think if you ask for too much all at once, sometimes the model is going to handle it, sometimes they can't. And so the more precise, the more specific you are, the better it'll be. And then also like know what AI is not going to do well. And don't try and, fit a square peg into a round hole. And like stick to, at least for now, like the synthesis, like the restructuring and searching, hopefully more.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for taking the time. This was super interesting. I can't wait to see what Notion and Notion AI is building next. And cool. Hope we have another conversation soon.
Sounds great.
How do you explain to other people what you actually do all day long?
It depends who the other person is. If I am at a tech event and they happen to see my Notion tattoo, I say, oh, I do Notion consulting, and odds are that they know what Notion is. So we kind of like explore what does it mean to do Notion consulting. And then I kind of explain that like, oh, it's a whole business, there's a team, and we have a process and a methodology and yada, yada. If on the other hand, if we're not at a tech event and I sort of kind of maybe pick up somehow that they're not that techie, or maybe they just tell me they don't know Notion, I describe it as a tech consultancy. And then I sort of draw the analogy that this is similar to companies that like implement Salesforce or Google Workspace, G Suite, or Microsoft onto companies as a tool to like get work done.
Yeah, that sounds like a very smart answer. I'm still struggling with mine, so always curious to see how
It
other people.
took me a while to figure that out. I mean, I don't think I've definitely figured it out, but we were playing in a brand new playing field in a way, new category. Like there's bound to be confusion, misconception, and it's on us to figure out a way to explain it and in a way that resonates.
Yeah, that makes sense. If like maybe just quick follow up there. So if you like at a family dinner with some more of your own family members, and they keep pressing you on like, so they never heard of Notion, and you accidentally dropped that you do Notion consulting. Now they ask, well, so
Yeah.
what is Notion? What's the thing about it? Do you have a good answer for that?
Oof, that's a hard one because like Notion, it can be so many different things for different people, right? For some, it's just a simple checklist. For another person, it's their whole business operating system, right? For a third person, it's their journal. So that's the beauty, but also the not the danger, but like the confusion around Notion. So when it comes to my family, generally we're talking about sort of more like low tech people ish. So I talk about it as like I describe it as a note-taking tool that ultimately helps people to like be more productive and organized. I think the word organized resonates in like, I think in Russian and like in kind of the attitudes that people have towards tech and IT back in where I'm from. I'm from Kazakhstan, by the way.
Yeah, that's really cool as well. Like, so what made you move across the world? And I think you're in New York now, right? Or
Yes, I am in New York in the Lower East Side. That's where I spend most of my time. I'm between New York and London. I got to the United States actually for boarding school. So originally there was a bit of a trend when I was a high schooler of like, if your family can afford it, to ship away your kids into foreign boarding school so that they upskill, upgrade, and get to a like CV or resume level to get into like prestigious colleges, right? So that was sort of the original motivation. And I first went to a school in Switzerland, in Italy, Italian part, Lugano. And then I ended up transferring to a school in New York for 3 months. Then I got kicked out of that school. Ended up in a school in New Hampshire for another 2.5 years. Basically spent 6 years in high school, given my zigzagging, and graduated at the ripe age of 20 and ended up at NYU, New York, for college. And I've been pretty much here since then, plus minus some pandemic, shenanigans, travel.
Yeah, that's a really cool trajectory. And then you turned it from like NYU into building probably one of the biggest Notion consultancies that there is. Could you maybe tell me a little bit more about like what made you go down that route?
Absolutely. We'll start from bullet points and then like pull on threads that may be interesting. Before I got to NYU in 2015, first of all, I come from a family of entrepreneurs. My mom, dad, brother, and uncles all had various businesses. And keep in mind that like Kazakhstan gained independence in 1991. So it was like a free for all. Like you go out and you say, this is my bank. Now it's your bank and you're an entrepreneur. Like it's kind of crazy, right? A new currency. So I guess entrepreneurship is sort of my little like part of the, I don't know, in my life. Point was like something that's like very common. So that sort of led me to deciding that I want to start a business, and I want to study business. And so I actually started sports management at NYU, which is like the business of sports. And right before college, I came up with this idea to create a fitness tracker for weightlifting specifically. And I like pursued that in earnest. That was my first business. Like I recruited the team. I had the pitch deck, had like prototypes. I won some grant money. I got some money from my parents. And it was like a real business. Felt like a real business, but we never shipped the product. We had no revenue. Everyone was part-time, including myself. So over the course of 2 years, the momentum died and the business failed, or the startup failed, so shut down. However, that experience brought me two things. It brought me into the entrepreneurship community at NYU and broadly New York City. And number two, it let me discover my fascination and my predisposition towards tools and using kind of like software things to work more productively. And at that time, I did have other leadership positions. So I was sort of carrying the burden of a leader, but not really knowing how to lead. And I think one of my responses to that, like, let's use all these tools. And that's sort of one way that I would like lead our team to like collaborate better. And so that's what led me to discovering. I distinctly remember that, discovering Trello 2016, then finding Asana and Airtable the following year, and then like figuring out Slack and sort of frameworks around project management and stand-ups and yada yada, and leading eventually to 2018 when I discovered Notion on Product Hunt. And I wasn't really like looking for a replacement, but I just stumbled into it, had like thousands of upvotes, and I became a user there, a user at Notion. I also run a startup club. So I remember there was a lot of like organization in there. We had like really good Airtable. I was an Airtable pro already.
Yeah.
And I just remember like we had events, we had mentors, we had pitches, we had startups, like all in databases. But it was between Airtable, Google Drive, and like form software, doc software. I just brought the two softwares to our team, and I was Notion and Coda. I was like, look at these two. We should pick one. I am pretty sure we should pick one. And then we ended up choosing Notion for sure. And that was like my ascension to being a power user of the tool. Should I pause there or should we keep going?
No, this is super interesting. How you found out. I would love to know, like, what's next. How you go from introducing Notion to the team and other people to actually building it, and probably making a pretty big jump, right, to actually build a consultancy around this.
Yeah. So I became a power user of Notion, and then I started hanging out in the online communities, specifically the Facebook community, Notion Made Simple, that was started by Francesco D'Alessio and moderated by Alex, one of our ambassadors. And so one time I saw a product launch on Product Hunt called NotionPages.com. By this guy named Ben Lang. And so I thought that was pretty cool. That was the first, I think, iteration of a template gallery within the Notion ecosystem. And then Ben got hired at Notion, as you may know, and he posted on that Facebook group, said like, hey, we're hosting Notion sponsored events. At that time, there were a lot of events, but they weren't Notion sponsored. They were just affiliated. So Notion organized events. And he's like, who's in New York? I was one of the two people that raised my hand very enthusiastically on a Facebook comment. And so he offered me to attend the event. And then as we got chatting, he offered me to present at the event. And he was like, we need some kind of personal angle, maybe bullet journaling. And I was like, yes, sir. Like I was bored for this. And then I go to my computer. I'm like, wait, what is bullet journaling exactly? So I type of fake it till you make it. Like I knew I could figure it out. So I sort of skimmed through the internet. I understood what bullet journaling is. I created like a template for that, and it was like the most complicated template ever, but it was an interesting presentation. I think people understood one thing, and it was like, this guy is great at Notion. And I was like, really enthusiastic about my presentation. And so Ben approached me and said, hey, we're starting this program. It's called the Notion Pros. That's the very first ambassador program. Do you want to be part of it? I was like, yes, sir. I was born for it. And unlike bullet journaling, I actually had expertise with event management at that point. I hosted a bunch of events. I was really about startups, and kind of like that was overlapping. That opportunity was an overlap between the two. So next thing you know, I'm hosting a few events as a Notion ambassador, and on the third event, a guy named Ian comes up to me, and he's a founder of an insurance trucking startup, and is like 5 people using Confluence. So he says, "Hey, I want to move from Confluence to Notion. Can I pay you like a couple $1,000s to do this?" And like in my mind, it's like something lit up. But I was like, wait, I'm here as an intern at Techstars and a few other accelerators making $15 an hour and preaching about Notion, but nobody's listening to me as much. And here's this guy offering to pay me thousands of dollars to set him up on Notion. And I was like, yes, sir. I was born for this. And so that was my first ever project for a Notion Consulting. Maybe first project in the world. I have no idea. But that was the beginning. The very beginning. There's obviously 4 years between where we at now, but I don't know if we want to go into it now.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to touch a bit more on it, but that's super cool to hear. And particularly, you were really there from the beginning. So for those who don't know, right, like Ben Lang, he was one of the very early employees at Notion, and he basically created or helped create the Notion Ambassador program. And with that, probably like kickstart what I think nowadays most people would agree, right, that the Notion community marketing was like super integral to like the growth. And I mean, it's just a really, really fun community to be a part of. So yeah, really cool to hear how that all, kickstarted your career as well. Great. So from that point, right, where you say, okay, like I have like the, this like first client, few thousand dollars, but you're also like still, working with tech startups. What was your thought process at the time, right? Were you already like thinking, okay, maybe there's something more, want to work in that area? Or is it more like, oh, that's some nice pocket money on the side, but let's focus on some proper business ideas and use it more as a side gig?
I knew I wanted to start a second business after my first one didn't work out. And in fact, I was like closely collaborating with a friend of mine from the startup club that we both were involved with. And her name was Quinn. And at that time, I went by Tim, Tim. So we kind of decided that we're going to do consulting for colleges to like start their startup programs, because like that was our direct experience. And we called it Quintin League. And funny thing, wordplay has always been in my blood.
I was gonna say.
So it didn't quite work out, but we did like land the client, and then we tried working on it, and we just realized we were not very compatible. So I decided to like part ways. And at that time, so like a couple months prior, my mentor / employer texted me something, and he says like, I showed him off this like new Notion thing, and he's like, "You're always optimizing." And I'm like looking at this message, I'm like, optimizing. Oh my God, my name is in the word. So I changed my social media usernames to Optemization, and that's how the name came about. But even as I was doing this project, what I actually wanted to do was work at Notion. So I started the interview process. I met at that point with Camille. She was the head of marketing. And, I was doing the exercise. I was writing like how can you introduce someone to Notion as a blog post or something like that. And I wrote like a really long blog post, and I was excited about this. But then I found out that they're not offering H-1B sponsorship. So I was like, okay, well, it's either Notion or self-employment. And so that's where I decided to start Optemization, because I couldn't work at Notion. So there is a parallel universe where I probably joined Ben as an early Notion employee, and who knows what would have happened. I'd probably be a lot richer. No, I don't know. We'll see. But that's sort of how it led to like actually starting the company. And I will say, like, I didn't really know that it is a company. Obviously, like, sort of incorporated, created a bank account. But the very first website was just me as like, I am Optemization. I am a consultant. I'm a freelancer. I am, helping you with Notion stuff. And like, it was very much about Notion plus remote work. And I launched it like March 2020. So the timing of it was just kind of bonkers. That idea coincided with everyone going remote and such.
Good timing for sure. And then you were you like in the beginning you were solo, right? But now you run a fairly large team. So maybe you could share a little bit more about like how does that journey go? Because I cannot like I do this on my own right now for a while, and for me one of the biggest at least mental hurdles as well, like thinking about, okay, do I really want to go from this process right now where, I do most of these things and everything on my own, to being responsible for other people. So would love to hear, for very selfish reasons, how you went about, like maybe hiring your first person, how you made that decision, and how you went about that.
Yeah. Just to draw the contrast, I started alone. We're now 12 people, and I think we're hiring. We're hiring right now. And I think there is a bit of mental shifts that occurred for sure. But I will say that I've been very privileged and very lucky to have had some cash flow or some cash to be able to deploy to hire someone, right? So when I found out that I couldn't get H-1B, I really needed to figure out my visa path or try to stay in the US. So one of the only options was a visa called E2. And that requires a foreign national who's part of a treaty country that has a treaty with the United States to start a business, own 50% of that, and then take, give or take, $100,000 and like invest that into the business, right?
Yeah.
And that has to be your money, quote unquote.
Yeah.
I obviously did not have that money. And so I was very fortunate to be able to source that money from my family. So that's the starting capital of Optemization. And that's like a really big distinction, because that money can then be put towards hiring someone. I didn't do that right away. I think I was keen on figuring out the actual like work, the deliverables, the process. But about the 6 months mark, I was a member of a Telegram channel called MakerLog. And it was people just like posting their to-dos and their projects of that they were making. And then I just posted like a message. It was like, hey, I do Notion stuff. Who wants to do Notion stuff for money? And there's one person responded. His name is Valentin. And turns out he is a guy based in Austria. He's Russian. He moved to Austria. He's like I think, project manager at that time. And we just chatted, and he did a little project for me. And like, basically it was very simple math. It was like, I get paid this amount, I pay Valentin this amount, and like, we'll see what happens. And he like, the first project, he just was outstanding. Like, the deliverable was really great. The communication was great. Everything was good. And I was like, okay, maybe I'll give you another project. And then he took that on and smashed it, succeeded. And then I was like, hey, maybe we should do this full time. And he was like, yeah, sure. Like, this is what I make at my current job. I was like, okay, I can match that. And just because I had the cash in the bank.
Yeah.
And then our cash flow was like, maybe let's call it like 5K or so revenue per month. Within a month of him joining, because he took over any of the delivery projects, I could focus on some quote unquote like marketing, newsletters, whatever. Then the revenue doubled, and I think tripled shortly thereafter. And like, comparing that first year, we totally like made maybe like 50K in revenue. The second year, us together, maybe a few people here and there, but we made like 300. So 340. So it's like almost 7x.
Yeah, that's insane.
But that's the first hire. I don't know if we want to stop there. We're going to go to the rest of the team build out. I guess might as well, right?
Yes. Let's keep going. Yeah, this is super interesting.
Again, I was very, very fortunate. Like, now that Yuval and I, we were just kind of create this power duo, and we were just executing projects one after the other. I think all of the projects were mostly the same size, but then in terms of their company and like the budget and all of that, we were probably charging like maybe between 3 to 6K for the entire project. And then we had a big breakthrough in July of 2021. I will preface that breakthrough with the fact that when the firm originally started, I had a very lucky moment where someone named Nick Sharma, he is a like direct-to-consumer influencer, or like the most well-known name in direct-to-consumer category. He tweeted, that was June 2020. So he tweeted, said, "Is Notion Consulting a thing? I need help." And then because I had a bit of a reputation on Twitter as a Notion guy before Eastlow, bless him, but before Eastlow, a lot of people tagged me in there. And I was like telling my friends, I was like, yo, tag me more. I need more social proof. And so the reason I bring up this story is because that helped me land Nick as a customer. And then, you know, he believed in me like very genuinely, and he supported me, and he would like refer other clients. And then other clients would ask like, hey, is this guy legit? And he would say 10 out of 10, 11 out of 10 legit. So then fast forward to July of 2021, a certain well-known firm called Metal Lab. It's a design agency that built like Uber and Slack apps. And it was founded by Andrew Wilkinson. So it's like has a lot of, let's call it social capital. They were looking for a Notion / Zapier project, and we were in the running for this opportunity. And so Justin Watt, who now runs his own agency, talked to Nick, and Nick was like, yo, just hire them. So they hired us. So Metal Lab was like the first big logo that we felt like, like, we are legit, you know, we can land these projects, and we can charge more. And so over time, like the logos became more significant. So after that, we landed a project with like Discord and then others. So the logos were more significant. The budgets, the pricing, we like started increasing our pricing as well, up to like $15K a month for some of the retainers. I will say that was like a big jump that then we kind of jumped down from. So, and basically the more work, the more necessitated to expand the team. And again, super fortunate, super lucky, because I was plugged into the Notion ambassador community. Like I almost at the early days knew everyone. So I had conversations from the ambassador community, from Twitter, about potential hires, and then everyone that joined came from that actually. One of the people that is our star employee, Louisa, I actually found her on Fiverr. So I just went on Fiverr and searched for the best Notion consultants, and she was at the top. And I messaged her. I was like, hey, how about doing this actually like salaried on a monthly basis? Because everyone at Optemization is salaried. Never like on and off for projects. That was always my mindset, that it has to be like reliable, consistent, and like safe in a way. So I was like, how about this, but like higher rates and salaried? And so she was in. So actually, most of the teammates are going to now celebrate like 3-year anniversaries soon.
That's really cool. I mean, it's particularly crazy if you think about it. This is like, you know, still something, as you said, right, like super young, right? Like it's not like, you know, Notion Consulting has been around the block. You're probably one of the very first ones who really offered it, maybe the first project ever. And so just the fact, right, that you have now like 3 years already under the belt, that's insane. What would you say, like, you know, if you look at this now and like comparison of, you know, how you run the business today versus, you know, how it was in the very early days? Is there like anything in particular that stands out where you would say, okay, that's a hard lesson that I had to learn, you know?
I think a lot of the hard lessons are around strategy, and specifically around marketing and sales. Operationally, I think I've been somehow predisposed to be pretty good, or maybe my previous like university leadership experience enabled me to be a better leader. I will say just that comment on operationally, like some of the values that we've aligned on Optemization, we have an acronym for them, is like COAST. So C for conscientiousness, O for openness, A for autonomy, S for system thinking, and T for trust and trustworthiness. So that last part is huge, because I always brought in our teammates and really any people in my life, whether it's friends or partners or colleagues, with 100% trust. So I start with believing that you're the best at this and you know how to do this. And then should there be any like problems, mistakes, blemishes, whatever, no, mistakes is fine, but like serious problems, then we can kind of reevaluate the trust level. So what I mean to say is, like, I think it was really important for me to hire someone fully remote. By the way, to this day, I've never met Val. Like, he worked with us for 2.5 years, but I've never still met him. And I gotta correct this. That was a bit of my bad. But point is, like, I trusted him fully to like execute the projects, and then eventually became the team manager and all that. So that was, I think, it's not really a lesson, but I think it's a principle that's really important to proliferate in remote and hybrid work settings, because if there is no trust, then it just leads to micromanagement, and that leads to, you know, poor resentment, and then poor communication, and it's just not the way to run a company or run a team in our, I think, modern times.
Yeah. I think it's really impressive that you managed to build like this kind of team with like an all remote culture. I love remote work, right? Like I wouldn't want to miss it. I wouldn't want to have to to go to the office every single day. But I can definitely see that like the big challenge in remote teams is like of course communication and the ops side a little bit more. But I would say that the even bigger one is building like a culture and like this like feeling of we're in this together. This is not just me sitting in front of my desk every day alone, and then occasionally once a week hopping on the call and basically seeing like one face all week. So is there any have you found any secret sauce to make that work at Optemization, or what would you say? How do you try to build culture?
I'm proud to say that I think we have a pretty good culture. I don't know if this is necessarily secret sauce or whatever, but like, I mean, at least I feel like I'm unapologetically myself when like communicating. So, specifically when it comes to loops, like I am kind of a humorous and goofy person. So I will just like sometimes record these loops where I have like crazy entrances where I just like slide in like this, or like come like really zoomed in, zoomed out. I would just like have a lot of fun with recording loops for my team. And I feel like that like kind of levity, that humor does transpire into like the culture. Because like I remember this quote from Brian Chesky. I think he said that, or Airbnb CEO was like, culture is the things that happen when you're not looking, when nobody's looking, right?
Yeah.
So I think like me setting that precedent perhaps enables people to bring in the humor, the levity, that type of attitude into work. So that's kind of one just off example, but I think two other intentional things that I can mention. One is the usage of a tool called Kona. So they currently, I think, put that product on the back burner, but they launched with a mental health check-in product. So basically, in Slack. So it's very simple. Yeah. Every day it asks you a question like, hey, rate your well-being on a scale of red, yellow, green. Right? Corresponding to red, poor, really bad, yellow, okay, green, great. And then it can offer you an opportunity to attach an emoji to like elaborate, and then you can write a little text. And so we've been using Kona, I think maybe 2.5 or almost 3 years to like maintain that openness between one another, right? Like that goes into our second value to just like be real with me. How you feeling? What's going on? Yeah. Like, and then the two things, sort of the humor and Kona kind of work one another together sometimes. Like for example, today my chief of staff Natalie had like a yellow check-in, and she says like sick husband equals poor sleep, and then I respond same. So that's like something that I think is valuable, like because it's also like every time somebody checks in with a yellow or a red, not every time but a lot of the times, like it necessitates a message, be like, hey, what's going on, like how can I help, like let's collaborate, let's make sure you feel okay, or even if you're feeling poorly, like let's just help you get through the work, right? And the last bit I will mention is it has to do with our team meetings or all hands. Actually, I started a YouTube channel, and that's going to be a video. I'm going to release a video about this. But we have a very specific way of running team meetings, or sometimes people refer to them as all hands. So first of all, we have the agenda in Notion. I record a pre-game. So like I record a loom where I go through that agenda and kind of point out the important parts, and I try to send it beforehand. So it's asynchronous preparation. And then every meeting has a title that references a film or TV episode. So because I love film and TV, like our Notion pages end up looking like, and by the way, we call it seasons and episodes instead of meetings. So we're in season 4 of Optemization, and we just had yesterday episode 5. So that's like the fifth meeting of this year. And it was like styled after the movie called First Man, and it was chosen by one of my teammates because like we reached a financial milestone, and we're going to the moon. So that was the reference why that title was picked for that meeting. And so we pick a title, we pick a cover photo, we pick also an audio track. So as people kind of trickling in, we play audio and kind of like get the vibes going. And then last thing we do, we used to do it weekly, but we like have everyone share an icebreaker, like a fun fact or something that goes into a database and like builds a library of fun facts. Yesterday we just played Among Us, just kind of like a little icebreaker. Wow. But yes, so I feel like those three things have contributed to a unique culture at Optemization.
That's really, really, really interesting. And I definitely want to get back to the rest of the tech stack in a second. And regarding your YouTube channel, I will definitely binge watch every single one of them. So I'm very, very excited for more videos to come out. Link for everyone who wants to subscribe in the description. 100% would recommend that you do check that out. There will be a lot of great things coming. But yeah, before we go to the tech stack, now I need to ask you, what's your favorite sitcom? Right? Because I think that's a very important character test. So no pressure.
I will say I'm not like I haven't seen all of them. I haven't seen most of them. The one that's close to me, and that's the one that I've watched more than once, is How I Met Your Mother. So, a single man on the prowl in New York with balancing hopelessness and romanticism. Isn't that my life these days? Except I'm not an architect. Well, I am an architect of workspaces.
Yes. So you can also put your name on things that you build, and definitely pass the test. That would have been my answer as well. I would say like the first seasons haven't aged that well, but like overall, I still defend it as like the best thing ever. I have a yellow umbrella keychain somewhere, but it broke, so I can't use it anymore. But very happy that you said that.
Yes, sir. I have not, to be fair to other sitcoms, I have not properly seen Friends or Office or Modern Family or insert sitcom. I just haven't. And I honestly don't really feel the interest, but I feel like out of respect for the art, I will at some point watch it.
Oh yes, I can definitely recommend. And with The Office, I would also like, you need to get through the first 5 episodes. That's where they do the same script as the British one, and they are not the greatest piece. But afterwards, it's insane. But,
interesting.
Yeah. I still haven't seen the last episode of How I Met Your Mother. I have refused to this day. So I know how it ends, but I've refused watching it. So for me, there's two hours it ends. But let's circle back to the mental health check-in that you mentioned and the tech stack, right? I would be very curious to hear like what is sort of the tech stack, like the most important tools that you run optimization on, except for Notion. Because that's probably a given.
Yeah. I think Slack is huge, and Slack is getting a lot of slack these days, where it's like a tool it's very distracting and whatever. I think we use it really well. I think we have specific conventions around when to post messages, how to post messages, who to tag, and so on. So that's important. That's actually part of what I consider our category. So I think our category is called workspace design, and I think it's about like intentional rollout, like evaluation, implementation, and maintenance of tools. So what I just described about like convention around Slack, that I think is good implementation with workspace design in mind. And of course, Slack integrates with Notion and other tools, and we have like bots and etc. I think Slack is probably the biggest tool that we wouldn't be able to like operate without. I think another one is Loom. Loom, not so much, because it's at the end of the day, it's just a quick video recorder, but we do use it a hell of a lot. Similarly, Zoom, like I, in a way, maybe take pride in paying for a Zoom license and not writing out free Google Meets, because I don't, every time I try to use Google Meets, it doesn't work. But connected to Zoom, we have Grain. So Grain is a tool that essentially enables asynchronous interaction with a meeting. Because previously, like, watch the Zoom recording, nobody would ever do it. But take Grain and clip a few key highlights and share that. That is a whole new paradigm of interaction with meetings asynchronously. So Grain is huge. There's a bunch more tools. Speaking of connected to culture, we have a Slack bot called Hey Taco. And basically what that does is that every time that enables users to do is like in Slack, tag a person and then put a taco emoji. And essentially that's like a recognition piece. So
Yeah.
there is everyone gets 5 tacos to distribute every day, and then there's like the leaderboard of who gets tacos and whatnot. And so it's a very good way to like encourage gratitude, even though I think gratitude is an unspoken value. It's not part of Coast, but I'm kind of thinking a way to like bring it into Coast. Maybe add like Coast Guard, so G would be a gratitude part.
Yeah.
But I think it's quite important to like highlight. We always also have a Taco Tuesday, so we say like highlight a job well done or a recent win, and we just have a running thread of all these like appreciation posts. And by the way, it's not just that; it's also rewardful in a way or rewarding because one taco equals to $1, so people can like redeem tacos for gift cards and whatnot.
Yeah.
As other tools, we don't really have file storage that much, but like Dropbox, Google, sometimes it's not really a big need. I'm probably missing other tools. Oh, Zapier. Oh my God, Zapier is huge. Like it's, Zapier and Make.com, we use both of them. They're like the glue between all the tools. Like without them, I feel like I'd have to have double the size of the team to like manually add things to spreadsheets and or not spreadsheets, like Notion tables and all that. So like, oh, that's like, thank God Zapier exists. Thank you, Wade Foster and everyone else involved. Speaking of Zapier, we do have Notion connected through Zapier to Atio. Atio is my current CRM and our current CRM. So we switched into Atio and it's incredible. It's basically Notion for the use case of customer relation management, which like technically you can twist and turn and customize and integrate Notion to serve that purpose. But Atio already does that for you, and that's their job to like maintain this kind of workflow. So in my mind, it does make sense to not have all in one everything in Notion, but have core CRM workflows in Atio, but then integrate with Notion where relevant, right, for tasks and nodes. Personally, I use also Superhuman. I use Text.com. I use we actually played around with Linear, so we might be getting back into Linear. It's a longer conversation, but I also use Vimcal personally. I use Arc, and Pitch.com. We also have all our pitch decks at Pitch.com.
They're great. They're Berlin-based. Like I was at their offices a few times. Great company.
Yeah.
They've hosted a few Notion community meetups here, so love Pitch.
Amazing. Is there anything else worth mentioning? Not that I can think of right now. Of course, we have a database in Notion that has all our tools, so I can reference that sneakily here.
Nice. And maybe while you reference like after that, I would also then love to talk a little bit more about what you mentioned with using Atio as a CRM instead of Notion, because I think that's like something that people often get hung up on. Is this like conversation? When should I use Notion? When should I try to rebuild other tools in Notion? And when should I go somewhere else?
I'll get into it just to finish the last question. Other tools that we use is 1Password for passwords, Deal for international payments and contracts and compliance, Figma and FigJam for designs and whiteboards, obviously Google Workspace for calendar and email. Mercury is our bank, NordLayer is our VPN/security software, SavvyCal is our scheduling tool, and Stripe is our payments platform. And finally, Typeform is our form builder of choice.
Nice. That's a pretty cool tech stack. I'll also link all the tools in the description if anyone wants to copy paste.
Affiliate links.
Yes, affiliate links. Yeah, I don't have because I can put your affiliate links. But,
please.
Okay. Let's talk Atio and the very philosophical question of when do you escape Notion to use a different tool? What would you say? What's your take on that?
Transparently, that is a framework/mental model that's always evolving, and we don't have the right answer in every use case. And I think it also depends on a number of factors, mostly including like what the workflow is and who the users are, right? There are certain preferences among users of like wanting to just use one tool or being okay and technically savvy to jump between tools or having like a desktop setup that like allows that to be done smoothly. I think, by the way, this speaks to the design part of workspace design. because given that there's so many options in terms of tools, and within these tools there's so many customization options and whatnot, what we believe is really important in our work, regardless, by the way, if Notion shuts down, if Notion gets acquired or whatever, is the design aspect of like understanding how a person prefers to work, how maybe, you know, their working patterns are suboptimal, how you know, they're pre-configured for their own little, you know, neuroses or preferences, and then like putting that into a workflow or building that into a workflow. So really the answer is it depends. But in our case, I'll reiterate that I felt like we could have built a CRM in Notion, but what we would have to do is like essentially build a number of internal products, aka integrations with email, with calendar, with, you know, other data sources like Apollo and Crunchbase and all that. And like that is a high cost to spend on something that's already offered in a separate product for $69 a month a user. So that's kind of my decision tree in that regard. And of course, like Notion has a bunch of limitations. Like you can build a event website or just a website, but like Luma or Partiful or Eventbrite, they handle the signups, they handle the emails, they handle like the payments. There's so much stuff that already is handled by a platform that makes sense to outsource, not even outsource, to handle in that platform.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. In particular, the thing around like figuring out what are your, you know, what is the cost of both solutions involved there. Often also like building these workflows in Notion is really cool, but they tend to be a bit more hacky, right? They tend to be a little bit more duct tape involved. And if you build that solution yourself in Notion, then you have to fix it. Whereas with another tool, someone else has to hopefully fix it if there's a bug. And then always the question like what is the main strength of each tool?
I like how you use the word cost, by the way, because like I think monetary cost of how much you pay for a SaaS tool is the least of concerns. And like, to be honest, I get triggered when I see like posts on X or LinkedIn like, oh, Typeform is $65 in a month, like what the hell? I'm like, this is, in my mind, like this is basically majoring in the minors. Like, I think it's so minor. Like, obviously, there's situations where like there's no revenue and, you know, you're bootstrapped and you need to economize. I understand that. But like, I think optimizing on SaaS software when you're like 2 to 5 people, when you're not thousands or hundreds, I think it's a waste of time. I think pay for great products, especially if they're built by your friends or colleagues, and like make it worth it. And so like the cost that matters a lot more that you alluded to is like the cost of maintaining something or using something, or like paying the cost of inefficiency, or you know, maybe like creating a system and then abandoning that system and so on. These are way larger costs than the money that you pay for the product.
Fully agree with that. And would also be really interesting to hear from you along these same lines, where like when typically how it happens when clients approach me, a lot of times it's like, okay, you know, like we need a system in Notion, you know, we need like a project management system in Notion, like, you know, X, Y, Z in Notion. And it's like, it's very tool driven, you know, like, okay, this is found Notion, right? We convinced this is the right thing. Now we need to build something. And the building part is actually the easy one, right? Like, I mean, there are like hundreds of thousands of people like on Twitter and the subreddit and all the groups that are like really, really good at building Notion. And so like that, you know, like the actual building part of a project management, that's what, you know, people typically want from you. I would say that's like the easiest part. The much harder parts are then all the other steps that go along with it, right? Like change management, like this like general understanding of the operations, how does it fit in? Like, you know, will people actually use it? What is the, you know, the long-term consequences of building it like this and not like that, compared to, okay, let's put these blocks together, right? So would be really curious to maybe like, what are your thoughts in general on that, and also like how you got more into that area, not just you know, like you're a person who can build a really complicated bullet journal system from day one in Notion.
I don't really know where it originated. I think maybe it's a bit of inherent empathy capacity that I have, and it's not great, by the way. It's just I think I can be empathetic, and it's also like in a way like driven by optimal outcomes and like good strategy. To get to a good outcome, I think you need to have good input, like high quality inputs. And I think one side of those inputs is my expertise around Notion and then knowing, what to build in Notion. But the other side of this input is the aforementioned like preferences and quirks and peculiarities of how someone else works. Combining these leads to like a good outcome from a strategy perspective. But then to get those inputs out of them, you need to have that empathy about yourself, right? And like be willing to just be open to what they have to say, consider what they're having to say, and not force down the solution on them, but like come to an agreement that may potentially work for them, right? Again, the design part of workspace design. So what was your original question? Kind of forgot.
No, pretty much in that area, like this thing where like there's a lot more that goes into like a proper system, right? And other than just knowing which features in Notion to combine. And like probably like how you learned about it, or how you're trying to like improving that aspect of the workflow or the design.
Yeah. I think unfortunately for our like business overall, I've had hard time like reading consistently nonfiction, especially like I know like this book like Thinking Fast and Slow, or like even the bullet journaling book or the Inbox Zero book or Getting Things Done. Like I have a hard time actually like getting through those. I love fiction and I enjoy that, but the reason I bring this up is like I've never properly had training around like change management or system thinking, or for that matter. But I sort of like intuitively figuring it out piece by piece, which I think in a way could be advantageous because it's very tactile and like on the job learning. But also I feel like I could get a lot more perspective and more like strategic approach if I had like read and consumed these things. So one of the ways that we're approaching now is like the employee that I mentioned, teammate called Louisa, her name is Louisa. She is in charge of design, and like she thankfully loves books, and so she's reading all like the design stuff and the change management stuff. And like whenever she visited New York, so I like set her up with people, someone who like does UX at Equinox, someone who does UX at this time. Like I set her up with resources to like be able to sponge it in and be able to develop like a unique perspective on the design part of workspace design. So I guess maybe that goes back to this principle that, not even principle, but like quote, like hire people way smarter than yourself and then let them do the thing, which is what I've done, and I think it's been remarkable.
Yeah, that's a very, very good thing to do, right? If you find these people and gems. Maybe in the same lines, it's I think maybe the same question, but from a different angle, and that there are like hundreds of thousands of Notion templates available that offer you like a company OS and like the next perfect project management system for your company for $5 or for free, and compare that now to a real consultancy like yours, where you say, right, your projects run in the thousands per month. What would you say is like the main value that you at Optemization provide to clients, right? Why is it worth for them to spend 6-7 plus K rather than download Notion standard project sprints and task template?
I think that like Notion, and particularly just modern tools, sometimes referred to as tools for thought, have an inherent tension amongst their customers, right? And that tension is between hobbyism and tinkering and execution and performance. So what I mean by that is like Notion is this wonderful tool that you can customize 100 different ways, but that attitude is one of a tinker and a hobbyist who is interested in like learning the minutia, the nuance, putting it this way, putting it that way, taking the time to test it, then step back, then retest it, then rebuild it, all of that stuff. That is fantastic. And I love that there's that part of the Notion community. But Notion is also a B2B SaaS tool where it needs to get the job done, and it needs to get the job done fast for a manager, for a leader, for even an individual contributor who isn't a tinkerer. They just want the thing to work, and they just want to get their work streamlined, and they are aware that is better than it is in legacy tools like Microsoft and Confluence and so on. But there is that gap and that tension of like, how do I get to this performance without necessarily being like the tinkerer and the hobbyist? So one way that we can express the value of a consultancy is that we are the tinkerers and the hobbyists, but we figured out different use cases, 100 different use cases for sales, for marketing, for executive, for people ops, for customer support. And then we also have the ability to figure out your own custom workflow. And we can all translate that into immediate value, or at least immediate next steps that get you to the value. And one thing I just posted about today on LinkedIn, like our job as consultants is to provide the highest quality input. So like experience and execution. But again, you need to collaborate with us on your side of the input to reach the output, and then eventually lead to the results, right? So the output is a completed project or a completed workflow, and then the output is increased productivity or increased efficiency or increased, profit margin or whatever metrics matter. So that consultancy takes care of these inputs that, by the way, in another dimension, these inputs is technically thousands, maybe hundreds of hours of trial and error and like learning and research and watching Thomas Frank on YouTube and watching Matthias on YouTube and then buying a eSlow template and then buying, Passio's template. Like there's just so much trial and error, like all of that we do for you. And you don't have to, it's very done for you. That's sort of the phrase that's being used.
All right, so you've built like a 12, 13, person team around Notion consultancy. You've been running for 3-4 years. You're making, several lot of money of it currently. But there's always this sort of like, platform risk, right? What happens, would you say, to optimization if Notion shuts down tomorrow? Apple buys it, they roll it into Apple Notes, it's gone. What do you do?
We'll do Apple Notes consulting. I think this is a great question, but one of my fundamental beliefs around the work that we do, which again I call workspace design, is that any tool can do the job. It's just a matter of like how well and how convenient it is to get that job done, right? So like millions, actually probably billions of people get their work done in Microsoft Word or Microsoft tools and Google tools, and they feel just fine about it, right? But then, when you try the modern tools, and if you're of sort of the open mindset, you'll realize how much more effective these tools are. So I don't think that we are a Notion consultancy, even though that's what we started with, and that's what we currently brand ourselves mostly. I think we're a tool agnostic consultancy that can then apply the principles of workspace design, which really, in summary, is like the process of evaluating, deploying, and maintaining a workspace. And that workspace could be anything, right? Like right now, I think Notion is obviously 90% of our work, but we are exploring projects around Linear, around Attio, around Slack, around Zapier, around so on. So that's our strategy to like build out this category that involves other tools, and that's, I think, the future of the company and hopefully future of the world in a way. So I'm very, very bullish about this, but I think we got to be patient with this, and it's probably going to take another decade to build something like really a really impactful, long-lasting company. And maybe at some point I drop the TEM from there and do my own thing. I want to be a filmmaker. I started a YouTube channel. I told you that. So maybe it will become Optemization. I don't know.
Optemization.
The proper spelling.
Yeah. Well, that's amazing. I think that's the perfect, few last words for the show. Well, thank you so much for coming on and sharing all of this with me today. This was so fantastic. Like I had so much fun, and I hope you enjoyed it as well. And yeah, really excited to see what you do with your YouTube channel and with the consultancy over the next years, where it goes.
Yes. One last thing. If you watch this, you the viewer, and you want to chat with me, I'm very open. So you can message me on X or Instagram at temnco. Subscribe to YouTube, please, or send me an email, or Karen Pigeon Carrier, whatever. Like, I'm open to chatting. Bye.
Amazing. Yeah. We put links to everything in the description, so it's super easy to reach Tem. And yeah, again, thank you so much for coming on today.
Excellent. Thank you, Matthias.
Thank you so much
Yes.
for taking the time.
Yes.
Super excited to be talking to you today.
Yeah, thank you.
And maybe to kick things off, could you tell me a little bit, what does a CRO do? Like, walk me through like a typical day as a
typical
CRO
day.
at Notion.
Yes. Well, it's a wide variety. But I would say first and foremost, it usually centers around customers and users. So there's a big part of my day that's understanding either meeting with a customer or understanding what's happening with a customer. I also meet with users, like end users, a couple times a week, just to get feedback on the product. What are they liking? What do they think about new features? That helps me understand how are we communicating what's happening in the product, and how are people figuring out how to go use it. So I'd say that's number one. Another part of the day in the life is just thinking a lot about, we have a lot of different segments at Notion. We have a lot of different audiences. That's the wonderful thing about the flexibility of the product. And so I spend a lot of time thinking about how do we reach our different segments. We are also a very global business. So how are we thinking about where we're at in different markets? How do we best serve those? So that's another big portion of the time. And then I would say on the product side, which, I do a fair bit of understanding what we're building, how that's going to impact users. Spend a lot of time on like, how do we get users to that aha moment in the best way possible. Right now, we're thinking a lot about use cases. How do we identify, serve those use cases in the product or in things that we share with the community in the market? So that's the other big piece of where I spend a lot of time.
Oh yeah, I can imagine that's a big challenge, particularly the aha moments, right? Because the challenge with building a software that anyone can use for anything is like, well, what are the aha moments, right? In the sort of like the customer journey where you're like, now it all makes sense.
Now it all makes sense. Yes. It's an ongoing work for us to figure that out.
Yeah. Oh, I'm very excited to see what you come up with next year.
Yeah.
But maybe before we look at the future, quickly about the past, right? Before you joined Notion, you were for nearly 10 years at GitHub.
Yes.
Maybe, what made you, join Notion and take on this like very, very different challenge?
Yeah. It was interesting. I actually saw a lot of parallels in the things that I really loved about GitHub at Notion, and it played a big role. And having this make sense as the next stop in the journey. GitHub had a huge community around the product, and Notion does as well. And I learned a lot about how to cultivate community, what that means. And so I was very intrigued by Notion of like, wow, what can I bring, honestly, from what I've learned over 10 years at GitHub to also help at Notion, kind of cultivate this already organic, amazing product love that exists. So I'd say that was the first thing. The second thing was I saw a lot of parallels of GitHub had very opinionated product design. Notion has very opinionated product design. And I really developed an appreciation for what that means in terms of what does your product feel like to users. And so that also really drew me to Notion. And I understand that, and I understand the value of that. And that was very exciting for me. And then the last thing I always tell people when I joined GitHub, it had this, amazing vision of being the home for all developers. And I was like, wow, what a big mission. And I remember meeting everybody at Notion, and it was like, how do we make software tool making as widespread as possible? And I was like, that's a really big mission and vision. It almost, and I was really drawn to that. That to me is very exciting to work on something as impactful as what that can be. And it has a lot of interesting complexities on how you bring that to life. So I was very excited to join Notion to do that.
Oh, I can only imagine. That's like the size of the challenge, right?
Yeah.
Do you still remember like your first day at Notion, right? Like when you first walked into your office, is there like anything particular that stands out from that day?
Oh my gosh, first day.
Do I remember? I think it was just Notion actually has a very particular feel in the office.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I always say it's like, it makes sense, our product, when you also come to our office.
Yes.
So I think the biggest thing I was struck by, I had been in the offices before, but like on your first day of being a new employee, literally the atmosphere was like what really struck me, and like realizing the parallels to what you actually experience in the product. It's really very interesting. It really, transcends everything we work on, which is fun.
Yeah, that's true. Like I only have seen the Dublin office so far, but really it's like you walk into it and you feel like, I'm kind of inside Notion. It's like very hard to describe because there are no pictures of the product anywhere, right? But it's just like, this is like the extension of like what it's supposed to be and feel like. And I think that's probably part of the success side of Notion, is that like there's from end to end just so beautifully designed and thoughtful, and
there's a simplicity and a beauty that the environment we work in then represents of the product. It's amazing.
No, really, really cool. And I mean, just like a few weeks ago, right, you were on the stage for Make with Notion in San Francisco, which was insane. I watched the keynote. I was so excited to see all the updates, right? From like forms, layouts, automations, marketplace, right? So many new things. So like 2024, right? Insane end to the summer of launches. Do you have anything where you would say like, like that's what I'm really excited for in 2025? Anything where like maybe a theme, right? Or so where you say like, this is what Notion will move towards now?
Yeah, I would say, we're going to spend more time in 2025 on the kind of what I referenced earlier, like the aha moments. When you're coming with a problem, to Notion, you come there for a reason. We get millions of workspaces, signing up. People are coming, they're looking for a solution. And we're going to spend a lot more time on like, how do we match that? How do we, surface the use case that makes sense for you? How do we make that as seamless as possible? Get you to that aha moment to, figure out, the power of Notion that lies beyond that first use case. So that's what I'm probably most excited about. And, it applies to all of the segments we're in terms of individuals looking for a particular use case, our business users, companies come. And so, we're going to spend a lot of time in thinking there. Particular to the European market, we shared today that we're going to have data residency in 2025. So, a German data center is our first stop on that journey. And that's really exciting. That's like another leap in the journey for Notion that I'm really excited about.
That is true. Like that will be a big shift, because it's still like, particularly in more traditional business, right? There, it's still like a bit more like, okay, where is the data kept? And speaking of the segments, right, the different ones, like I believe, or I imagine it's probably a very tough challenge in Notion, right? Everyone can use it. You have, monks using it to organize their monastery, and you have Toyota using it to organize their production schedule. So how do you take all these wildly different users and wildly different use cases and needs, and then try to prioritize between them when you develop your roadmap?
It's evolving on how we do that well. I would say, we're very focused on knowledge work generally, right? And so that gives us a certain amount of focus. That's a commonality across those different audiences, which is great. And, we're spending more time thinking about, as I mentioned, like what are those prevalent use cases and how can you share and discover those easily? The other thing I would say is that Notion thinks a lot about how we connect different user groups to each other. So, for example, how do we create the environments where creators can find each other and amplify each other's work? That's part of it. The community, they already do that really well. Organizing, meeting each other. Goes the same with as we, go into businesses and enterprises, creating environments for executives connect. So as much as it is about us prioritizing and focusing, it's more about how we connect these groups together so that they can learn from each other. We can share so much, but often the power with Notion is how these groups together can amplify how each other is learning and, progressing the way that they use Notion for their particular use cases.
that I think is a great point. I think like earlier today we were hearing, right, that like, like when viral on TikTok, like the teenagers use enterprise software. Yeah. And I think that is so cool, right, to how we can take, best practices and principles from something like, okay, this is how Toyota builds cars, and apply it to something, well, this is how I manage my own garden, right? Like how these like,
exactly.
Exchange of ideas.
Yes, exactly.
Really, really cool.
Yes.
Maybe before we wrap up, like one last question about like the next step sort of in Notion scaling, right? Like in 2020, you were at like 1 million users. Now you're at 100 million. How can you now scale to sort of the next level, the next challenge, while still keeping the this magical like whimsiness feeling, that thing that you walk into a Notion office and it feels like Notion, and not like like in 5 years it feels like, oh, this is another standard corporate one. Like how do you try to keep that magic alive?
Yeah, I think it's really important to us. It's something that we talk about a lot because there really is something magical about Notion. I think about it in terms of like, how do we think about building the product? Yeah. How do we think about building our team, like the internal Notion team? Yeah. And how do you think about building for your customers? Yeah. I love the like threes, and kind of think of it as like head is product, hand is the teams, the internal Notion teams, and heart is like the customers. I think for us on the product side, so like the head, it comes down to Notion is so beloved because I think it cracked the code on, there was a blueprint for what software looked like. Yeah. We see a lot of point solution, more rigid software. Yeah. And Notion thought outside of the box. Yeah. And people often say Notion's like a blank page. Yeah. That was very intentional, right? And this approach of, this is really software building blocks. And so we have to keep thinking that way. Yeah. Like there's a blueprint and there's value to blueprints, but then there's a lot of value to a blank paper. And so I think for us in the product is to kind of stay true to our roots. We also do a lot of like, fast shipping, iterating. And I think that's also will keep us, with the essence of what Notion feels like today. And that's pretty core to us. So that's on the product side. I think teams, Notion talks a lot about, we're very particular about craft. Yeah. When we hire people, a lot of intentionality around who's on the team. Yeah. How do you talk about your craft? How do you value your craft? What's the bar you set for your craft? And I think that helps maintain what Notion is, because that has existed from the beginning of the company. And it's really important, especially as we grow, to keep that application. And then for customers, at the heart, it's as many conversations as we can have. It's facilitating the community. It's our ambassadors that we bring together, the executives, all the forums and all the audiences that we have today. It's continuing to bring them together so that we can learn, they can learn from each other, and keep that at the heart of what we build for. And I think we do that well today, and it's just like continuing that. So that's kind of how I think about it. The product, the team, and then customers really at the heart of what we do.
Yeah, I can only agree with that, right? Like in particular, what you say about like, listening to customers in the communities. I think Notion is doing such an excellent job at that, right? Like we might not always see eye to eye, but it's so cool to have like this this is like an insane privilege, right? That we can just sit across each other and, I get to ask you questions. So I'm very excited to see where this goes in the next year. And thank you so much for taking the time. It's super interesting conversation.
Yes, thank you so much.
So yes, maybe we start with, what's your 2-minute life elevator pitch?
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Francisco Cruz-Mendoza. I've been in community for over a decade now, and I started working in tech when I was about 19 years old. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I just know I wanted to go into technology, and started going to a lot of like 3 different networking events, and then finally kind of found an opportunity where I was able to kind of work with folks. So I've been in the startup world for most of my life. I truly enjoy the work that I do. It's something that kind of brings me the most passion. People get frustrated when I'm working on weekends, but I promise you it's because I enjoy what I do. Sometimes it gets a little bit busy, but overall it's something that's truly a big passion of mine. I often see athletes that kind of just never stop playing, whatever sport they're doing, and it's kind of the same with me. So I feel very, very fortunate for that. But outside of work, when I find some time, I'm really into audio. So, I'm really into sound. So I chase good speakers. I chase whatever concert there is nearby. If I'm ever traveling, it's either for work or for music. I rarely travel for myself, which is something I need to change. But those are the two things that really kind of, get me up and going. But I truly, again, just love the things that I do with the amazing team here at Notion.
Amazing. That's so cool. And I would love to hear a little bit more. Like, what is it that you do at Notion, and like, how do you explain to others? Like, if you meet someone at a dinner for the first time and they ask you, like, what's your job? Yeah, how would you explain your profile?
Okay, that's a great question. And the answer has changed over time. Again, I've been in community for over 10 years. And when I first started, a lot of times people thought I was like an apartment manager, like the front desk at an apartment. And then people were like, oh, so do you set up events for the community? I was like, not quite. So kind of, but something else. Typically, when I talk to somebody about it who maybe knows a little bit about tech or a little bit about community management, I just say that I'm responsible for engaging with some of our most engaged users, really. Some of the smartest folks that use the Notion tool, and I create programming for them. But more importantly, I'm here to support them. And that's kind of like what I tell folks, outside, who kind of understand what I do. Internally with my friends and family and colleagues, like really, I just like support a bunch of Notion nerds, which is the best, just because everyone's so excited. I'm always so grateful to meet people. So I'm really here just to help. But yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, like just working with a bunch of Notion nerds, it sounds like a dream job description.
Yeah, it really is the best. You would know. Yeah, you get it.
Yeah. They're amazing people. Oh, nice. So, and you've been with Notion for a while now, right? Like, I think you joined Notion nearly 4 years ago. How many blocks do you have on your Lego figure?
I hit 4 years this December. So I'm just about hitting the 4 year mark. I was just getting in an argument with somebody in the office during lunch that I thought I was employee 79, but she said she thought she was. So let's just say I was employee 78. Probably the first 100 employees. And it was a really amazing time. It's been absolutely phenomenal. And it's changed quite a bit. I think when I joined, it was an odd time. It was during the pandemic. It was the first job that I had onboarded remotely. I'd done remote work in the past, but it was the first time that I'd done that. And very quickly on, I learned it was a very special place. Just the people that were working there, people were really nice. That really surprised me because everyone was so smart and so talented that I was kind of nervous about communicating with folks and just getting around. And everyone was so kind, and that hasn't really changed. I'm so grateful for that because I think Ivan and the team, especially the people team, have done such a good job at keeping a very high quality bar in terms not only in talent but also culture. So we've been doing our best to kind of keep it, and I think we're closing in on 400 or 500, maybe a few more 100 employees. So for me, it's been a very big change. I really get frustrated that I don't know everybody at lunch. I remember a time when we all sat together at the same lunch table. But now it's very, very different. There's multiple offices around the world, but more friends to meet, more things to do. So it's been an incredible journey, and I've learned so much along the way. Specifically about branding. I think the Notion brand and how the design is very, very core to the product. So kind of shifts in my perspective there. Also just working quickly and innovating. I didn't think companies of the size innovated so quickly. At least internally, it feels like we move fairly fast. And just kind of keeping a high quality bar. I used to work with Camille Ricketts quite a bit, and there was just so much attention to detail, and it continues to be. But it's one of those things where I'm continuously kind of striving as much as I can. But been an amazing journey, and couldn't do it without the amazing team that I work with. With Emma, Alex, Sharka, Nick, and others. So very, very grateful to be here.
Yeah, the team, the part of we get to interact with the Redfin community, it's always a pleasure. They're all such great people. And it's crazy to think, right? What started with at this point you were number 78, number 79, something around that, and now Notion just crossed 100 million user, insane, trajectory. If you had to pin one or two things where it's say okay, this is now really different at Notion today than it was 4 years ago. Is there something that comes immediately to mind?
Yeah. Before I jump into that, I'll tell you a funny story about the 100 million users. So when the day before I joined Notion, and of course, I was working all weekend, the weekend before, trying to understand the culture and reading about the website, I remember the website went down. So I started on Tuesday, and on Monday, the whole website went down. And you probably remember this. This is 2001, late, coming out of 2020 into 2021, it just wasn't really stable, unfortunately. Yes. And I remember just getting that email and just being oh my gosh, like I'm the fall guy. Like I was hired to like be the face of this thing going, they knew it was going to happen. But then the morning I started, and I was like so nervous. It was like our highest usage of Notion ever. And I think it was like, we had like, I don't remember what the specific number was, but it was like a large number, like at the time, and of all the people that we had. And so just like coming out to learning about the 100 million has been absolutely incredible. And of course, I wasn't the fall guy. That's just what happened. And everyone's been so kind and so amazing. But going back to the question, there's been quite a few different things that have changed here at Notion. So I'll start with some of the positives. So when I first joined Notion, talking about kind of, things weren't stable, the team kind of took a step back and it was just like, hey, like we're going to pause our features. We're going to pause a lot of like the like non-crucial features, non-crucial updates, and we're going to focus on stability. Like this product needs to be stable, because we were getting these messages. And one also interesting kind of like little tidbit here is that Ivan, like, there's always the stories that he would always check through all of the feedback that was coming in through email. Like he just would read through all of it, check Twitter threads. First of all, he still does that. Like I have sat next to him at lunch, and like, his phone will just be pinging, and it's all just like Zendesk tickets. So like when he's bored, like when he has a little bit of time, he's literally going through like various tickets. So like every once in a while, like I'll get tagged in like, hey, Francisco, can you look into this? I don't know, it'll be like 8:00 on a Saturday. And I was like, dude, what are you doing? And, I'll jump in, I'll help out wherever I can. But like he truly, truly cares about the product. And I think the like just Notion as a company really does too. So kind of going back to it, like it just wasn't very stable. So the company kind of took a step back, started really, really investing into engineering, really investing in the product itself, the infrastructure of the back end, making sure that things were stable. Because again, we were getting this feedback from people that, like, hey, my entire life is in here, right? We hear about second brains, we hear about all these different things, like it's all in there. So when things go down, we hear all about it. So I think that the team kind of took a step back, really invested in infrastructure. And when I was early days there, that's what was really going on, which was kind of rough, right? Because then ambassadors were asking me, and our community was like, hey, what's going on? Like, you're just kind of sticking around the same. And other competitors at the time were kind of like, doing their own thing. And they're asking like, well, what are you going to do about this? And it's like, really like, hey, we're just focused on what we're focused on right now. We're trying to making sure that this is a lot more stable and things are like more robust. You kind of fast forward to today, and it's like we have the summer of launches, is what we're kind of calling it internally, where like we have so much coming out, so many features that even for me as like one of the community managers, like keeping up has been like kind of hard, which is a great problem, right? It's a great problem that there's so many features that you can't keep up, but I think that's been a massive change. The engineering team has kind of matured over time, and we're just like like putting so much more out, and like being able to connect a lot more with the community, and being able to like react more to feedback, make changes here and there, I think has been really, really nice. Because in the early days, it was a lot harder, right? The team was so much smaller, less than 100 people. So I think that's one of like the really, really positive changes. One of the things that's been a bit challenging to kind of get used to is, I mentioned earlier, I don't know everybody. I really enjoy, like I've always been in startups. I'm a scrappy startup guy. Like I love being in like the mess of it all and the chaos and everything. I really just thrive in that environment. That's all I know. I started working when I was 19 in a startup, and that's all I've really ever known. So right now, one of the things that has been kind of challenging is I just don't know everybody, and I don't know everything that's going on. And I remember in the early days of Notion, like I knew everything that was happening. I knew everybody that was, there. So when we had lunches, we went out, like it was such a cool kind of close, tight knit, community, even just internally, that I think now it's a little bit different. But the good news, kind of like I mentioned earlier as well, is that they're so good about keeping up with culture. It's almost as important as like, it is as important as like the talent that we have. So I think that maybe maybe the internal teams are a little larger, but there's also a lot more opportunity to meet with other folks. You have a lot more support, and you're able to just to kind of like, meet others in different offices. You were just, I know, in the Dublin office, and like every office has its vibe, which I really appreciate. It still feels Notion-y, but local vibe as well, which has been great.
Yeah, the office looks amazing, right? Like it's a piece of art, just like the software. So you can really like feel that, like like beautiful software is being built there. But that's so interesting. Maybe before we jump like a bit deeper into community, just if you have like a few thoughts on it, would be really interested to hear like if you had to like pick a few things. Is there anything in terms of like culture where you say, oh, that's what Notion does, and that's what like makes the culture here so much better, or like really, really good?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple of different things. One of our big internal values is like being an owner of the mission. So like people that really kind of like care about what's going on within their own projects or the product, and I think people really care at Notion. I think there's like, you know, everybody kind of like knows what they need to do for the most part. I feel like one of those things where you know, there's always like kind of some variables where it's like, okay, like how are we going to shift in this direction? Where like we kind of adapt as we go. But for like the knowledge or whatever they're brought on to do, like everyone comes like very prepared, which is really, very nice. But everyone's very humble. Like even though we have such sharp people, even though we have such talented people, like everyone's so humble and so kind. Like I can basically take up a meeting with anybody, you know. And Ivan, you know, he's gotten a lot busier lately, and the co-founder Simon and Ivan and others have gotten much busier. But like, you know, when they're in the office, like, and they don't have a meeting, a lunch meeting, like they're just hanging out with us. They're sitting amongst the tables with us. You know, we're getting together. We're breaking bread, and I think that hasn't really changed, which is something that really kind of means a lot to me. And I can really reach out to anybody, like not feel silly about it. You know, in other companies, I remember like when we reach out to leadership or certain people, I'd get nervous. I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't want to reach out to this person, but at Notion, we have this culture of kind of like openness and kindness and just being able to help one another out, which I think goes really far, you know, and I really truly appreciate that sort of thing. So that's something that's very, very special about the culture. And everyone's just generally excited. I'm working very hard to try to like make sure to surface a lot more of the community love here at Notion, just because like I feel like sometimes you get so bought into your project, and like, you know, when you're in it, you know how it is, Matthias, like you do automations, like it's so hard to see, and like there's just so much going on, and you're focused on all the things that are going wrong because you need to fix them, right? That's your responsibility, that you kind of forget like, oh right, like there's this product that everybody loves and everyone thinks is amazing. And I think when we share those kind of stories and everything else, it keeps that like great attitude, you know, here at Notion, and just like the overall optimism, which is very, very great.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. It's like similar with like sometimes with like doing YouTube or content in general, right? Like because it's a very one-way communication most of the time. Like it's very rare that I get to like talk to some of these videos, which you know, like I absolutely love that. But most of the time you just speak into a camera. So, you know, whenever someone, you know, comes up at an event or, you know, at the Notion offices or so, you know, like I watched a video of yours that was really, really cool. It just always makes my day because it's very different, right? That you get to put a face and a person to it rather than, you know, just like some numbers of users or views. So I know what that means. I'm happy to hear that, you know, like there are more ways now to, you know, how the rest of the team hears all about from the community.
Yeah, and I mean, we just had a gathering in Dublin, and I was talking to Slim, who actually mentioned you by name, and it's like, oh, I met Matthias, and it's so great because like, you know, one of the things she said, and you know, this will stay between us, just me and you, and whoever listens, but it was just like, you know, it's just incredible because like these ambassadors have like way more like knowledge of actually using the tool than like any of us engineers. I'm like, yeah, so now you know why my imposter syndrome is so bad. Because every time I think I've like learned, I'm like, oh, I'm in a good place. You know, I'll get on a call with Matthias, and it's like, I don't know anything. You know, so it's always like one of those, and it's a beautiful thing, right? Because it kind of keeps us, you know, on top of it, keeps us innovating, and we're always being so inspired by the community. Like again, the community has been such a big part of Notion from the very beginning, but like, it's still such a big part of everything we do, and just never ends like to, you know, continuously inspire the wider team.
Yeah, I think that's a good point and a good segue for our next question, because I think like a lot of people would agree, right, that community at Notion is probably one of the secrets to like the insane success that, you know, you had over the last year. So maybe you can take us back a little bit to like the early days of the community, you know, like how it started, whether there was any plan, or, you know, like how did this Notion community come to life originally?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I wish I could tell you, like, there's been this huge, crazy plan for day one. We knew exactly what we were doing. But no, like, people really just, like, I think gravitated towards it. And a lot of it was very organic. So, you know, I always talk about Ben, but the true, like, original community builder was actually Ivan, the founder. Ivan has always, from the very beginning, been on, like, Twitter threads, email threads, you know, like, support tickets from day one. And I think the, you know, users in the community kind of took notice to that, because basically Ivan would be responding to people on Twitter, kind of like personally working on bugs or personally trying to like shape different features that people were talking about across the web. and then like would like kind of fix something or update something, and then like go back and tag the person or go back and email the individual that had written in. And again, another very big kind of value that we had internally here is like, feedback is a gift, and it's something that we kind of learn at Notion pretty quickly on to kind of be open to feedback. And I feel like the quicker you are open to feedback and the quicker you are to like kind of like adapt to, how you work, really makes a massive difference. And Notion is another kind of big lesson that I've learned. I haven't particularly always been the best with feedback, not because like I get angry or whatever, or you go like, it's always like, shoot, like I need to be doing better. Like, man, like I should have known this, but really it's just a way to continuously improve. And I think that gathering that feedback from the community has always been important to Ivan. And kind of what they took notice was that people were kind of like taking it to the next level, right? They were on Product Hunt, releasing like, talking about these communities that we're building, and people were coming together and just like talking about how they love using Notion. And I think the true like first person really focused on the community here was Ben Lang, who basically had created a kind of just a place for people to share notes around Notion and how they use Notion. And, the team took notice and actually onboarded him as a contractor initially and asked him to kind of build out the community. So, they're building out the community. And I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to Japan. I might be getting like, either it's like right after the community was built or right before. Basically, we noticed that they were having in-person events. People were getting together in Tokyo. People were getting together in New York City. And so while they were building out the program in like the early days, like they're just like, oh, I guess people are getting together, and they would like send them a couple of stickers or whatever, and really, I'd love to say that, like we had this grand plan, but we were just kind of meeting people where they're already at, like nobody expected that people were just going to naturally, organically come together and meet and have these meetups, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like typically there's a big plan behind it. You got to have like a lot of resources and everything else. I've been doing this for years, and people kind of doing it on their own. So like a couple of things. Number one, I think what Ben Lang did an amazing job at, and this is something I think it's really important for any community builder out there, is the first 10 people you invite to your community, or the very first batch you invite, is so crucial to how the program kind of runs moving forward. I think Ben did an amazing job at, finding people that really embodied kind of like the Notion values and kind of those early days of like what the community is built up of. And I always like to say that I think Notion has the kindest community on the web. It's something that is like absolutely unreal. I've been in community for a long time, and I play Call of Duty, and I know the Call of Duty community, and it's a whole different ballgame. It's a whole different thing. So I think in the early days, Ben, when he first brought on his first original 10 folks, like he was very careful about how he selected them. And I think the community itself kind of fostered itself as it grew, right? You're in the ambassador community today. There's so many amazing people in there that kind of, keep the culture alive, help kind of bring on new people and make sure they understand. And like Ben Borowski, we have, Marie Pullen has been there for a long time. And someone kind of like Thomas Frank, Sean Wildenfree, and Camille Blanchard, again, like in the early days, like it's such a big difference to kind of how, we operate today. But in addition to that, again, kind of like we always just followed what the community was doing. Initially it was just a bunch of like people that love Notion and just want to talk about Notion to each other and get together around it. And then, and so like, we created a community space for that. And then like, again, people were kind of really hosting events. So we kind of created this very, general events guide. And then all of a sudden people were just like, so I went to this event and I spoke. And then all of a sudden some company wanted me to do stuff for them. So I was like, yeah, sure, I'll help you out. And then they started paying me, which is weird. And like, and then like, so then like people became consultants, and then we kind of like adapted the consultant program. And then they're like, oh, we created a solution for, for this company. And I just, other people asked me for that solution. So I made a template and I started selling it and I'm making money. So then the template creators kind of came around. So really what we've been doing is kind of adapting to what the community is already doing on its own naturally. Obviously, like, we have some sort of, creative programming, or we kind of like to help folks into certain directions. But overall, it's one of those things where, we're really listening to kind of feedback and just doing our best to kind of support and, make it as easy as possible to be able to continue to, help the communities with what they're already interested in doing. So, that's been a big portion of it, but yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool to hear, and I agree. I think like it's I'm also like still so fascinated every time when we host an event with our local community here in Berlin, that on a Thursday evening at 7 p.m. after work, people choose to do this, right? There are a lot of things you can do in Berlin at night.
Yeah.
But, they choose to come there, like half an hour, 45 minutes by train, get together in a room and talk about software, right? Like how many other tools do you know where people like voluntarily, like they want to talk about it? It's not like, come because you get, free goodies or, like we have, we can sell you something. No, there's nothing there. You just get to talk to other people who are also interested in Notion. I mean, I can't go there, right? Like I want to talk to other people, but it still blows my mind that you find enough people to do these things.
Yeah, no, and like, sometimes I go to these events, right? And, we had the Berlin Summit last year and I was recently in Latin America and people are always like, they'll come up to me like, oh, thank you so much for the community. Like, thank you so much for all that Notion does. And it's like, no, dude, thank y'all. Like, thank you so much. Like every time I go out, like, we're with the team, I'm always just like, hey, everybody, like, we're out here, meeting with the community, and like we really just have to like bring the very best of us that we can, especially when we're in person, especially when we're having an event, because without them, I just, I wouldn't be able to do what I do today. And I truly am so passionate about the work that I'm doing. I mean, so is Emma, so is Alex, and everyone else on the team. And so like when I meet these people, it's like, oh, I'm so honored to meet you. They always tell me all the time, like, no, I'm honored to meet you. Like, this is for you. Like, I am working for all of you here. This is an opportunity for me to be able to kind of meet face to face and just, thank you for all that you're doing. Because exactly, like how many other, companies in the world have a community just want to get together around, how they're using the product. And of course, it's much bigger than that, right? Like, I think like a lot of people, sure, it's a SaaS product, but like they're planning their weddings, they're planning their wardrobes, they're planning their life, they're having their second brains on it. So it's very personal and it's very special to them. So when we show up to events or I'm meeting people in person, like I do my very best to try to be, as like supportive and as present as possible, because really, this is who it's for. We're doing this for our users, our community, and our different customers around the world.
Yeah, it's really cool. Like it's a ton of fun. So I'm very happy that the community exists. Maybe like speaking of the community and maybe more of the formal parts of it, right? So like there's so many informal ways to engage with it, right? There's like Reddit, there's Twitter, there's the local meetups, but you now have like also like a few more formal ways of how someone can join the Notion community. And oftentimes though, when I talk to people, like they might not know about them, right? So I think now might be a good opportunity to quickly run down the list of what are the different ways how you can get officially quote unquote involved with the Notion community. If you could tell us something.
Yeah, I'll give like a fairly general answer, because it really is general. A lot of times people will come to me like, hey, how many followers do I need, or like how many template posts do I need? Like no, there's like an exact number. Really, look, the number one thing we're always looking for is excitement. Like people that are genuinely excited to be using the product, genuinely excited to kind of be working on different things. And just excited to kind of be, jumping into it all, or meeting other people, meeting other community members, I think is one of the things that we truly, appreciate when we see that, the genuine excitement. But yeah, we have a few different programs. It's grown quite a bit. So I'll kick off with the ones that I know best. So number one is the ambassador program, which, Matthias is a part of. And really, it's kind of just like some of the most, engaged and enthusiastic Notion users from around the world. These are people that are, creating content, courses, videos, setting up in-person meetups or online communities, and really just kind of like pushing the product to its limit in the best way possible. And basically for the master program, it's a great way to kind of meet others like that. And so Gregory program, currently it's being run by Alex Witowski, who recently joined like 3 or 4 months ago, but it feels like a year already. He is absolutely world class.
He's amazing.
He's the best. And like, I'm so excited for him to kind of take it to the next level. There's so much there. So that's been really exciting. After ambassadors, we launched the champions community, which is something that I'm focusing a little bit more on these days. And essentially it's just like built for people that are using Notion professionally. So if you're working in a large company, let's say something like Figma, and you're working with other folks and other team members, like this is a great community for you to kind of come in and learn from other folks that are using it on kind of like a business or enterprise plan. It's really a great place to kind of ask those questions that maybe you can't always get, asked on Reddit. Because if you're working at a 500 person company and like you're asking about how do I roll this out, like Reddit is maybe not the best place. So in this community, you kind of meet other folks within within like a similar space as you are, and also get like a lot more tailored everybody resources to kind of be able to roll these plans out to your user, to your team members, and everything else in between. And of course, I'm so sorry, on the ambassador program, a lot of the resources are around kind of helping support our community builders, build community. So there's a grant program to help them kind of like host their own events and like betas that like are like very, very exclusive and very early on. So that's exciting to be able to kind of support. The third program that we launched was the Campus Leaders Program, which is run by Emma Yit, who I think right now is one of the world's best community builders out there, just constantly innovating. And it's for university students. So if you're a university student using Notion, you have at least a year left of school and want to meet other, leaders on campus and kind of be able to host and kind of share how to use Notion to maybe like, excel in your schoolwork, study, and also kind of find internships and future opportunities. It's an amazing, amazing program to be a part of, and just always constantly innovating. We just onboarded our latest batch, and I think they're going to be submitting for events starting tomorrow. So a lot of exciting stuff. You'll be able to see, much more coming down the pipeline there. And of course, we have our template creators community, which is helped run by Sam Catania. And it's just a great place for people that are creating templates, kind of taking it to the next level, understanding how others are doing it, how to best kind of amplify the work that you're already putting out, and also getting some early features and sneak peeks for things to come, almost some additional perks. And then there's, I think like consultant programs a little bit more tight knit, but essentially it's a place where folks who are consultants can kind of meet with one another and just talk about how they're conducting business and everything else in between. But yeah, that was a lot. There's a lot of great applications. Notion.so /community is the best place to kind of go and check it out. But yeah, we're always here to support and welcome you the best we can.
Yeah, and we'll link to all the resources down below because, as you said, like it's a long list, like it's grown a lot, so sometimes it can be a bit confusing where to go. But yeah, there's so many different things now, and it's like really cool. Just pick whatever I think is the one that's closest to how you use Notion most of the time, and you'll find an amazing community there to help you along. Really cool. Let's say you take it from there and then to another question that I get quite often, and that's like pretty much whenever we announce another event in Berlin, it's like, well, I would love to organize an event in my city, but I'm not an ambassador, so I guess I can't organize an event. And I always tell them, no, you don't have to be Notion ambassador to start an event. Actually, it's one of the best ways to become a Notion ambassador to just start hosting events. So maybe you could walk us through that a little bit. Like if I'm in a city where there's no Notion community yet, like what would be some great ways to get started, maybe put together like a first small event there?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think as long as you're excited about using Notion and you want to meet others who are maybe out there, I think it's the most important thing. Sometimes people get really ambitious with their first plans. Like, I want to have an event with 100 people and I want to have like this really great venue and it's awesome food. I would say start small. I think getting together and meeting people and understanding what the interest is first, sending out an email, sending out a little bit of a, just some general marketing just to say like, hey, is anyone interested? Like, I think that's the very best way to do it. Meeting up in a cafe, small coffee shop and that's how the original events kind of began. But really it's just about there's like three things you really need, to kind of put for any sort of community event. Number one thing is, like the content, or like, what do you want to talk about, or what is the general, plan for this gathering? It could be as simple as meeting in a coffee shop and just talking about how you use Notion, or, they're setting an event where someone's going to come and speak and talk a little bit about more how they personally use Notion and kind of take it to the next level. So once you have your content, then you just need a date, what day of the week or what day of the month are you going to be putting this together? And then a venue, where are you going to be hosting? So, and there's a lot of different places you can kind of do it. Early on, a lot of people held it in their offices, or they went to a local coffee shop. Universities are also another great place. But you'd be very surprised. I think the first goal for any event really should be kind of like, how could I meet with the Notion community? Oftentimes when I go out and travel, people are so grateful that I'm there because they're like, I had no idea so many people use Notion. And like, my partner is sick of hearing about how excited I am about it, or the new feature that came out, or like what's going on. So being able to kind of get together and just meet these people in person, like, makes all the difference. So I think those are the most core important things. Keep it simple. And the first event is always the hardest. After that, it only gets easier. And Matthias, I think you would probably, that sounds pretty fair, right? First one's always the toughest one, and it gets easier from there.
Yeah. Fully agree. We also have like a few free resources on how to organize the first event. We'll also link that below in case you want to get started. And otherwise, you can always, ask one of the other ambassadors that has already organized events. Usually, if we have time, like, we're more than happy to help with that. So,
absolutely
amazing. going from there maybe to the next part, or like the other, maybe unexpected, results of the community. Is there anything, that stands out to you as like a very surprising or unexpected side effect or outcome from, this like crazy Notion community?
Oh, of course. Okay, I'll give you the real answer and the PR answer. So I'll give you the real answer. And they're both honest. They're both very true. The real answer is just like the unexpected things. The truly unexpected things are always so wild to me. So I was just in Latin America. We did a Latin American roadshow with Jose Carlos, Roxana, and a few other ambassadors from across the region, Sebastian. And I was in Bogota. I was in Colombia. And we got picked up by this amazing group of ambassadors, and they were telling us just the wildest stories. So essentially, they all met at one of the first Notion community events in Colombia. I believe Roxana put together, and so it was this group of people that basically, we met at an event. It was really, really great, and then we started, we started thinking about how can we become business partners, and then all of us needed to move out, so we actually all moved into the same building. And so they all moved into the same building, and they all started a business together, and now they have matching Lego tattoos. And it's just things like that. It's just absolutely unreal to me, right? And they were also telling me that at one of the events in last year, somebody was presenting on screen, and then at the end of the presentation, the last presentation was a proposal to his now wife, right? He actually proposed at a Notion event. So those kind of stories to me are just so unexpected and real, and it's just. To me, it's so special because it's not about, the product. It's just so much more. People are creating friendships. People are kind of changing the way they live and kind of for a better way. So those have always been the ones that really, really kind of excite me the most and just get me so thrilled. There's a couple of other examples that I've seen previously. I remember, I never forget it. It was my first year. We had a pop-up in New York City. So basically we had kind of an activation campaign where we just wanted to meet our community in person again and just kind of meet our users. And we set up a little coffee cart. It was branded with Notion. We had Notion goodies for free. The line was huge. It was hot. It was summer. It was a summer in New York where it's humid. It's not the best, place to be standing in line for an hour. So somebody was standing in line for an hour, and they get near the front under the front, and we were giving out coffee, newspapers, bucket hats, all these cool things. And she was, "Do you work at Notion?" I was like, "Oh yeah, I work at Notion. How can I help?" And she's just "Oh yeah, I just can I show you my workspace?" I'm like, "Yeah, of course. I'd love to see your workspace." Granted, I've been doing this for 2 days, and this is hour number 6, and I've been seeing so many workspaces, but I never get tired of it. People are so excited. So I was "Yeah, sure, I'd love to see it." She had categorized all of her clothing, so every single article of clothing that she owned, she had it in a Notion database. And basically, it's different views. She was telling me that she would, whenever she went shopping, she would basically go through her digital wardrobe to see if whatever she was looking at was going to work well with whatever she was about to purchase. So or which she already had in her closet. So her entire style and everything else was just categorized in a Notion database, which to me was absolutely unreal. So that was so special. And the wildest part about it was, after we're done talking about it, she turns around and leaves. And I was like, "Oh, don't you want a coffee or would you like a newspaper?" It's "Oh, no, I just wanted to share my work with somebody because I don't ever get the chance to do that." That blew my mind. Just shut down an hour, to go to a coffee activation just to talk to somebody about Notion. So that to me is the true thing that really catches me off guard. It's absolutely amazing. I think the answer I give out is also true, but just something just absolutely unreal is we've had onboard an ambassador, we go through all the process, and then I get to see the evolution of them, right? And there's one particular person I have in mind where I remember when they first joined, they were so amazing, and it's Roxana, we've already talked about it, but basically she joined, she's excited to be on Notion, and then when she joined, she's "Yeah, I just spoke at an event, I started consulting and they're paying me, which is really cool. But at the time, she's doing mostly graphic design. And I fast forward to now, and with the consulting and templates, everything else, she's now helping build a home for her family in Aruba. So it's truly life changing, updates that can really kind of change the way people live. And I know for me and for Ivan, when we hear these sort of things, it means the world. It really means like reaching 100 million users is really cool. And a lot of times people like to ask us about like our valuation or IPO or how we're growing. But like the thing that I see that really excites Simon and really excites the team are stories like that. People whose lives are changing through, the tool that is Notion.
Yeah. That is really cool. I love these stories, and I think that really encompasses like the what makes Notion so special, right? That you have these stories attached to it. Oh, I love it. I could talk for hours about like all these things, right? The cool parts of the community. But we're coming up like soon on the end of our time. So maybe just like 2 last questions more towards the future of community. So first, I would just love to hear maybe if you have any insights that you can share right on the near future, where there are any upcoming changes to how Notion plans on running community, or anything in that direction maybe.
I'm really in the weeds right now for these sort of things. So I just spent, I'm based out of San Francisco, but I came out to New York, spent like 3 months with the team, and the summertime, it slows down a little bit. And we're able to kind of really invest into the actual community itself and kind of just like, bumping up for fall when all the events are coming in. So what I'd say there is something that I'm really excited about right now. It's just like, we're really trying to make sure, we're creating programming that is very helpful for the community, right? Things that are very like interesting to them, and making sure we're adapting to like the needs. So I think a lot of more people want to meet locally and regionally. So we've kind of been investing a lot more in some of our regional teams and how can we offer more regional support. And, Kumami in Japan has been absolutely amazing with Ayame, along with Mizuki helping out with champions, Jai-sun and DS out in Korea are doing absolutely amazing work, and Jan and EMEA. So we're trying to kind of almost like localize a little bit more, because our community is so global that sometimes people can feel left out, understandably so, because of, language barriers or time zone barriers. Like there's so many things, so many complexities that come with a global community. So we're investing a lot more there. Another thing that we're really trying to do is, we do a lot with our community, and we were just talking about this, Matthias, beforehand, is we just had this summit in Dublin, and, we sent out a little bit more of our team members than usual, and they were able to meet the community in person. And I just had the most amazing feedback. They were so excited to meet people in person. These are people that have also been with the company for about 4 years or more. And they just came back so energized because they see the love that people have for it. I think when you're working on a product, it gets so easy to get stuck in the weeds of what you're working on. Everything that could be better is wrong. And when they come back, they're always so thrilled every time we have an event. So I'm trying really hard to bring the stories and surface the stories of the community more often to the wider team here at Notion, and also experience like the community itself in person, in different events globally. So that's something that we've been trying to do as much as we can of a lot more. And another kind of like byproduct of that is just feedback. Like we're really trying to tighten the loop of how feedback is processed at Notion. So like, a lot of times, and I get it, like there's offline mode. I know. Trust me, like we're aware of it. We it's not like something like we're not.
I didn't say it.
Yeah, of course. Every time I bring it up to you about, they're like, oh, you said it on me. But we totally understand, and it's something that like we're definitely looking into. But like the community has always shaped Notion, right? And we have it's always been something that it has been a big part of who we are, and I kind of want to tighten that feedback loop. I really want to make sure that we're getting the feedback that we need. In the past, the team was just only so big, so it was just me like, oh, like this is what people need. Like, please help us. And now we have amazing, members in the community like Alexis, who has kind of been tightening that feedback loop, incorporating it more into how we work. And the team is just simply larger. We have the bandwidth to kind of create more formalized ways to kind of collect some of this intake. And I think that especially you, Matthias, you've seen kind of ambassadors like run around the community or the company a lot more, right? There's more opportunities, we're kind of working together a lot more. So I think, and it's not like a straightforward answer, but in general, we're trying to embed the community even more than ever into how we kind of like, process feedback, shape the product, and even just kind of, announce a lot of these things moving forward. So I think community is just like, as always, it continues to become closer and closer to Notion and the product itself. So I'm very excited for what's to come. I'm very excited for a lot of the betas that are coming along, a lot of the upcoming features. And, you're smiling because, you've heard a couple of things here and there. So there's, the summer launch has been exciting, but man, somehow the fall, it seems equally or even more exciting for what's to come. So I'm very thrilled with, where the community is at right now.
Oh, me too, and I can't wait to see like all these things in the wild that I've heard rumors about. So very exciting. Amazing.
Awesome.
That maybe not just like a fun little one to close this off, but that would be like Notion has so much amazing merch. Like I love every single bit I can get my hands on, but would really love to hear like what is your single favorite piece of Notion merch that you've ever seen?
Oh, yeah. There's a lot. Emma, hopefully, eventually one day she'll listen to this. But yeah, like me and Emma just like are always getting like, no, it has to be this or it has to be that, or like, how are we going to figure it out? I've been working on merch here at Notion since I started. I used to do merch for different, like for my previous company, I was working at Startup Brian and Bevy, and I used to do all their t-shirts and different, and like the wristbands and everything else. And I don't know how I ended up like, jumping into it. I think it's also like, people don't realize how much work goes into it, especially at a company like Notion. Like I have been working on an item right now for at least 8 months. And it's just like revision after revision after like, edit. And I'm working with an amazing vendor. We work with Swag Up, and I've been working, Nicole, our has been absolutely amazing. Partner of ours, we're always kind of trying to innovate. There's a couple of different things. And when I first joined Notion, they were like really, really serious about it. They're like, hey, it has to be something that is useful. Like we are a software, company, but we make tools. So like it has something that is useful or something that could be like, like worn. It cannot create too much, waste. So like in terms of like plastic or what have you, like, it has to be something that we're not like, negatively impacting the environment, or at least reducing it as much as we can. The other thing is just like the quality bar, right? Like we at Notion, there's a certain quality bar, and like we want our goodies to kind of reflect that. So, which is awesome, right? It's really great, but it takes a long time to make things, because, when you got to meet all those three things and you're very serious about it, like it takes some time. So, in terms of things that I'm most excited for, or have been, there's two items. We had this like Notion cat blanket. I love cats. Thankfully, Roman. There's a lot of dogs in the Notion office. There's tons of dogs. There is no cats, which is great. I love dogs. They're absolutely amazing. I love all animals. But I just, I have an affinity for cats, and Roman does too. Our one of our lead artists. And we made this gorgeous blanket, this thick blanket. It has like a giant little kitten on it, and I just love it. It goes so well with the office and everything else in between. So that's probably like my actual physical favorite, merch item. My favorite thing really is the story around it is like the bucket hat. The bucket hat, although maybe not as popular as it once was, I truly love, and the reason is because I don't have the best work-life balance. Again, because I love what I do. It's not because no one's forcing me. Everyone tells me to take a break. But I was at Coachella, and I forgot who was playing. Someone was about to get on. I think it was like maybe I was thinking of Tyler the Creator at that point, and like I'd been at my tent just working the whole morning, all day Friday. And so I was in a tent, and I have this like hotspot set up, like everyone's partying around me. And I'm just like trying to get these goodies for this Latin American roadshow we were doing last year. And I remember like finishing and like being done. And then like I was going back to go see Tyler the Creator, and then I get a call. I was like, oh my gosh, we forgot one last thing. You like, can you help us with some? Of course. Ran back to camp, jump on my laptop, right, and like start like, hashing it out. And I remember, again, creating these goodies. And I remember like shutting my laptop when I was done, and I'm like, am I really like doing this right now? Like, is this really what I like? This isn't healthy. Like, I shouldn't be doing this, And like, I remember it really kind of bugged me. So I went in, and it's like 1 a.m. I'm at Yuma, and for anyone who hasn't been to Coachella, it's like the techno tent, and it's like basically really good subwoofer, really good sound. And it's still bugging me. I'm like, man, I got to slow down. Like, this is ridiculous. And, every time, someone walked by with a bucket hat, I always look at it. It's like, it'd be so funny as a Notion hat. And then it's like 1:30 in the morning. I think the Blessed Madonna is playing. I look up, and there it is. It is the bucket hat. Not only is it a Notion bucket hat, but it's a Notion bucket hat from Tokyo. We had like these bucket hats we gave out in Tokyo during our pop-ups, or like during the events around them. And there it was in front of me. And it was like, no. The work that I'm doing is totally worth it. I will continue to push it as long as I need to. So, that's why the bucket hat's one of my favorite items. Like, I'll never forget it. Like, seeing somebody wear that, something that we worked so hard on, just like floating around at Coachella, like, was a very, very special and magical moment for me. So, the bucket hat's great.
I loved it. I think that's a perfect story to end this on, like the bucket hat at Coachella. I love it. I have mine sitting here in the background.
Oh, like, nice.
Always handy. I can't pull it off, but like it's at least like a reminder. But that's so cool. Amazing. Well, this was amazing. Thank you so much for taking the time and for having this conversation. I could go on for another 2 hours. Hopefully we do around 2 at some point. But yeah,
Absolutely.
again, thank you so much for this and all the things that you do for the community, right? Like it's absolutely insane to get to work with people that are so passionate about it, and like the company taking the people around it that don't work, but that they take it so seriously. So yeah, it's really a privilege.
Oh, of course. No, it privilege is all ours. And truly, I thank you, Mateus, for all the amazing work that you're doing. The community, anyone who's listening who uses Notion, thank you so much. Like I'm here you're my boss. I'm working for all of you. So any chance you have any feedback or anything that we could be doing better, please let us know. And again, we truly thank you from the bottom of my heart.
What would you say is your 2-minute, life elevator pitch?
That's so funny. Elevator pitch. I don't think I have an elevator pitch, but my quick story background is that I was a journalist. Well, I studied journalism in school, and then I never worked as a journalist. I went sort of straight to marketing. The journalism to marketing pipeline, it's a thing, and but I wasn't in tech until later. So I got my first job in tech actually by chance, by accident when I was around 24. So it's been a few years now, but definitely later than some people, right? And before tech, I was more kind of doing nonprofit marketing for nonprofits, this kind of work, especially with the Latino community in Boston. I used to live in Boston. So that was sort of what I had been used to. But then I started working at this company called TalkPush, which is a Chinese company that has a software for high volume recruitment. So the Walmarts and Amazons of the world that have really high turnover, and you need to hire hundreds or thousands of people per month. So I started there and I loved it. I loved kind of the tech world. I loved marketing for tech, and I feel progressively every job I've gotten has gotten more, it's so meta. It's SaaS for SaaS for tech for SaaS for SaaS for SaaS. And so now I am working at Jam, which is a dev tool startup, and we are a bug reporting tool. Basically, it automates bug reporting. It's a browser extension that you just plug into your browser, and it captures your DOM and everything that the developers need to debug, the logs, the network requests, even your metadata and stuff. So I can send perfect bug reports without knowing what any of that stuff is.
Perfect. Amazing. Yeah, that's thank you so much for sharing that. And yeah, Jam is an amazing tool. Link for that also in the description below. So that's your journey to tech. How did you, along those lines, discover Notion? Did that happen at Jam? Did it happen before? What were your first touch points there?
So my first discovery in Notion, and I'm embarrassed to admit it because I feel everyone should know Notion, but I didn't know Notion. I worked at TalkPush for 2.5 years, and during my time there, I never heard about Notion. I didn't use it. I used multiple different tools like Trello and Asana, and those are all great. I'm not, but I didn't use Notion. So the first time I ever saw it was when I switched jobs and I started working at this company called Superhuman, and they all use Notion heavily. And I worked on the marketing team. I worked closely with our social media manager. His name is Tyler at Superhuman. Shout out Tyler. And it was such a Notion power user. And I was this looks amazing. My first thought was so he had built out this sort of social media calendar where we could do so many things at once in that calendar. We could see what's coming up, what's happening, what's been published. We could get feedback, comments, we could edit. We could do, so it was visual feedback, review process. It was all sort of in one Notion calendar. And I thought that was amazing. So that was my first interaction with Notion. Although at first I was a little bit hesitant because it can be a little bit intimidating in the beginning. He was a power user, but to me, looking from the outside, it seemed kind of a complicated tool, to be honest. Yeah. And so I was I'm sort of a tech laggard sometimes in some things. And I was this looks awesome. You're so good at it. But in my mind, I was it does sound like extra work for me, right? Rather than just making my list wherever I make them. So it was sort of a little bit by force that I learned it. but I'm really glad that I did, because now I could never go back.
Yeah, I can imagine it is a tough learning curve. Like it's not like I think it depends very much on the setup, right? And like in particular, like someone who knows a lot about the tool sets up a system, right, that works for them and their workflows, and they use all the bells and whistles, and then you work with it and you look at it and you're like, what are all these properties? Where can I click, and why does everything disappear if I click on the wrong thing? It can be quite intimidating.
And it's also like you feel like, so you see this like amazing thing with all these buttons and this like, connected database or whatever, and you're like, okay, this is great. There's no way I'm going to be able to do this. Like when you first look at it. So that can be sort of discouraging. Like, why am I even going to start using something that I know that I cannot power use? Right. But you can, and you will. It's not that hard.
That's a perfect message for this. So maybe you could say a little bit more about that, right? Like, how did you get over the hump from like, oh my God, this looks so complicated, I'll never be able to do anything with it, to building that for like a company?
Yeah. So, well, it's not like I built all of Jan's Notion, just marketing, how we run marketing in Notion. But yeah, I think it's sort of just trying to do stuff for myself, how I would like to have it, like and then I'm not trying to follow like that's sort of how I got more familiar with it and started liking it. Is I wasn't trying to follow anybody's advice. I wasn't trying to do anybody's database. That came later. Now I do that. But at first I was just sort of like playing around with it, like what do I want? What do I need? What helps me work better? And whatever that looks like, right? And so you start exploring, like you do the little slash whatever, and you're like, oh, slash command. You're like, oh, a toggle might be good in this situation because my list is getting long or whatever. And so you start just like noticing all these things, and you get better at it. And also looking at people's notions that are like really pretty helps, because I'm like one of those girls who like, okay, I feel like I have a theory, like all the girls and boys that had like their like notebooks and agendas like filled with colors and color coded and everything. Like I was that girl in school. I feel like now we're all in Notion.
Probably like a very direct line. My books like look completely chaotic, right? No one could read anything. So my Notion workspaces are very minimalistic. It's sort of like I like
Yeah, me too. I like seeing things. Like at first in Notion, I was way more like, because I was trying to be all fancy. And what would happen is I would be like trying to find stuff, and it's like you would have to go inside a page, into another page, into a calendar, into a tracker. And I'm like, I just want to like see things. So that also takes some practice, right? Getting the handle of it, because Notion allows you to get really granular, and that's awesome. And you can be granular in certain things, but you do need to make sure that like you have things that are easily viewable, and you can see like what's happening this month, right? And you don't need to like go to a million different places to see like a general overview of things.
Yeah, I agree. Like that's one of Notion's superpowers. I like being able to pull things in one place and not having to context switch constantly and be like, oh, I need to look that up. I probably looked at it right now, and then I, clicked away, and now I forgot again what I looked at. So now I need to click 10 places back. So that's where it becomes really, really, really helpful. But I love also like what you mentioned with the playful approach. Right? I think that's like the often the solution. In particular, if you have the freedom to explore a bit. Most people that I talk to, right, that become Notion Power users are the ones who just like, tinker a bit with it, and then like, realize, I start getting curious, like start playing around with this one, and like what happens if I do that, and just to probe, like, because it is a box of Lego, right? Like it is if someone hands you like a box of Lego for your systems, and if you like playing around with it and exploring what all the blocks do, then it's a lot easier to go through this initial learning curve, rather than having, a specific system and then trying to like, okay, I need to stick to that, someone build it for me, I need to somehow figure out how to use it.
Yeah. And that's the cool thing about Notion, right? That nothing is prescribed, right? So like, there's like a lot of task management tools, right? The thing is like, I wouldn't consider Notion, like you can use Notion for task management, but you can even use it like as a sales CRM if you wanted to. So it's like, super wide, the stuff that you could do with it. But where was I going with this? I don't even remember.
Nothing is prescribed, right? You can't do anything with it. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So nothing is prescribed, but one thing that does help, right? Because I think at the beginning, like stepping into a blank canvas can be like, what do I do? And sometimes it does help to have a little bit of prescription. And what I've done a lot actually, and I love doing this, is like searching for templates. Like there's so many awesome community templates that you can grab from and then just like tweak and customize to your liking. So like I've grabbed like content calendar templates from there, task management templates from there. I even made a household management Notion for me and my husband. Because I was like, one day I was just so tired. I was like, like house things like come up and it's like, we haven't cleaned the AC filters in 6 months, and how can this happen? And he's looking at me and I'm looking at him, and I'm like, okay, this doesn't happen to us at work. So why don't we just implement some of the stuff that we do at work at home? And we ended up with like a home database.
Do you use it? Is that in use still?
No.
Yes, no. I think too bad. Like I thought like that would be a really cool example. I'm not sure whether you saw it, but like Ben Lang, like one of the first people at Notion who like started building community for them, he went viral recently because he shared like the Notion home base that he I think his wife used to run things, and like a lot of people were like, oh, how can you, like you can't run a relationship like a project management tool, but like you can, like if it works.
Yes, you can.
Yes. Exactly, like regular check-ins, one-on-ones. They're all important pieces, both in work and at home.
I think like the database that we ended up with was really great, and like we did use it for a few months. The thing that ended up happening is like it's not like it doesn't work for us or anything anymore. It's just that because Notion got us so organized, now it's like things are on autopilot, so we don't really need to check in. But it did help. Yeah.
Holding the systems, and then you can get rid of the training wheels. I love it. Amazing. Yeah. So and then from there, so you implemented Notion, or like you worked with Notion at Superhuman, then you implemented Notion for your relationship with your husband at home, and then you joined Jam, right? Like an 18-person startup, and then you helped them build out their Notion workspace. Could you maybe like talk us through that process and share a little bit more about like what happened there, how it came to that?
Yeah. So when I first got to Jam, I've just always, I had already been used to, by that point, I had been working at Notion for like maybe two years. So I was very used to working in Notion, loved it. And, but I had been using Notion a little bit from a different place than at Jam. And I actually didn't realize that until a bit later, but I had been using Notion sort of like as an accountability, like with my manager, and to like show my work and to make like, and so like my managers could sort of have visibility into what I'm doing. And it was a little bit more prescribed. Whereas in Jam, like I joined as the first marketer. So there wasn't that much accountability like in marketing team to do. There was more like self accountability that I had to do. And then there was also like certain processes that we needed to set up just so we could have. And also Ian, right? He's also part of the marketing team. So like how could Ian and I work best in Notion? And I think that at first I tried to sort of repeat kind of the dashboards and the stuff that I had going on at my previous job, like that my manager had taught me because it worked for us. And it didn't really work that well at Jam. And so that's where I learned, like, Notion is truly a blank canvas. And so you can really adapt it to the working styles of your team. And so what we ended up doing is maybe just like 4 or 5 simple boards I can show you where it's really easy for us to track specific things that we do. Like we have some big initiatives, right? That are like, we host in-person events. So we have like an events dashboard tracker planner page. And, we have experiments and projects. So some people would have like experiments in one place and projects in another place. But because we're a startup, projects and experiments are often one and the same. And so those two are great. Ian has like a content calendar that I almost never look at. Like that's kind of like his stuff. I have like a balls in my court list I'll show you, which like nobody looks at, it's just mine. And then we have this like what I call like the leadership board view. And this is where I'm accountable to Danny, who is my boss and the CEO of Jam. And so this is where Danny and I review like what are the marketing programs at a really sort of like bird's eye view. we sort of go over it every month. And so we go through the whole kind of leadership view, and it's a way to see what we did, what we didn't do, what went right, what didn't go right, and just sort of like trigger our memories as we're looking at like all the marketing initiatives in one place. It helps you have like better discussions, triggers memories or even ideas. And so that's been great. And then I have like a little DevRel board, but mainly for like calls for speakers, like CFPs, where we track that. And that's basically it. Like, it's not like hugely scientific, but I'd love to walk you through it if you want.
Oh yes, yeah. Maybe we can like do that at the let's do that at the end of the call, and we do first like the remaining questions, and then I'd love to see what you build and take a closer look. So everyone who's just listening at the end of it, right, like might be worth switching to YouTube to get a full picture. But yeah, before we look at that, I'd love to hear from you. When you built this out, like, were there any challenges that you ran into, when it comes to using Notion or like getting other team members at Jam to use it? Anything that comes to mind there?
Yeah, I think like there's different levels of Notion usage depending on like company culture, right? And I would say that Jam is like a very much like action product development oriented company. So sometimes like spending too much time in Notion is not what you want to be doing, right? Because then it means that you're not building. So there's a little bit of that, and which like I think kind of changed me a little bit, because now I also spent less time in Notion, but I just spent plenty of time. And so the challenge with that was, okay, like that makes a lot of sense, and especially if you're like a product manager, or if you're the product team or you're the engineering team, like sure, like you don't need to be writing whole diatribes in Notion. But if the marketing team, and especially when you get to like customer team, you do, there's like a lot of not so much like a feature that you're building or whatever, but there's a lot of like logistics that you need to coordinate, and there's so much of it that you can't really keep it in your head. And if you keep it like in little lists here and there, and in an Asana over here, and in an email, like Notion is the place to bring that all together. So, but there's like a culture shift, right? Because like I remember at first, like I would send Danny, like here's this Notion, and like she'd be like, okay, but like what are you doing? Just tell me.
Yeah.
Like don't just. So that was a little bit of a shift. And I think that eventually what we've landed on is like, not everybody needs to like, Notion is not for you to give your team extra work. Notion is for you to keep track of whatever you're doing, especially because again, this applies to startups. I'm in a 2-person marketing team. It's just me and Ian. And so like, there's no need to like force everybody into our, whatever dynamics. So basically my style is more like I keep track of everything in Notion for myself. I do like a couple of like for example, like in the events or DevRel or whatever sort of pages, there's like a quick strategic overview at the top, because people can peek in, can look, and so that it's cool that they understand like what marketing is doing and why. And especially like when we grow the team and we hire new people, I'll be really glad to have like that stuff documented. So that's in there. And then it's just basically progress trackers or task lists or just management logistics stuff, right? And so what I do with that stuff is I honestly kind of just communicate that via Slack and keep track of it in Notion. And whoever wants to go look at the Notion and check up on like more details, they can. But like the main message of like, this is completed, this isn't done, I need this from you or this from you, or I haven't done this, that's probably like via Slack. And then whoever wants more details, here's a detailed overview in Notion.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, right? Like I think that's like one of the key lessons also when you work with Notion, is that you need to really make it. You can make it really fit to the culture of your team, right? That's a big advantage, but you also have to, right? Like there's not one right way to use it. There's certain like best practices that help. But like it also depends sort of like the stage that you're in with the company, right? It's like this like what brought you here won't necessarily bring you there. So like in early days of a startup, right, with a small team where you have a lot of face time with each other, where it's easy to communicate with the key stakeholders, and like the people who own a certain area, they tend to own all of it, right? 2-person marketing team. There's not a lot of like things that you can miss in that context. And like everyone else, okay, if I need to know something about marketing, there's like 1 or 2 people that I need to talk to. then it's much easier to run a system, right, where you're like, okay, you own it, you keep it up to date, and then like you communicate it elsewhere. If you grow the environment, if you have larger teams, then you need more and stronger processes. And they don't have to happen in Notion. Like you kind of organize these processes elsewhere, but then you sort of like the more people you have in a team, the less freedom everyone has to, just work on their own and work in their silo, because at some like in a 50 people team, right, you can't talk to each other anymore on a daily basis. That's just unrealistic.
Yeah. You can't, and that's like that's why Notion is such a powerful tool, because it does work for my use case, which is small startup to marketers, and then it also works like it grows with you, right? Like this is sort of why I'm documenting like process, why I'm saying like our strategy, and I'm doing all these overviews, and nobody needs them right now, right? But I'm thinking, we're gonna grow the marketing team, and it's gonna be great to have this. So like we're thinking towards the future there, and like also. In Notion, you can do a lot of processes that you would normally have to do, like when you're in a bigger team, maybe in multiple places. And you can just keep that all in Notion. Like you can do a full content kind of from idea to execution process, all of it in Notion. You can have the calendar of what's there. Then inside each calendar piece, you could have the blog draft if you want with the images. You could receive comments and feedback there. You can have the status, like it's all there. So it's, I think for larger teams, it's also extremely helpful to just have everything in one place, and then anyone can just find it.
Yeah. And like, it's so good that you put these things down now, right? Like a lot of times when I work with companies, that the problem is like that doesn't happen in the beginning. There are enough fires to put out in a startup, right? On a day-to-day basis, that sometimes you forget about, okay, what would be really helpful to, future me in 6 months? But future you in 6 months will be very, very thankful that you at some point you've written these things down and you have documented it already. And the trickle-down effects are so big, right? Particularly with AI becoming more common. Like, I'm not sure whether, do you use the Q&A and Jam already for Notion?
Q&A?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the Notion Q&A?
Yeah.
I haven't really, I tried it out. Okay, so this is what happens when, and I love Notion, you guys are at best, but it just happened like when you use a feature for the first time and it doesn't immediately work, it's hard to then use it again. And I think that happened to me with Q&A. Like I searched for something and it wasn't like exactly. So I was like, haven't really tried it once after that.
Yeah. It needs to improve for sure. But like it already has come a long way, and it gets better the more data you have in it, right? Like, and at some point, right, it then becomes really, really powerful, because even if you don't have someone like you, right, like who organizes the workspace and puts everything in the right place, so even if the things are like a bit less organized, makes it then easier to retrieve information in the right context.
Yeah, for sure. No, I'm gonna give it another shot for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's also like an update coming out sometime, like with some improvements. So after that, I think will be very, very exciting to see how it performs.
I mean, the new home view, I was like so excited about that. I have wanted that for ages. You know how I keep talking about everything. I sound like a broken record. Everything in one place. I want everything in one place. So I really do. And so the home view is like another step towards that. And so I turned a bunch of my stuff into actually like tasks lists now, so that they show up in my home view. And it's great to see like events that I have coming up, a specific task from a specific project I can see, plus like a deadline of a big project. I get to see it all in one place.
All in one place. Oh yes, yeah, that's so cool. I can't wait also for when they they start allowing us to like aggregate things outside of home, like from different places. That will be such a game changer. So lots of fun things to come for Notion, I think, in 2024.
Oh, and their new website builder. I haven't tried it. Like I've done websites with Notion, but like I published Notion pages on the web, but I haven't tried their website builder yet. I am excited.
Oh yes, it's super cool. Like particularly like connecting custom domains, such a huge thing for companies, right? Like it's super easy to spin up these quick documents, in particular for things like like hiring people. These like things where you want something on the web, but it doesn't have to be like in the full-fledged form of your website.
Yeah.
And it's just a lot more professional if you have your own custom domain there instead of like the .notion.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I should have known this. Oh my god.
How it's possible, yeah.
I'm gonna have to tell Dad about this because our careers page, actually, like when you click into each of the job openings, it opens, guess what, a Notion page. Now we can have our domain in them. Yay.
Yes, perfect. So you know what to do like after the after the
Right after. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Oh, amazing. So we solved already one thing. Yeah, but they have so many updates. Right? Like also like yesterday and the day before, like the 2 updates for editing, probably also like a big thing for marketing teams or like content-driven teams in Notion. They can now suggest edits, right? And you have like find and replace, 2 things that like just brings it a lot closer to like what everything that you can do in Google Docs, but with all the Notion features on top. So
yeah, that's awesome. Actually, is that new? Because I've always been the person that says like, I love Notion for everything, but long form content edits I have to do in Google Docs. Like I've always said that. And yet the other day I got some feedback or edits from Ian, and I saw that he actually had made like changes, like track changes, like you could like just like you can in Google Docs. And I was like, is this new?
Yes, it's like it fully rolled out 2 days ago. So sometimes you get access a bit earlier, but like the official full rollout has been 2 days ago. So now it's amazing.
Okay, so Ian is like the one in the know, because I had no idea. When I saw it, I was honestly confused. I was like, has this always been here? And I just didn't know, like, what?
Yeah,
that's awesome.
So now we have it. Amazing. But it's a good segue actually, because you were talking about, right, like so far, like in Notion, like long form content, for example, you were doing in Google Docs. What would you say, you know, like if you look at Notion holistically as a tool, what are some of the key strengths where you say like that's where it really shines? And then also very important, like some weaknesses where you say, well, you could do it in Notion, but you're sort of like shooting yourself in the knee. I'd rather do that outside.
Here's something I think about Notion that like I could talk about like its capabilities and features like all day, but I think that the bottom line, really, that what makes Notion so great to use and like why I strongly recommend it is because it makes your work life like prettier, more fun. It's more enjoyable, right? Everything in Notion works seamlessly. Whenever you do the slash, things will pop up. Everything is sort of easy to find. The design is super sleek. Like I sound like an ad, but I really love it. Like the design is really pretty. It's sleek. You can do fun things like, you know, you can add like your little icons or your emojis. You can customize your pages. You can do like render images in the background. So you get to have like really pretty looking documents and progress trackers and stuff. And I think that makes a huge difference. Like, well, if you're working in an Excel spreadsheet, it's like kind of ugly and you're in there, but like in Notion, you're like in this beautiful space that you've built for yourself. So I think that's the main reason. Like that's reason number one. If you're considering Notion, like think about just emotionally, it's better. But besides that, yeah, right? Like, I mean, if you're going to spend your like 30 or 40% of your day looking at one thing, then at least it should be something you like to look at.
Yeah. Does it spark joy, right? Like
yeah. But what else? Like what makes Notion really powerful? It's the fact that it's like so easy to collaborate and sort of make it be what you want it to be. I think that this is also a little bit of a detractor. Like the same thing that makes it such a strong, powerful tool is what makes it sometimes maybe a tool that is hard to adopt at first because it is so open-ended, right? But luckily, like they do a lot to help users, right? Through templates and community guides and, you know, people like yourself providing lots of advice and tutorials and templates for people to get started. So I think that's, like they do have that issue of it can be overwhelming, but they do take a lot of great steps to solve it. So I would still recommend people try it.
Yeah, definitely. And maybe specifically like in the company environment, right? Like, have you seen, like, now that you've used it at 2 companies, right? Like at Superhuman and Gen, are there any?
Yeah, I also used it at another company too, which was called Focus.
3 even, yeah. Are there any, like, you know, like common pitfalls that you see in particular teams or like startups fall into when they try to adopt Notion and then they, you know, run into a wall or make some mistake that you've seen now a few times that people should avoid when they try the same?
Yeah, I think that you can make it a little bit confusing for yourself, and then things end up, instead of helping you stay on track or helping you see what needs to be done and what's been done, it confuses you more because you end up having too many things in too many different places. And so it's like then sometimes like the person who needed to know this one thing, it wasn't in the board that the person thought it would be, and so like that sort of confusion can happen. That's like kind of like the biggest one that I've seen, but and I think that's kind of not just like a Notion problem, right? Like I think that's just sort of a team kind of issue that every startup goes through at some point of like, where are we going to keep track of this? Where are we going to do this? What is, and so it's not just Notion, but maybe Notion can exacerbate it a little bit because of how wide it is. But that's why I would always advise like simple. The simpler you can make it, the better.
Yeah, that's a good point. So if like a friend that works at like another startup or so comes to you and asks, seen you like us, you maybe shared that you are awesome Notion setup with them, and they're like, okay, I'm convinced. I also want to start using Notion. But I'm not, they're not sure how to start or where to start. What would you recommend that path?
Well, first, like, what do you want to use it for, right? So if it's like for a content, you said, right, like content publishing, editing workflow.
Yeah, like maybe at the marketing, just they don't know, right? Like they just saw it, like you have something cool. Yeah, I thought they want to do with it. They have no idea what and how.
So like I would first advise them to like figure out what they want to use it for. And so once you know what you want to use it for, then you can look for either templates that can help you get started, or sort of imagine in your head, like what is the ideal productivity place look like for you to achieve this thing that you want to achieve, and sort of start making it. And you can borrow part of a template, for example. Maybe you really like this content template because of how the calendar is styled, but you don't really love the review process. It doesn't really work for you. So you scrap that. You just take the calendar and then you make a different review process. So I would say look for inspiration, know what your goals are, and then sort of just try to imagine in your head the ideal thing that would help you achieve those goals the fastest and easiest way, and then try to make it in Notion.
Yeah, I love that. I think that's a great point. Like I always ask people, like if you had a magic wand that you could just wave and that like it would create a perfect software for you that does exactly what you want. How would that look like? Because I think that's like a sort of like a perspective change from like coming from other tools. Where I mean, there's a UI UX designer somewhere, right, who decide, well, this is how you use the tool, so take it or leave it. It takes it's quite a shift, right? Like if you now all of a sudden have this blank canvas and this box of Lego and you're supposed to build it yourself, it's very easy to fall into sort of like the trap of just replicating what you've seen everywhere else. And it's a good starting point. In particular, if it works for you, it's a great starting point. But it's worth taking the time to think, well, do I actually like this, right? Like, is that like how I work, or do I keep running into friction because I just hate, writing these things down like that. Or I don't use due dates maybe, right? Like, but every tool forces me to input a due date. So what else could I do to organize my day-to-day things? And Notion allows you to run these experiments and like really question these assumptions. So I think like this, like closing your eyes, imagining like how would this workflow look like if it wasn't perfect for you? That's a great exercise.
Exactly. And like perfect for you, right? Like that's the key. I think a lot of the views that I have are kind of counter to what a lot of people would like. I really like to see a long list of things. I like that. It helps me. So I use a lot of toggles. But I can see like, June, January, May, and like a few bullets and toggles. Like I love that structure because it helps me instantly understand what's been going on, right? And like for how long and in my brain. But some people would look at that list of like toggles and it's like scrolling and they'd be like, ew, like this is, most people would probably say that's horrible. So, but it works for me and there's no template to it. I just liked it.
Yeah, the great thing right about Notion is like you can have this way of viewing your things and someone else can then set up like a different way of viewing your things. You can work out of the same databases, you can share the same underlying structure, right? Like tasks that pop up on your endless list might pop up on like a Kanban board of someone who likes a very clean and minimal view. And you can both like customize the way you interact with the data but you can still interact with the same data, right? Like it still flows from one part of the system to the other, and you all contribute to the large organization.
Yeah, that's Ian's content calendar like scares me. Like that's why I try not to go in there that much. But the stuff that we have like in marketing projects, which is where I hang out, gets ported into his content calendar, right? So we both have the stuff that we need.
Yeah, perfect. Amazing. Well, thank you so much for sharing all these insights. So now maybe if you want, I'd love to see what you were talking about with like how, you've set things up for Jam, and give us a bit of a walkthrough of your system.
Yay. Okay.
Endless lists.
No. Those I will maybe I'll see. I'm not sure if they are. So I'm going to show you a few templates. And actually these are like available. Like if people want them, we published them on the blog a while ago. I added a couple more for this podcast, but special sneak peek.
Yes. Nice. Link to all of these things down in the description, so you can go ahead and see like how Jam is working and use that as inspiration for your own set.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen in just a second. Okay, let me know when you see Marketing Hub.
Yes, there it is. Perfect. I can see it.
So this is the actual Marketing Hub at Jam. This is what it looks like. This is like the real thing. And so like you can see, you have like a bunch of stuff here, but like some of these are just like documentation process for documentation purposes. Like if you go into value props, when it's just like our product value propositions, our audience, blah, blah, blah. So this is like the main three that we use. This is the one that Ian uses all the time. This is the marketing projects. And this is the leadership view that I was talking about. And then these are like individual sort of marketing programs. So I'll show you. Oh, why? Imagine that it was just like this when I first opened it.
It's like this.
So this is like the experiments, and honestly just marketing projects, like feature launches and stuff go in here too, right? And so this is again wide view. This is what's happening. This is the goal that it's working towards, and this is just the status. And here it's either me or Ian. And then if you open it, this is like an experiment example. So I like to include like the hypothesis, failure conditions, and then after the experiment's over, we'll do like a little metrics retro. Here it's just like about the project. So important. And this is actually super important for marketing stuff, like not just for documentation purposes, but like for you as you're working through the assets and, briefing people in, because it's not, you're not working alone usually, right? Like I'll need design help and then like I'll have to coordinate with Maya, the PM, like, does this make sense? For like, is this the right way to talk about this feature, things like that. So super important to kind of include these details, and it will help you as you're creating all of your assets. And then this is just like the tasks, right? Like of the experiment, like what's happening. And I don't actually have statuses here because I have little checkboxes, which are easier. And what I have here is actually like stuff to remind myself, like if I'm blocked or if I ask somebody or whatever, of like what's actually going on. I found that more helpful than like pending or mom, so I just write what's happening.
Yeah. That's a great point.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah. And so that's sort of the experiment for like template. It's actually like if you open a new one, like it's a little template, so it just pops up. And then this is a launch example. So this let's say like we're launching a feature. So again, like at the top, this is really important. What we want people to know, why would they care, and the tone of the audience. And it's good for you to keep that at the top because it's going to inform. It's really going to help you as you're creating the assets. And then this is more kind of just a breakdown of everything that's happening, right? This is not so much an experiment. We've done it before. So it's more just making sure like the list of things, what is happening in each thing, and that's pretty much it.
The playbook.
The playbook basically. Actually, this is helpful. Like, I started doing this in recently, and so I divided each separate asset that I need from other people or myself into one thing instead of saying like email. Well, email includes a couple images from design, copy from me, review by Danny, right? So like in the asset list owners, I break down each individual thing, and then in launch materials, it's each complete thing.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. great visibility, right? It's easier to then see like where you are along the way, rather than having this big ominous task and your brain knows like you're not quite complete, but like what is the next step? That's also not quite clear, and you just sort of think about this every single time you look at the task on your list.
Exactly. Yeah. And then this is our events board that I was talking about. So this is like all the stuff I was telling you about, like the playbook, the why we do stuff, blah, blah, blah. But people, if they're like, this is so boring, they can just scroll to the table. Again, why does this keep happening?
Maybe something with the screen share that like messes it up. It's always the presentation effect.
Darn. Okay. So, and this is our
starts in the center, yeah.
Yeah, imagine that it started in the center. This is so, and this is the actual events tracker, like where the planning happens. At a glance, these are the things that I need to see. So I need to see who we're co-hosting with, and I need to see the most important part usually is how we're doing on speaker sourcing, because all of our events have speakers or demos, and so like this is like the important thing that I need to see at a glance. Also, if you add the date and you use Notion calendar, it's automatically in your calendar.
Notion calendar is amazing. Definitely love it.
And then you just go into like individual event planning inside each. Pretty easy. It's like nothing. Yeah. DevRel, again, similar kind of thing. I like to have, just like in events, like the overview of like your philosophy of DevRel, 5 words, just put it in there, your playbook, and then this is how we just manage CFPs. Yeah. Pretty straightforward.
Do you have a database template in there as well?
Yeah. This is the template.
Yeah. No, I'm so sorry. Like inside, like for the entries, do you have all like some pre-structured information again, or this like,
just 3 bullet points?
Yeah.
Like this is what each conference thing should have. Should have conference details, submission details, and the link. Just to make it easier for devs to apply.
Perfect.
And then this is
about Notion, right? You can just like tailor it to your specific workflow, and then like if that helps you get the work done, then you're exactly at the right position.
Yeah, it's awesome. This is a leadership one that I was talking about. This is my favorite one. I think this is like the one that's helped me the most, like ever. Like anything that I've done in Notion, I swear by this one. Nice. So this is me and Danny go through this every single month. We look at like what's going on in events. I did this as a template. Like you can name it whatever, but like events, written things, video things, paid things, other marketing thing, and another.
Yeah.
And so you go into each of these and you're like, okay, so right in the card, you can see like the cadence, how many, and the audience. So here we would have like developers or product managers or whatever. And so you just check in like, okay, so if the goal is to have 3 events per month, okay, what happened in January? We had this, and we do some tracking here too, just in case like when we usually meet to discuss this once a month, but sometimes we'll do like 1 more during the month. And if it's like checking in, it's good to just have that here too. And then that's sort of how it goes. Blogs. So if you want to do like one type of blog post per month, here, like you have the ideas, what's gotten executed, blah, 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 each month. And that's pretty much it. Like,
creates visibility, right? That's the powerful thing. Like these things, like you could do that in pen and paper. You don't need Notion specifically for it. There are like other tools where you could do that, but Notion makes it just so easy to set this up and like have it in one place, like together with a lot of other things. And the biggest change in all this is just to have that process in place. Right? Like if you know that, okay, all the things I need to report to my manager or like to the person I'm reporting to, if I have that all in one place and I don't need to scramble in the 10 minutes before our one-on-one to figure out, well, what did I actually do last month? Right? Like what were my, like, like we all know what we're responsible for, but it can be tough to like remember like, okay, these are the things. And you have it in Notion or like in any tool set up and just like with the checklist ready to go, this like creates just so much peace of mind.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I go in here like not just for meeting with Danny. Like I go in here often just to like make sure we're doing everything that we said that we're going to do because it can get to be a lot. So it's good to just see all of it. That's pretty much it. I have one more. This one is just my personal like balls in my court. I call it accountability tracker. What I really like about it is that it's not just like a list of things, right? Like maybe if you just like open up your Apple Notes and write this thing and then it just stays there forever and you have no context on it or whatever. Yeah. So I just kind of made a list that would help me have everything that people ask of me. Like if somebody sends me a Slack and I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll do it tomorrow. Or if like, Danny's like, we're going to launch this amazing thing in 3 months. I'll write it in here, right? Because I want to start prepping or I want to, so just like everything from little to small, stuff that I have to do.
Yeah.
And here you're right, like just like the timeline very quick, what you've done. And this is what I like. I love writing a little bit of more context. So I used to only just do statuses and then I would forget. So it's very helpful. Like for example, with Danny and I have like a weekly one-on-one. I can look in balls in my court and see all my blockers, comments of things. And then I don't even have to structure our call. I have it. I've already done it. It's this list.
Yeah. Amazing. Yeah, I think that's actually like a super good tip for like people who are just like starting out with Notion and not like quite sure like how to set up their databases. It's like thinking about this like the context, right? Like in every database you have something that's the main thing, right? In this case, like the balls in your court, or another case like the blog posts. And then there are a lot of like attributes that describe that thing, that give context about it. There are things that you need to know about it. So if you just like go through that, right, and you think about, okay, like what do I need to know about a blog post? What do I need to know about a ball in my court, and then like create those properties? You've already like, that's like 80% of like setting up your database on the first go. That gets you so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to know, okay, I know this is not your interview, but how did you get started with Notion?
Well, for me, it was very random. It was as part, like I was falling down that like productivity rabbit hole on YouTube. It all started with that I had like some pain in my hands, and then so I looked up some ways to, like, it was still in law school, right? Like, and I wanted to figure out, okay, like how can I digitalize my progress more, but I can't like really type on my computer because of my hands right now. So I want to write, but I want to write on my iPad. So how do I take digital notes on my iPad? And like that started like a huge like rabbit hole on YouTube from like some Ali Abdaal videos on how he takes notes on this one. And like the algorithm is very good at recommending the next thing in line. And like I was watching like a video of Ali Abdaal who had like a thing that like helped him, like a sort of like journal thingy that helped him remember like, okay, what was something interesting that happened that day. I was like, that's so amazing. Like I need that in my life. I'm studying all day just for the bar exam. Like every day looks the same. So if I have something that keeps reminding me of all the nice things that might help. So I that's the first touch point with Notion. And then from there, like it was just like a slippery slope. I started using it more and more. Like I think I don't know, like I deleted the whole thing that I had set up like at least 6 times in the first 6 months because it became always such a mess, right? And you really like it takes a while to learn how to build a system that actually works.
Yeah.
But through a lot of trial and error and maybe a lot of playing around, suddenly turned into a career. So yeah, that's how I got started with Notion.
That's so cool. So like you started like through YouTube, and now you are one of those YouTubes.
Yes. Now I am one of these. So maybe I can inspire someone else to ditch their law career instead. No career advice, but it is quite fun, so I can recommend it.
Yeah, me too. Go ditch your law career. You lawyers, stop it. Go make exactly. Notion content.
Exactly. Oh, well, this was amazing. I think we're like coming up on our time, but thank you so much for taking the time and being here today and sharing all these things of like how you use Notion, how Jam uses Notion. That has been super fun. I absolutely loved talking to you about that, and excited to see what else you guys are doing.
Thanks so much for having me, Matthias. This was super, super fun. Have a good one, everybody.
Amazing. Yeah. And again, right, if you want to find out more about Jam, Ivanha, anything, right, like we'll link everything down below in the comments in the description, and then you can check it out. Yeah.
Oh, and one plug, Jam integrates with Notion, so you can send bug reports straight to Notion from Jam. So, well, not from Jam, like from your browser. So you just click Jam, and then that's your bug report, and it's automatically created in whatever database you want, and you don't have to do anything. So that's awesome.
Yes, we should have mentioned it probably earlier, but like we'll do it now. It's really cool. It's really smooth, super easy. Your developer will gotta love it, and you can like integrate it all in one system. Perfect.
Yeah.
All right. So, can you maybe quickly tell us what is the 2-minute John Hurley live elevator pitch?
Sure. Yeah. I should be pretty good at giving an elevator pitch, I guess, given my job. But I'm John Hurley. I lead product marketing here at Notion. And, I've taken kind of a path from Cincinnati, Ohio, which is where I was born, where I learned a lot of kind of my principles and competitiveness and aspirations to kind of be artistic, but also business sense, that I really appreciated, kind of this kind of balanced look at things that matter to me: teams, collaboration, hard work, and competitiveness. But also grew up as a son of artists, so creativity and beauty were always really important to me, and I think those things kind of carried me through my life, where always in competitive environments and high pressure, whether that was sports, whether that was academics, and now in my professional career. And so I always actually thought that I'd be a finance guy working on Wall Street, but I discovered that really entrepreneurship and startups and technology was really the best fit for me. I started businesses when I was in third grade. It actually almost got me kicked out of grade school because I was selling things on the playground after school, and started businesses through high school and college. And eventually that really set me on the path of joining very early stage startups in kind of a go-to-market-ish role, but really at a time when it was about understanding what are we building, who are we building it for, why does it matter, and then how do we bring that to market. So I've always loved this intersection of working really closely with the customer, with the product teams, the actual builders, and then using some of, what I think are my more natural skills on storytelling and the business strategy to create that bridge into bringing products to market, and working with incredibly creative teams to tell those stories and build those things that make us ultimately successful in the market. So I've had that fortune of doing that at a few different startups, and now doing that at Notion. One other little plug is I have still reserved some time for that competitive spirit in my kind of fitness life, and also that creativity, and have done a little wine business on the side. And that's kind of my creative and competitive outlets that combined with that kind of business aspiration.
That's super cool. I definitely want to talk about that wine business later. But first, do you still remember what you were selling on the playground in grade 3? I would be very interested in that business model.
I do. It was, there were these books called Goosebumps. I don't know if they had Goosebumps. They were like kids' stories that were like scary stories, basically. And I was selling those and candy. They were called Warheads. They were these sour little candies. And so I got in trouble because kids were going home and they were eating candy, staying up all night, reading Goosebump books, and then having nightmares. So their parents would come back and say, "Who's selling the candy and these scary stories to my kids?" And well, it was me.
I love that. That's a great business idea. I know the Warheads, we had those as well, but the Goosebumps, that's new. But that's a great entrepreneurial spirit already in grade 3. But yeah, so maybe then back to the current entrepreneurial things. Why did you decide on joining Notion?
Yeah, I mean, I think for probably some shared things and inspirations for you and many other people that are in the Notion community. One, I was a Notion user for many years and kind of experienced the value and kind of the magic of what this kind of modern, flexible way of working actually really looked like in comparison to the things that I had used before. I think about my career as kind of a tours of duty, rather than climbing the ladders. And I thought about what is my next tour of duty after the company that I was at before, which was Amplitude, which I had the pleasure of working there from about 50 million to 250 million and taking that company public. It was an incredible tour of duty. I learned so much. But I thought about what's that next tour of duty? and what are the things that I want to experience in that. And Notion matched up really nicely to those things. Has that consumer and B2B blend. It has the opportunity to grow to the levels of a company that I would like to experience. And one thing that I thought about a lot was that I wanted to kind of play or compete on the main stage. If you think about like a tennis tournament, there's the grandstands where everybody's packed in to see the top players. Maybe it's the longest standing, established players like a Djokovic, and then the up and comers like an Alcaraz. But that's the main stage. And I think Notion has that opportunity. It's playing on the main stage, productivity software, the largest software market in history, and competing with the established big players. And that's super exciting. Like, that's a challenge that really I can wake up every morning and be very excited about, is really competing on that main stage.
Yeah, that's really cool. I can definitely understand that pull there. And so on that main stage, right, for Notion, you do product marketing. For someone like me who doesn't exactly know what that means, how would you explain that at family dinner when someone asks you?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's really a unique position, and that's what's so exciting about the position. You get to do so many different things. But the way I describe Notion product marketing is that your role and responsibility is really to help the company understand what products to build, who to build them for, and then how to bring them to market. And so that can really look really closely to, working with a product team, an engineering team who are building the actual products and giving them an idea of like, what are the opportunities that we have in the portfolio of products that we're going to build based on our understanding of the market and competitors and customers. And then we're the bridge to taking those products, the things that we build, and launching them to the market, helping design the sales and marketing strategies, the messaging, the target audiences that we're going to focus on that will see the most value from those products and offerings. And so that's kind of the core responsibility of product marketing. And again, the day-to-day can look really, really different. You can be thinking way upstream of what could we build before we ever write a line of code, and sitting with, the executive team or a product manager and engineer. Or you could be like writing copy for, the next what's new email or the headline for an ad that's going to promote, the big message for the company or for that product. So, and lots of steps in between. So it's an exciting job.
I can imagine. But with a day that's so diverse, right? If you have to kind of wear so many hats and like shift perspectives so much, how do you personally try to stay productive, right? Like, do you have a specific daily routine? Anything in particular to keep you up and running and motivated?
Yeah, personally, I'm a big believer in owning my AM. My mornings are sacred. You have to share less energy with the world. And so, that's a time where, I get to reflect and plan as well as accomplish some of the more complex tasks that require a lot of focus. But, outside of that, there's some pretty, traditional things that I tend to do. Whether that's thinking about goals for the entire year, both personally as well as for my team that line up to, company objectives and things that we're thinking about, building and transitioning those into quarterly plans and OKRs. And then I have a weekly routine that I reflect on the week past on Fridays, and I think about the week coming on that Friday afternoon. And I have my Notion templates and recurring databases ready to go, so that when I open up my laptop on Monday morning, everything's kind of set up for me to think about what meetings do I have coming up, what are my majors and minors for the week, I actually do like 2-week sprints for me personally, and that's how we do it with my team. And then there's other just like small exercises. I do something called focus cards each quarter. We do this with the whole team. It's both a way to align with your manager and peers on, you know, where you're spending your time. But really it's best as a tool for yourself. And it's simple exercise of, you have 100 percentage points, or you could say $100. And where are you going to place those 100 percentage points over a few different work streams, and know that you've only got 100%. So, you know, and that list shouldn't be more than 5 or 6 things long. How are you going to allocate your time? So those are just a few tactics, both longer term planning, but also, you know, the day to day.
Oh, that's really cool. I love that focus exercise with the different skill points. We'll also talk about like your Notion setup hopefully later a little bit, but just because you mentioned it, where would you say do you fall on a line between like more like simple Notion setups where it's like, you know, like just like the most minimal thing that like gets the job done, versus like the other end, the more like over engineered, like, you know, hundreds of roll-ups, like automated journaling, calculating your daily activity score? Where would you say your setup fits in?
Yeah, I would say I fall squarely in the middle. You know, there are times when I see some of the things that people build in Notion, and I didn't even know that was possible. And it's incredible to see kind of those creations and extreme optimization. And I think for some people, that's the right approach. You know, they have the capacity to build that, and it helps them really run their life. It becomes like an operating system for their entire life. I think I still fall in kind of the like second brain category of people. Like most of everything, both personally and work, like it's in Notion. Even in my personal life, you know, I have project and task databases for all the house, you know, tasks that we're doing, trip planning, all that kind of stuff. It's all definitely, you know, in Notion and pretty well organized into databases and things like that. And then, you know, in my, you know, day-to-day work, obviously like Notion runs on Notion. And so we spend a lot of time in, you know, Notion, and I've created my own spaces for myself to work and kind of simplify some things down, while also plugging into some of the best practices of, you know, organization-wide types of setups around, you know, again, task, databases and people databases, and those kind of central kind of hubs that allow you to kind of create these different workflows. So yeah, but sometimes, you know, it's as simple, I'll just start from scratch and I'll just create a blank page and be like, okay, if I really have to boil this down, what are my to-dos, or what's the message I'm really trying to work on? And a blank page can be a really powerful tool.
Yeah, that's true. Like it's always like finding a system that works for you, right? Like it's, I think, like a trap that we sometimes fall in, where we see like something that looks really, really cool, and then we forget to think about the fact that like the system is only really helpful, right, if we actually use it. So I mean, if you build it just for the sake of it because it's fun and entertaining, that's great. But if you, you're not looking for something that can be your daily driver, then definitely a bit of experimentation to see, okay, what end end goal actually is the right one for you. Awesome. So quick switch back to something a bit more personal. What would you say is your favorite nonfiction book?
I have a few here that kind of fall into a few different categories. I was a economic history major in college, and I've always been fascinated by historical figures in business, as well as kind of studying different companies or different periods of time. And there was a book called Boom and Bust. It's a global history of financial bubbles. And it's an incredible book because, on a practical level, it helps you recognize these trends and of speculation that happen over a long period of time since the beginning of stock markets and financial markets. And so it's really just like, these are fascinating stories to read about how different markets, had booms and had busts. And being in the technology space, it's a space of booms and busts. And but it's a really well-written book and fascinating kind of historical read that has applicability to today. In my sports life, I love Shoe Dog by Phil Knight. Just incredibly well-written, so fun to read. Yeah. Definitely makes you want to lace up your Nikes and go for a run. And then I recently read Endurance, which is not a sports book. It's about trying to traverse the Arctic Ocean and the story of the captain and the crew that crashed. It just sends you into a whole different world of anxiety and how they survived. And so it's a great beach vacation read to just kind of immerse yourself in.
Amazing. If the next vacation comes up for me, I'll keep that in mind. Do you ever take notes on books? Do you ever, because you mentioned your second brain movement before, so do you have a system in Notion or anywhere set up where you say actively go back to these books and try to extract learnings?
Yeah, I do. I have a book note database, mostly for the nonfiction category. There's always some great quotes and things that I pull out from that. It was actually Shoe Dog has just some amazing quotes. So I definitely wanted to jot down things from that. I remember one quote was people say it's just business. And Phil Knight was like, it's never just business. If it comes to that, then business is bad. And that always really stuck with me.
I think that also fits well for Notion, because you've done the whole team has done really, really great job to build it into more than just a productivity software, right? It's not just this transactional. I use sometimes the Microsoft Notes stuff, and so before that always felt a lot less passionate about that than here, where you have a whole different brand image built around. So that's really cool. Oh, amazing. Favorite fiction book. How about that?
I'm definitely a Lord of the Rings, person. I think a lot of it, there's nostalgia in it, for, I think 3 times that I read the core, trilogy when I was, in my formative years. And I've come back to it. I won't lie, I literally watched, the Two Towers, the second film, 3 or 4 days ago. I hadn't watched it in years, and I was on a plane. I was like, I'm gonna watch this again, and it's still excellent. Lord of the Rings has a special place in my heart.
Nice. Well, one productivity software to rule them all, right? So I think you have a lot of quotes in there. So
there you go.
That fit for Notion. Amazing. All right. So those were your books. Now, would be really, really curious to hear, before we dive a bit deeper into Notion, how do you, get to start your own wine company, and that even on the side while you, have a probably quite demanding day job?
Yeah. Well, the story here is that when I first moved to San Francisco, kind of a classic startup story. I came out here and I had a job offer from Google and had verbally accepted the job, and decided to not take it and join a 5-person pre-seed, pre-revenue, pre-product company. I joined that, and I ended up staying with that company for 7 years. We raised tons of money. We built a really incredible business, but it went through a lot of hard times. And eventually we actually closed the business, and I was there kind of from the beginning to the very end of closing shop. And that was it was hard. It was a very hard experience. And between that startup and joining Amplitude, I made sure to take a little bit of time to really think about what I wanted to do next. But I also had a little bit of free time to do something creative. And I had a really close friend who was really into the wine making side of things. He actually made his first wine in his Manhattan apartment in New York. And I was really interested in building a really creative brand, working with artists and designers and kind of the e-commerce setup and how to really express it creatively and build that identity, something I could fully drive and own. And so, and we also hosted lots of dinner parties. So I loved hosting and sharing great wines, and fortunate enough to be in California where there's incredible wine and winemakers, and got to learn a little bit about the winemaking industry. And so joining kind of forces with one of my best friends, we decided let's try this out. And the quick story is we started telling people that we were starting a wine brand before we had anything else figured out, just because if we started to tell enough people, we had to actually do it. And then we got access to these incredible vineyard to buy some fruit. And we signed a contract to buy the fruit before we had any licensing, any brand, anything else figured out, so that we could basically hold ourselves accountable. And we built the brand, launched it about 4 or 5 years ago. It's still very, very small. It's more of a passion project than anything, but it's been really rewarding and a great outlet for me to get outside and work with farmers and work with designers and work with artists, and really kind of keep my creative muscle fine-tuned. So fun project with a great friend.
That's really, really cool. I'll put a link to the place in the description of the video, so if anyone wants to check out some great Californian wine, which looks very, very beautiful. Right? I checked out the art before. It was usually when I pick wine, it's mostly about does this look pretty, right? Or does it fulfill the base level of what a good wine should cost? And that would definitely fit the bill of looks very, very pretty. Would pass the test.
Thank you.
All right, so now quick shift maybe over to Notion and there the product side. I would like to start off with maybe a tough question that is who do you actually build Notion for?
Yeah, this is one of the hardest questions for Notion, and this was the question that I had in my interview process. I said, how would you think about this problem? And it's, what's kind of fascinating about it is that it's like a double-edged sword, right? It's the greatest gift and privilege to have something that as universal as productivity software, let alone probably the most versatile version of productivity software out there, that can do so many things for so many different people. The other side of that edge and sword is that it's really hard to focus and kind of choose where to build for. And, I think, for us at the highest level, we're building Notion for every knowledge worker in the world. And, there's well over 1 billion knowledge workers who every day use software that is built by developers. They have varying levels of satisfaction of those tools that they use, and often they have to use many, many tools in order to get their job done. And they don't have the opportunity to also be the builder, to actually develop the software or tweak it to what they need or what their team needs. And so, we think obviously there's a large market of knowledge workers that we can empower with tools that they love. But we can also give them the opportunity to also become the tool maker and builder, and craft that tool to really their needs. And that could be, their needs could be something very tactical and specific in kind of a business setting, or that could be something to explore and be very creative with and really use it to play. So that's kind of the highest level of the focus areas. Now, even within that, we're thinking a lot about how do we better enable the creators within that knowledge worker community. the people, like yourself and many others who are creating templates and helping people understand the power of tool making, and exploring what is possible with something like Notion. So that's definitely like a key audience that we have had, again, the privilege to work with over the last several years, and are continuing to really, really focus on some exciting things that we're going to have this year to like give the tool makers the toolkits that they need. There's also obviously the business side, right? And from small teams to medium-sized businesses, increasingly some enterprises where we're getting pulled into enterprises. And, for Notion as a business, like, we're building a business, and that's where most of our business comes from, most of our revenue. And so we definitely think a lot about what are the needs of a business user, and, how do we bring Notion to, hundreds of thousands or millions of businesses so that it becomes their primary productivity software. And so we think about that, a lot. I think the challenge is, how do you build for that audience without marginalizing the kind of casual non-work user who's using it for their personal setup? And I think, there's, without getting too technical into that, that's where, you have different workspaces. We're thinking about, you have different plans and packages so that we're not cluttering up Notion with a bunch of features that you don't need if you're, a non-work user or just a small team. So packaging becomes really, really important there. So that Notion can be usable to a lot of different audiences.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's definitely a big challenge, but very interesting to hear how you guys at Notion think about that. Speaking of the business, right? So if like one of these, if you had to shift over to sales or customer success tomorrow, and one of these business owners of like a medium-sized amazing company comes to you and says like, I've heard a lot of I've read about you in Forbes. Like, this looks like a really cool product. We want to get started with it. Like, what? But we have no idea why. Like, what would you recommend for someone like that? How to get started with Notion?
Yeah, well, I think the foundation of Notion is all built on knowledge. Like, if you don't have knowledge within Notion, then it can only be so useful. Knowledge is what kind of powers the context of, if you use Notion for project management, for instance, and all your task management or issue tracking, what makes it really powerful and unique is that it also comes with all of the knowledge and context that you need in order to run a project. If you want to use Notion AI, then what makes Notion AI powerful is that it has the context of your workspace and of all your knowledge. It's kind of like giving you the perfect memory or the ability to have answers immediately. But in order to do that, you have to start with getting your knowledge into Notion. And that a lot of times looks like documentation, right? Use it for all of your docs and your notes. That's really the starting use case. That becomes then your knowledge base. So organize all that knowledge, and then you can start to use it for other things that are really interesting and powerful. So for someone just starting, depending on their role, let's say, it's IT or, HR or even marketing, say like, what is the kind of foundational knowledge that you and your team need in order to do their work? Well, let's get that into Notion. All of your documentation, all your guidelines, all your policies, all the daily work that you do, all the project briefs or strategy documents, goals. Let's get all that into Notion. And then what becomes, again, really powerful is the combination of that with AI, because now a new person joins the team and they have a question about what font size do we use on our web headers, or something bigger, like what's our company strategy and what are the current projects that we're focused on to accomplish our goals. With AI, you can get those answers right away. And that's kind of a game changer for people. So it can help with things like new hire onboarding, IT troubleshooting, becomes that like internal knowledge agent or chatbot for people. And I think that's really, really powerful. is like a clear value. Less time searching for information, less employees that don't have the context they need to do their job, less time distracting their colleagues, asking them questions that distract them from just doing other work and creating new knowledge and exploring ideas. So I think that's a really powerful place to start.
Yeah, that's really cool. I agree. Like, it's pretty insane to see like how much you can, cut down on this, like just like wasted work hours, right? Like no one goes to work and thinks like, well, today I'm gonna spend like 2 hours looking for that document and like just digging through like an antique folder structure that we have to somehow replicate like, our furniture from 50 years ago. It's really, really cool to see like Notion pushing the frontier there. And I mean, speaking of AI, right? Like, you were just like featured on Forbes, which is like huge. Congratulations on that. And like the headline was like the AI everything app. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, I think you think about like Notion before AI, and think about one of the big challenges that Notion helps solve for, especially for businesses, but also this is applicable to consumers, is that there were a lot of challenges that kind of came from SaaS sprawl or tool fragmentation, right? Where you're using 4 or 5, sometimes 10 different apps to accomplish, your daily work. Those things don't talk to each other, or even if they do, just like one of our sales reps talks about, like the tax that every user has in their productivity when they have to learn the interfaces of 5 or 6 different apps, that all have some similar version of, a table. How does a table work in this tool versus that tool versus this tool versus that tool? What are the keyboard shortcuts for this one versus that one versus this one versus that one? That can take up a lot of your energy and time, just trying to memorize all that stuff. And, the original kind of value of Notion as this connected workspace was to consolidate a lot of those fragmented tools and workflows, bring all of your knowledge into one place. I think we're starting to see something similar. It's like a problem that people are not quite yet experiencing, but we can help people get ahead of, which is something similar is happening with AI, right? Every day there's dozens of different AI tools that are launching. Some of them help you search. Some of them help you chat and learn about information. Some of them help you write or edit. And, we think that pretty soon there's going to be a very similar problem with individual users, with companies, where they have 10 different AI apps doing 10 different things. And many of them aren't personalized to understanding your knowledge and your work. And so, our goal is to, bring a lot of those core AI use cases into Notion, so that we solve that AI tool fragmentation problem before it really begins, and have it be personalized based off of your knowledge, everything that's within your Notion workspace. And so that's the aspiration and kind of where we believe that this is heading. It is certainly a horse race, and such a dynamic and exciting place to be in, because AI, almost more than any other market in recent memory, is changing so fast.
Yeah, that's true. Like the speed of adoption is pretty insane to see. But I love the innovation. Like in particular, I think like Q&A and Notion, that's like such a game changer. And like if you haven't felt it, right, if you don't have your knowledge in Notion yet and have never like done that, it's like really hard to describe that feeling of like, I don't have to search for stuff anymore. It's really just at my fingertips.
And I remember, we were in Berlin. It felt like, and it was just a few months ago, talking about Q&A, right before it launched. And here we are, a few months later, we've had, millions of people use this, and now we're ready for the next thing, right? So it just shows how fast it goes.
Yeah. Speaking of the next thing, are there like any, upcoming feature releases of Notion that you can, share a little bit with us about?
Yeah, I think, one thing that you you've already probably started to see a little bit, and you're definitely going to see over, the next few months, is a little bit of like a refocusing on, I mentioned like knowledge earlier, the focus on kind of core knowledge of creating and finding and collaborating on content in Notion. That was kind of the original intent of Notion. It was a calm space to put your thoughts, right? To write, to organize your content and your ideas and be able to find it easily. And over the last, several years, we've built literally hundreds of features that have made Notion way more powerful, but a little bit at the expense of some complexity. And we're really kind of shifting back the focus over the next, several months to focus on make it really simple and easy to create and find content in Notion, kind of wherever you are. And so, there's going to be things like the ability to take a PDF, all your PDFs, upload them to Notion, create a page, and then be able to use Q&A to ask questions about it, or use, Notion to edit it, or AI to edit it and change it. That's just one kind of tactical example. But a lot of different, we're calling this like internally like a series of updates that all are surrounding the idea of better knowledge creation and search. And so that's definitely a really big focus. And some of those are also applicable to AI. So how are we going to take the next step of the evolution of Notion AI that today helps you write on a page? It helps you, autofill and create content within a database. And then it helps you answer questions. How do we bring like those three things all together in a much more like fluid, unified experience, and add some more kind of skills and capabilities to it? So should be pretty exciting.
I'm definitely excited. But speaking of like knowledge and accessibility, I think one of the biggest memes in terms of Notion features has to be like the when offline mode question. And yeah, I would just love to hear what you think about the question. Like very open. I'm not going to ask you when offline mode is coming, but like what happens in your brain when someone asks you when offline mode?
Yeah, I totally get it. And it has definitely become like a meme state of no matter what we do, no matter what we say, it's going to be the first response and tweet and comment. But what about offline mode? And I think, there's some technical challenges to doing something like offline mode. And we obviously hear the feedback, but we hear lots and lots of feedback. We have to constantly prioritize and so of course it's always a discussion. But I leave it kind of up to the technical masterminds on, what's possible there and how do we think about that as a priority compared to everything else that we're working on. So I hear the feedback. It's obvious.
Okay, well, we'll take that. We'll take that. So speaking of these sort of things, do you have like, be interested whether you have like any, really counterintuitive decisions at Notion, except for not shipping offline mode, that like actually turned out to be a huge success?
Yeah, I think this might not be too counterintuitive to some of the people that are really kind of into Notion, but we talk about computing pioneers a lot at Notion, and talk about Alan Kay, who was one of the computing pioneers that designed some of the first graphical interfaces. And he has this quote that I'll probably butcher the exact quote, but it goes something to the tune of, first build things that are useful, then teach users how that application is built, and then pull back the hood and allow them to explore and customize. And I think the thing with Notion is, we've tried to build things that are just useful and out of the box, things like templates and easy page creations, but we've definitely opened up the hood, right, and allowed people to do whatever they want. I don't think we would have ever imagined the things that people would do with databases. And, you go to the Notion template gallery today, and there's well over 10,000 templates of things that, again, we never imagined someone would be able to do or would spend their time doing with a Notion database. And that is the beauty of composable, flexible, modular building block kind of software, and of a community that's creative and enthusiastic and open. And so I think that turned out to be such a huge success, and really just a huge inspiration to allow people to, again, put on their toolmaker hat and design things for themselves, but also like find communities that also love the thing that they created. There's just so many stories that we hear about that kind of, I'm getting like the goosebumps right now just thinking about some of these things, right? So again, I don't know that it's counterintuitive per se, but we never imagined it would go this far.
Yeah, I think it's like, the first time that I encountered software that let me as like a non-technical user who has no background in web dev and like no idea, like how any of these things work on the other side, really build my own systems. And yeah, now the metaphor is used quite a lot, but it really felt like, like someone handed me Legos and was just like, like do whatever you want. And I really, really appreciate that. Like it's such an empowering and cool feeling. But I also of course, can create some tension, right? So, for example, when Home was released, the feature that I would absolutely love, I would say it's definitely a step in the right direction. But the comments that were around that, they were very polarizing, right? Like a lot of people absolutely loved it, but others had very, very strong negative feelings about this, being like the end of Notion as we know it. What would you say to these people?
Yeah, I think we were always going to retain the ability to, like we talk about, like the tool maker's paradise. Like the flexibility is always still there. We didn't take away any flexibility from Notion when we launched something like Home. But when we think about the majority of the market, the majority of those over 1 billion knowledge workers today are not tool makers. They don't wake up in the morning like some of us and be like, ooh, what can I do with these Lego blocks today? Right? They're more, I'm going and I want to pull, a Lego set off of the shelf. Or I want to get a Lego set that's already built. I want to go to Lego land and I just want to do the things that I'm here to do. And that's the majority of the market. And back to that Alan Kay quote is like, we can give those people something that's very useful out of the box, and then we can peel back the layers so that then they could explore the power of the flexibility and say, oh, maybe I can be a tool maker. And so I think that's, something that we're need to be really conscious of and I think this is kind of a shared goal, to be honest, with a lot of the people that probably are commenting on this, is like, our goal is to bring Notion to every knowledge worker, to be a ubiquitous tool. And if we do that, then that affords everyone within the Notion community lots and lots of different opportunities. In order to do that, we're going to have to package up some things that make it just really useful out of the box for more people. And then still retain that flexibility so that they can explore, or a tool maker could introduce them to a different way of thinking about how they could create a home dashboard or whatever it is that they're working on. So it's a fine line to walk, but our intention is never to take anything away from the tool makers who are there to explore and create.
Yeah, and you're right. Like the learning curve of Notion is definitely fairly steep, right? So when friends also ask me like, how do I get started with Notion? It's like, how much time do you have? Because there's a lot to do. So having simple beginnings, that's definitely helpful there. And speaking of complexity, maybe, so, you've added a lot of features, and you just said like Notion might be like refocusing this year on making things a bit more simple. If you had a gun to your head tomorrow and someone said like, you have to remove a feature from Notion, what feature would you remove first?
Yeah. If I had to remove a feature, I don't know that it's a removal, but it's like a rethinking of how you think about like the sidebar, and how you think about like organization. I think the sidebar is incredibly important and powerful because it's kind of becomes your mind map and your information design of how you organize knowledge, how you organize your teams. And that's really, really important. But, I think a lot of the goal of that is to increase discoverability and finding information. However, what people mostly do is they just search for something, or they remember where it is, or they just want the answer right away, or they want to jump back into the thing that they were just working on, right? And I think there's things that we're starting to explore, like how does the evolution of a sidebar, or how does AI as a horizontal kind of application capability across your entire workspace change kind of the behavior to ultimately get to the same end goal, which is creating logical information hierarchies, being able to find your information, be able to navigate and explore the work and knowledge that lives inside of Notion. And there might be ways that we can automate some more of that work, or just, kind of give more flexibility within the sidebar, and just visual polish to, I've seen some sidebars where I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't even want to go into that world. Right. And so, how can we help people just, again, enter this calm space where it's easy to navigate and work. And so, I think that's like a big opportunity, like rather than killing it, but rethinking like how do we organize content in Notion.
Okay, so I can't quite title this video like that Notion is about to get rid of the sidebar, but I'm very curious to see what you come up with. Well, thank you so much for your time. I think we are now nearly at the top of the hour. I really, really appreciate you taking the time and doing this. Before we hop off, is there anything, any last words to all the Notion users and fans?
Yeah, well, keep the feedback coming. We really do listen. And, we also want to hear your stories. We're constantly inspired by what's happening. Our all hands meetings are pretty much always, focused on what's happening in, the world of users, both what are they saying, what's their feedback, how are we thinking about that and our priorities and our roadmaps, or also sharing, these incredible stories. The folks out there love to hear from you. The more that you share, the more we're inspired and to work our butts off to build an incredible tool for everybody. So keep that coming, and let us know how we can support you.
Amazing. Well, again, thank you so much. This was amazing. I had an absolute blast, and hope to talk to you sometime soon again in the future.
Thank you for everything. Really, really appreciate the time today and all the time that we've spent together, and the time you've spent with our teams too.
And this concludes the first season of my Notion podcast. If you made it this far, congratulations. Please let me know down below in the comments that you've actually watched all of it. Now, if that wasn't enough Notion content for you yet, don't worry. I've got you covered. I have an even longer Notion video, 10 hours in total. Probably the craziest Notion tutorial on YouTube. Just click here and I will see you in a few seconds.